welcome to my Greenland Quilter channel. I hope everybody's having a great day and a great week. I have my sissy Myra here with me. She will not be able to see the chat, just so everybody knows. So right now, oh, look at here, we have Rita. Yay! Hi, Rita. We also have Rita. So we are going to be triple teaming it here today. I hope no one takes that the wrong way. Yeah. Anyway, so here's a couple things I was gonna talk to you guys about. One of them is, and I'll repeat this somewhere about midways of the life. If you don't know, if you're not on the Fat Quarter Shop's newsletter, they are offering 50% off of all their patriotic fabric, all of it, half price. There's nowhere you're going to get that pretty stuff for half price. So go to fatquartershop.com, and no, I'm not an affiliate, but I do get emails. So run over there, because I've already been over there looking, and they have lots right now. But if you mess around for a day or two, you might miss out on some of the prettier stuff. I want some white background with all the little colors in it, the little dots and stuff in it. That's really tiny. And I use it. I use it for everything. I don't use it just for patriotic stuff. I don't make much patriotic, but this is going to look sort of patriotic tonight, sort of. The other thing is yeah, tomorrow we are going to be working on, or I'm going to be working on probably Tulip Pink. So if you have any, bring whatever you want to do to sew on. Fine by me. Anyway, so tonight what we're going to do is work on the Moda Blockheads 6, Block 6. And it's called Moonbeam by Robin Pickens. The Moonbeam block combines half square triangles, a center 9 patch, and snowball units to create a radiant design. The layered shapes and the crisp intersections reflect the soft, steady glow of moonlight, bringing a sense of quiet elegance to the block. Now, I hope y'all can see the colors I'm going to use. Let me spotlight for a minute. These are the colors I plan on using today. So as you can see, I have dark blue. This is actually like a navy blue, probably. It looks black to the camera, but it is not black. I'm going to use turquoise, yellow, red, and then background, which will be the white. And what my plan is, I'll put this up where you can see it. My plan is the big blocks will be the navy blue. The arrows going out will be red. And then I'm going to use turquoise and yellow as the 9 patch. And then there's a little bit of, there'll be a little bit of yellow going on the outside of this on here. And then the really light colors you see here will be white. So that's what my plan is today. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and make, I think what I'm going to do is start on these corner sections first, so you can watch me make them, because we have, there's quite a bit of things you got to do with this block. So there's lots of building. So yeah, anyway, that's what the plan is. Hey, Mary G. Hello, Jess. Welcome, welcome. So what are y'all working on today? Yeah, let me know. And Rita, what do you plan on working on?
Roses.
Those are cool. Are those is that the snail, whatever you call it? No,
it's an actual flower.
It's beautiful.
I don't want to get up there and get down and fall over. But it's a if you look at it, it's a flower. I guess the middle is probably that snail thing. But it's,
yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Flower. It makes a flower. When you add the last one, it makes a flower.
Well, that's really cool. It's pretty. Are you just staying with the 2 colors, or are you going to be adding more colors?
Right now there's the blue. I have to see my camera. Hold on.
Okay.
There. Now you can see them. Those are the 3.
Wow, they look great.
They'll be green, orange, yellow.
That's outstanding, Rita.
Yep. I just call them roses. Flowers.
Is that your design, or is it someone else's design?
The center of it, like I said, the center, I guess you could call it I seen, and then I just added the outside.
Okay.
The outside is just this. It's a triangle. See, just that.
It's wonderful. And Myra, what do you plan on working on?
Oh my goodness gracious, forever and always. I have 45. Can you see? Can y'all see? I have I have 15 of these blocks that need the 3 red triangles sewn on. So I'm sewing triangles on the blocks.
Awesome.
I feel like I'm never going to get done, but on my trusty little featherweight here, and yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Cool. So we're going to talk about these blockhead patterns. One of the things you're going to notice is this was part of what I was going to talk to y'all about. When you're reading patterns, I'm a visual learner. A lot of us are visual learners. So we need pictures like what you see here. But the thing is when you have designers writing patterns, every designer writes their patterns in a different way. And sometimes when you're looking at this, like I have become so spoiled by the way some people write their patterns, because like when you look at this cutting list right here, you don't see anywhere where it has where you're going to be, because there's some of these we're going to have to cut in half to make triangles. They don't bother to put that on here. You have to physically read, and then look at the pictures to determine which one of these that you're going to be doing something different to. And I find that these patterns sometimes are extremely difficult. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels that they're difficult. But if you just try to take it one step at a time, do the parts you definitely understand, and then come back and deal with the ones you're having trouble with. They are putting videos up each week. The problem is they skip some of the steps. They've already done some of the steps, so a newbie will be totally lost. So what I'm going to try to do as we progress through these Moda Blockheads, I'm going to make mistakes. We all know I am, because I do it all the time. I get an angle the wrong way, or I flip something around, and I don't hide any of that from y'all. Y'all see me do it, and this is a learning thing, just like the 1,000 block you see me doing every other week. And I hope that that all of y'all who come to watch will stay and watch, even if it seems a little frustrating because the way the patterns are written. Because if you can find yourself getting to the end of this block and it's all together and everything's where it's supposed to be, you have learned another skill on reading someone else's pattern that is different. Because I feel like these patterns are more geared toward an advanced sewer, and I do not believe that I'm an advanced sewer at all. I still feel that I'm probably what you call a beginner advanced, maybe. I'm still in that beginning step. I mean, yes, y'all see me doing points, great. You see me doing a lot of things, great. But reading patterns is my Achilles heel. Totally. And these are very frustrating sometimes. And I feel like if I allow the frustration to whip me down, and I've done this in the past with these patterns, I give up. But this year, I am not giving up. We are going to muddle through it no matter what. And I know that Rita doesn't like them very much either.
I don't do patterns, but this particular one, there's no triangles to sew together. None. Nada.
No, but there is triangles. The problem is
the triangles that you're dealing with aren't from what it appears. The triangles you're dealing with is aside from the 9 patch, which is right there. Mine's sitting right there.
Yeah.
Aside
so you're
from
making
that,
the block.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine is Scrappy. 100%. Example. Okay. See, this is what I did with mine. Okay, here's just one of them. I take a piece of paper. This is the one, okay. Katie, if you could hold that block up, hold the
What do you-
picture. Well, I didn't print mine out.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Do
Hold
you
the
want
picture up.
you want the picture broke up like this?
No, so you could see
Or
the
you want
front of it.
the front one? Okay, got you.
The
So
very
I'm gonna
front.
put up
All I
some-
want. No. Okay. You see where that thing is? The four. You see those four sections?
Yep.
Mine are four different colors.
Oh, that's gonna look cool.
See, mine is this, this,
Oh,
um, this, and the blue. Four different colors.
it's gonna be pretty, Rita.
The snowballing is, whoops, blue. It's a smoky blue,
Yeah.
which is in the 9-pack. But the triangles, the pattern, I looked at that pattern and I'm thinking, the issue with most of the people that create the patterns is they forget where they come from.
Yeah.
And they're talking about triangles in there when they should be saying nothing. The triangles that they're talking about, because I'm like going, why are you even mentioning that? Because it has nothing to do with this pattern. They're talking about the half square triangles. There is no half square triangles in here, but they're telling you to make them. Well, to me, why? Why tell them anything? You don't need to mention it, because all it does is confuse somebody.
Yeah. Have you
And
got all your other blocks made?
no. Oh, the other sections?
No, I mean the previous blocks, 1 through 5.
Yes,
Do you mind sharing them with us?
they are back behind that wall.
Okay, got you.
I'm like, I forgot to get them. Yeah, they're back behind the wall in a book.
Okay.
Yeah, mine are not any of them. They all have these four main colors, I think, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not positive. The rest of them, none of the colors match, but they don't match. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, this is my 9-pack. See my 9-pack. That's what mine looks like.
Great. Looks great.
Okay, you think, okay, does it go with the rest? Yes, it goes with the 9. It goes with those colors. I chose,
Yeah,
I
it
chose,
go well with it.
chose
Yeah.
colors that are inside this. But it's still scrappy, 100%. But that pattern, what people need to do, instead of looking at it as what it is it's a big 9-pack. But don't look at it that way. Look at it as you got your center 9-pack, which is the center of it. Forget about the rest and do a corner, like the arrow. Do one corner, the arrow.
Mhm.
And my arrows, there's my arrows. See, there it's a yellow. Well, here, I'll turn it over.
You just have them cut.
See?
Okay, got it.
Yeah, see, mine are pre-cut. But what I did is I took a piece of paper, okay? I wrote how many there was and what it was. Like this one is D 3.5, and I needed 4 of them. I wrote that on the piece of paper and I clipped it. Where the background around the arrows is, mine is an orangish red. Whoops. It's an orangish red.
Denise, I'll answer your question in a minute.
Oh, missed somebody. Don't you think that reading instructions? I don't.
The way these instructions are written, I mean, I went
They're-
through it and read it, but the
Mhm.
way it's written and the way they have you cut in the fabric, it can be very confusing. Or I
Right.
find it to be confusing for me because I'm a visual learner. And
correct.
so reading it, what I ended up doing is going through here and circling it and writing what color I intended on using on that part, because when you're doing it from the front, it just tells you to cut this, 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 and this, and doesn't bother to tell you where it's going.
Right. So that's when you take that, because what I do on something like that, I take the cutting. I cut all my stuff.
That's what I did, was cut all
Then
of
I
it.
looked at the pattern, the black and white version of what the pattern. There is a black and white version,
Yeah.
no distinguishing. Then I looked at, okay, example, if you
That's
do
right
it
there,
as it's
easy.
written, all of A's are one color. All of B, the little B, and the big B, which is the center, is the same color. C is a totally separate color. The two D's are one color. That's how
Yeah.
the pattern is written. I
Yeah.
don't do mine that way because I don't, that to me is, no, it needs to be, I like the scrappy because I don't want to have to match colors, even though my colors do match.
Yeah. No, Sherry, we're working on Moda Blockheads block 6 called Moonbeams. I had to think
Moonbeams.
hang on a second. I'm going to show you this block because I did download their black and white block. Hang on a minute.
Right.
So you can get a really good idea of what this actually looks like on the screen because it'll be bigger. So hold on a minute while I share, and then Rita, you can keep on talking while
Yeah.
you're talking about the block. I'm gonna
It's
fix it so that they can see it while you're talking about it.
I mean, I could actually, it's an actually easy block. It is a beginner block. It's not a advanced block. It really is. But you have to remember, do it in sections instead of, there's also, right. There's also one that's, black and white, white with the numbers in them.
Yeah,
Right.
this doesn't have any numbers or anything in it, so
Right.
yeah.
So you just take the okay, pretend you're not looking at any colors. Okay. You don't do no colors. You got a center one that's a 9 patch.
Nope.
Who cares what the other colors are? Don't matter. Pick colors for your 9 patch, whether you pick 2 colors or 5 colors or whatever. And if you have a light color, which in my case, the light color was this one, and the dark color is this one. Your light color, you have 4 squares. The dark color, you have 5. And you make your 9 patch. Then you can either make the big ones, which are 6-inch squares, and there's got 4 snowballs on each side. You just need to break it down to where you can understand it instead of going off the directions, because the Moda blocks are fascinating, but the directions are confusing. They're made more of somebody that's an advanced sewer, an advanced quilter. That's what they're
That's
made
what I
for.
was saying. The way
Yes.
the directions are written, they're
They're,
expected to
yes,
be an advanced sewer.
they forget where they come from. I guarantee you, they did not start that way. And so when I see direct instructions, I literally 99% of the time, when I say I put them in the shredder, that's not a joke. I put them in the shredder. All I'm after is, what do I need to cut and the measurements. Then I'll decide if I want those measurements. And I don't care what colors, because the colors is not it. A color of something, I don't need everything matching. And this particular case, you don't want everything matching. Like this particular case, my 9 patch is one color. My 4, the ones on the side and up and bottom, are going to be 4 different colors. My arrows, I like the yellow. So my arrows are a washed out, which is a batik. There is no back or front to my fabric. It's a batik. And the sides are bright red because I want those arrows to stand out. And if you think about it that way, it makes it easier. Okay, where's my directions on making the arrow? And then you're making 4 of them. That's it. The block itself is a beginner block, but the directions are not.
Yeah, it makes it complicated.
Yes.
Or I have a hard time with it. Now if you compare these Moda Blockhead blocks to the ones that Fat Quarter Shop put out, like in February, they're going to start the next socialites. And
Right.
if you're hanging with us doing these Moda blocks, and then I'm going to participate in the next socialites, I want you to see the difference between
Yes.
how Fat Quarter Shop writes their patterns versus how all of these, because these are all done by fabric pattern designers. But like Rita said, they're writing them as if you're an advanced person. You're going to find with Kimberly stuff, she simplifies it even more. Now, yes, she promotes using triangle paper from here to there, but I
Right.
don't care about. But what I care about is how she takes it step by step by step. She treats you little baby steps.
You can also
And if you
compare the Moda blocks to the block a month that a quilting line put out. Hers are big.
yeah.
Those directions are very, very detailed, and they are put out for somebody that has never sewn before. That is what all the directions, the fabric people that make these patterns need to look at it as if, okay, I'm going to make this towards a person that's never sewn before.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if advanced people do it, but somebody that has never sewn before, which means anybody then can do it.
Yeah. This is why I'm not going to give up on this.
Right.
I mean, I've given up on the last I got halfway through, I think, Moda Blockheads 3, I think it was, because that's where those either 3 or 4, that's where those love blocks behind me came from.
Right.
But about halfway through, I hit a block that I absolutely
you got frustrated and
I got frustrated and couldn't do it, so I quit. And then I tried again on I think it was Moda Blockheads 4, and it was the same problem. So I'm like, and maybe back then I'm a mature. I don't want y'all to see when I say I'm mature enough for it. What I mean by that is my skill, maybe my skill set wasn't mature enough for it, because I struggle with reading patterns.
Right.
I can see everything in the block. I'm like, well, I know what I need to do, but when they tell you to cut it, if you're not, I just get all.
See, and me, like half square triangles. There are millions of ways to do a half square triangle.
There is.
You prefer sewing 2 triangles together. That's the way you like to do them.
Actually, I like paper, but
right.
with these patterns,
right.
There's no. I don't know how to do the math to know which paper to use so that I can make them the way they are. So I end up doing them the way you're talking about doing them.
Okay, you can do paper. You just do a bigger paper. If you want to use the paper, do a bigger piece of paper and cut them down.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
To me, the paper, I don't know, the same as when I do the paper piercing. I think it is a waste of paper to sew through the paper. So I don't. Example, I can take freezer paper, never sew through it. I can use that freezer paper hundreds and hundreds of times.
Yeah, I just don't have access to freezer paper. That's my problem.
Regular paper works the same.
So I just use the printer and print my stuff out.
Newspaper works also.
No newspaper here.
Magazines, any kind of paper will work. You know, I just happen to have freezer paper. And what's funny is this tells you how often I use freezer paper. Last time I was in Canada was in 1991. I still have it. The reason I know it's Canadian, it's got French on one side and English on the other.
Yep.
That tells you how old my freezer paper is. I don't use it. I use it for paper piercing or my craft stuff, or notebook paper works.
Yeah, that's true.
Any anything. You get mail. Most people get mail. The envelopes that you get mail in, open them up. Those work great for paper piercing. Or any kind of paper will work. It doesn't have to be a specific.
Okay, let me catch everybody. Let me catch us up on the chat real quick. Judy says she
Yep.
agrees. He started Moda Blockheads about a year ago and got frustrated and quit. Pat says, good evening, all in the chat. Hope you are good. Denise says hello to everyone as well, including us. Denise says, don't you think reading instructions in full before cutting and sewing is the way to go? Yes, but some of us have trouble articulating due to the way people write, because people write, some designers write bang up, easy to follow instructions, and then
Right.
you have people who write them and you're like, huh?
Right.
You know, and because we all learn in a different manner that we do, because I'm an avid reader, so it's not my reading skills, it's the problem. It's the style that someone writes in that gives me the trouble, because I'm a visual learner when it comes to this stuff. Sherry says, hi, everyone. So happy to see all your guests today. Hi, Sherry. I'm glad to see you. Kim says, hi, Katie. Sherry wanted to know if we were doing the Twisted Log Cabin, which I answered that question. Denise says, it may take several readings to fully understand. I'm visual too. I usually look for videos of the project to help me. Now, I didn't watch the video for this one today yet. I hadn't had time. I had other things on my plate today. And then Laura says, Rita, I do the same and generally follow the diagram, not necessarily the written directions, other than the cutting sizes. When you break it down, they aren't as difficult as the instructions make them. Hi, Michael. Welcome, welcome. For all of you who have channels, you can use the exclamation selfie to share your channels. Okay.
I'm gonna see if this works. I think I figured this out. Watch this.
Did you?
I think I'm on the chat. Check that out. It didn't work.
Oh,
That's beside the point.
I forgot to tell you that Zoom doesn't show the chat for the
I know, but I have it running so I can
browser up.
Yeah.
So the way I have my screen set up, I have Zoom here and I popped out the chat and it's on the left and the browser's reduced. So I don't see anything else. But
yeah, that's all I see. Yeah, I have the chat screen sitting over here, and
I want to set up like Becca has. My goodness. I finally watched her video. She posted a video. I forget where I found it at. She went through to show the video setup, and I'm like, oh, so that's how she does that.
Mine, the difference is my monitor is 55 inches. So it's
a smaller one.
Yeah, see, my monitor is actually bigger than most people's TVs. So
55 inches. Let's see, it's our TV is either 55 or 65 inch.
Right.
In our bedroom. And I watch a lot of lives on that, but I don't know how to, I don't know what, well, I guess I could with an HDMI cable make it, but that would just be in my face.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Hi guys, sorry, I had to go iron.
It's okay. I figured you had something you were doing. All right. Yeah, next week, I want to remind everybody, next week we're going to be doing, I didn't bring that in here, did I? Before we end the live later tonight, I'll go talk to you about the block for next week. And I have already took pictures of the next 4 blocks for you guys to vote on, so I'll be posting that as well. There's so much going on, y'all. Lots of work. Right now they all came at once. I have 3 modern maker boxes sitting on the floor over here. And I do those as pre-records because I'm an ambassador. And they all came at once.
Oh.
Yeah, so I got to do 3 pre-records, plus I got to do a pre-record for another company who sent me some blades to talk to you guys about. And the price of their blades ain't bad. You get 10 for $15. That's not bad, but Amazon sells them too, so.
I only have one issue with kits. Number one, I can't choose my fabrics. any of those kits or any of those things come with
I would-
fabrics. And
Oh, got you.
yeah, I don't want somebody saying what fabrics I can use. And what would happen is I would end up putting the fabric in my scrap bin and going picking my own fabrics.
Oh, with the modern maker box, yes, they pick what they're gonna pick and give to you.
Right.
But with the with the classic cut, you fill out a form and you tell them, I don't want any, like with me, this is how I have mine set up. I don't want any Halloween fabric, no Easter fabric, no children's fabric, no what do you call it that has like no reproduction, no like I'm not into what's that Morris guy's name? Dang it. So
Morris.
very strange fabric. Yeah. So and I asked him, I said, can you do half my box in boutiques and the other half in whatever cotton you put in there? And so I get half boutiques, half cotton. But now they started the platinum program and I've switched myself over to it. So I have a choice of either because I'll flop back and forth probably between the classic box and the Java box, which happens to be all boutiques. And they send you an email and they tell you what's going to be in each of the boxes. So you know that month what color all the boutiques are going to look like. And you can actually go look it up online and you'll see what comes in that 12 fat quarter kit. And so I've been switching back and forth between my classic box and the Java box. I haven't tried any of the others. I since I get the modern maker box anyway, there's no point in me ever switching to the modern maker box.
But again, it comes the same thing. Somebody is still dictating what fabrics are in there.
Yeah, I've just been doing them a long time because I like them.
Right. A lot of, and there's nothing wrong with doing that because a lot of people can't. Example, all my fabrics, most of them are sitting on the wall. They're in my shadow boxes. I can see something I'm awake and I can just pick through there and pick it, sew it together. Most people could not do that. Well, this is blue. This is, and
all these spots you see me do is me doing it from my stash.
To me, that's my stash. Well, I moved my camera so you can't see it.
I can see the stash back there.
Yeah, that is my fabric.
Yeah, I have a stash similar, but I keep them in totes because I haven't moved back into the craft room.
Oh, see, and the only difference I have done is I'm OCD in the fact of all my greens have to be together, all my purples, all my reds, all my oranges.
Sounds like someone else I know.
I mean, my life is that way.
OCO, opportunity for doing it right.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
everything.
CO.
Sissy would be all climbing up like, how can you do this like this? It's like,
see, and to me, as an example, she's got that Christmas tree in there. I would never put green and red together, ever. Nope, wouldn't happen. I'd put green with purple. You understand? I'm not a person.
Well, bless your heart, darling.
No, green is Christmassy, but
no, it just did not come off your mouth.
Shame on you. I guess you could say I'm not traditional in what
this is a Christmas quilt.
So is green and purple.
If that's what you want, that's grand.
Right.
I did 300 Christmas balls in watermark taffeta one time for in peach and cream for a lady's tree because she wanted her Christmas to be peach and cream.
Peach and cream, right. So it's not a matter of, can I do colors that go together? Absolutely. I did it on the wall.
You can do whatever color you want. I mean,
that's right.
Sometimes Myra says, I cannot do those two together.
Right.
I don't pre-plan colors. Today, when I was cutting out for this block, I have a stack over there that I've been cutting out of for weeks now because, you know, I've been doing the 1000 block too. And all of it's boutiques. I haven't even touched much of my yardage in the scrap room, but all this is stuff I already had, and it's just
Right.
it's
Well,
it's
because it's
balloons.
like a lot of people like and excuse me, nobody scream in their chat world. I don't like Tula fabrics, and I'm sorry, the
I
Tula
don't
pinks.
either.
I don't care
I'm
for
with it right
the
now,
fabric.
but I don't. Yeah.
I don't want them. I just don't care for what they feel like. The same as, although I have batiks, I don't like batik fabric. I don't care for the feel of it.
Say it ain't true. Katie's dying over there.
I know she is. Katie likes batiks. I have,
Loves
The
boutique.
softer it gets.
this is batiks. This is one of them. I have several of these.
Call my way, and I'll be
I just don't like batiks. I don't know why. I just don't care. I don't know. I don't know if it has to do with a batik. There is no wrong or right. It doesn't exist because it's stamped through.
Well,
Yeah.
it's just like with my religion. I don't have a last name. I don't have a Moda, a Tula Pink.
Right.
I don't know any of those people personally, and I don't know their brands. And because I don't have a channel of any kind, I don't have to be.
Well, to even know what Moda fabric look like.
No, I don't. I
Um,
don't know. I don't, y'all talk about all these things, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Because, okay, my little
Yeah.
centerpieces here
They're
came from
cute.
came from a $3 panel from a thrift store, and they're probably 40 years old.
Right.
I don't walk in a quilt shop and go to the name brand section. I go by what I like,
Right.
but then again, same with my clothes. So yeah, everybody's different. I mean,
Right.
hey, hello, Andy of Crafty Witch. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Jean. Good
Hi,
to see
Andy.
you. She says, "Me too, not a Tula pin." Now,
Yeah.
I'm not a Tula pin, but I'm making my granddaughter a Tula pink dragon fruit quilt.
ooh, it sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
And the more I mess with it, I'm like, because there's small blocks, there's going to be medium blocks, and there's going to be these big ones. But
Mhm.
the colors, the way they're using them, she is going to love it. Will I love it by the time it's end up? I don't know. Right now, I'm loving it. That don't mean I will when we get to the bigger blocks.
Well, hello to everybody
thank
that's
you.
typing. I left my computer in Central Florida, and I can't figure out how to get my mom's tablet to pull up either Zoom or YouTube, because my mom is using my father, who passed away 4 years ago, his tablet, and so we don't know passwords to get into give permission to download anything. So I'm only on Zoom so that I don't have to type, because I'd rather talk. But I'm waving hi to all of you, and I won't know if you say hi back to me. So please don't be offended if you say something to Myra and Myra does not type in and say anything
I'll
back.
let you know. They've been saying hi to all of us.
Offended. No, just kidding.
Well,
Just
build
kidding,
a bridge and get over it, precious. Build a bridge and get over it.
Myra.
Oh, good go, girl.
And I could have charged you about $120 for that therapy right there. I love it that you guys are so kind to me and let me be me, and know that I would never intentionally hurt your feelings or be mean or rude. And when I said bless your heart, I didn't follow it up with, and I really do mean it, and I should have. So for those
Well,
southern folk that know what bless your heart,
Yeah,
can mean.
how she reacted to it.
it's like last week. I was supposed to do the thing with Katie. I got super, super sick.
I'm sorry.
Like beyond. All I did was sleep, go to the washroom, and it wasn't to use the washroom, back to my bed, and I was running about 102 temperature.
Oh man.
I don't do hospitals. I refuse. And then I lost my internet. They were upgrading, no internet for like 4 days. So I'm like, I can't do
I was
nothing.
concerned. I mean, the first day I was like, oh, maybe it's bad weather. But when we got to day number 4, no one seen you. I didn't know
No.
what was going on.
All I could do was log in on my cell phone, and of course I'm blind. You know, people go, how can you sew and blind? It's like, what? People paint and they're blind.
Yeah.
And so I can't see. So I logged in on, I think it was your channel. I said, I'm on my cell phone, but I can't see.
Yeah, it was mine.
And I'm like, I can't see. I'm making my phone type. And I'm like going, I have really no idea what it's typing because I can't see. No, I was like, it ain't worth it.
Yeah.
So I'm
Speaking of can't see, can I give a big shout out? My brother-in-law had a stroke in one of his eyes due to diabetes, and so he's totally lost the sight in that eye.
right.
But he has another eye that he
Yep.
had a surgery on.
Yep.
Because, you know, he has 2 eyes like the rest of us. Anyway, he had surgery on his other eye, and the doctors do believe that it's going to come back good enough for him to wear glasses and drive. And we are so grateful, because while I'm here doing for my 91 mom in North Florida, his 91-year-old mother depends on that brother for transportation and stuff. And so, yeah, anyway, so shout out to that wonderful surgical team that did whatever they did. And I'm so grateful. If anybody knew about it and prayed for him, if that's your faith base, I just wanted to give you a update, because I know I had mentioned it. So
Laura says, I'm not a huge Tula fan. And hi, by the way, I don't tend to gravitate toward batiks. I have some, but I guess I lean more traditional. Yeah, y'all just send all your batiks to me and I'll be perfectly like a,
on the
a
way.
hog and slop.
Oh, I thought about it
That's
because
right. A hog and
I
slop, that's right.
I don't
understand
like
that.
them. I just have this issue with batiks. I don't know. I don't care for them.
And then
Okay.
Denise, right on, Myra. I choose fabric because it pleases my eye. I'm not a slave to the brand or designer, and there really shouldn't be an argument about it. No, there shouldn't.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, there's not. We're not arguing. Yeah.
I made a comment about that I bought Corey Yoder's Pally and Co. And the reason I bought it was because, oh my God, it's so bright and happy. But it was because I saw someone else using it, and I'm like, oh, I like that one. Because for the most part, you don't see me buy a lot of. I don't buy hardly. The only thing I buy that has to do with Lori Holt is sometimes I buy some of her reds or her blues because I use it for other things. But outside of that, I don't buy all that other stuff that comes in that colorway because I'm like, nope, not up my alley. Nope, not look. You know.
I don't. Then again, I don't buy stuff online. If I
Well,
can't
don't have a
see it,
choice, lady.
right? Yeah, in your case, you don't have a choice. Now, if it comes
Nope.
a point, if it comes a point where I no longer have a choice, then I will choke myself in
Where are you located?
Southern Arizona.
He's in the best place on the planet.
My choices in fabric, I don't have, there's no fabric stores around me. I live in a very small town. My fabric is what Walmart can give me. Joann's closed.
Wrong with Walmart. Do you have a Hobby Lobby nearby?
No, 3.5 hours.
Fabric.
3.5 hours one way.
Oh my God.
I can't sit in a
I
vehicle.
knew you couldn't sit that long.
It's bad enough when I gotta go 2.5 to a doctor. I'm beyond, because see, I'm one of these people, I refuse to take pain pills. I'm that
Well, I like hospitals. They give the best drugs. I'm just saying. And they're legal.
Nope, not to me, they won't.
You
I've
can't
had
take-
6 spine surgeries and no pain meds. I said, no, ain't happening.
must have a pain tolerance like my husband does.
it isn't a pain tolerance. It's like the last surgery, like, because I can't be put to sleep. I have malignant hypothermia, which I can't take any kind of medication that puts me out. And I also have, and high stress will trigger an episode. And malignant hypothermia, what happens is your heart beats so fast it will stop.
Fun.
And yeah, and then it feels like somebody set my head on fire. I quit breathing, but I can still see everything around me. It is the weirdest feeling.
So sorry.
So
That
they
must
have
be awful.
Yeah, so they have to give you this stupid brown bottle of something through an IV, and it's pushed through your veins and it burns like unbelievable, but it's combating. So when I have surgery, I can't be put to sleep. I'm awake.
Yeah.
So they have to bring the specialist anesthesiologist, and they give me small doses of propanol. And so most people take propanol, they're in cloud nine. Me, I'm going, seriously, come on. Does nothing for me.
I don't mean to laugh at your situation.
It is actually funny because they've all,
But you're talking about it, it sounds kind of comical.
well, it's, I've had surgery on my mouth, which is why I don't have teeth. And sorry, it's just the way it is. I don't have no part of my jaws missing. When they removed that, so, you should be slurring. Here, take a drink out of this. And they handed me a straw. And I said, okay. They go, but you should be numb. And I said, I'm not numb. I felt you pulling those teeth. He goes, but you didn't say anything. I said, because it felt good getting the teeth out.
Oh,
He says, you have so high pain tolerance. And I said, yes, just don't let me see you sticking me with a needle because I'll pass out.
Passing out might be a good thing.
Right. But then, it's just one of those things. I don't like pain pills. And should I be taking them? Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
see, Judy says, I lean toward Tim Holtz fabric. See, I'm not a Tim Holtz person.
Tim Holtz fabrics is, I have one and it looks like little green grass. I don't, they're different.
It
They're
is
different.
definitely different. Yeah.
They're different. I don't know. They're just, I tend to like to want the fabric that nobody likes. Oh, Linda.
Hey, Linda. Welcome, welcome. Does anyone else I didn't say hi to coming? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm watching it. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm trying
you
to keep
didn't
up.
even shake my hand. Y'all, I went to church for the first time in a million years last weekend.
What now?
And I went to church into a church building for the first time in a million years last weekend because one of my best friends was going to be baptized, and that's important to her. And I'm supportive, so I went in this church, and it's very small. Probably, and they didn't have pews; they had chairs sitting side by side,
Oh,
and
interesting.
it had no denomination, non-denominational. Anyway, so I'm sitting there, and I got there before her because I'm early and she's late, and so I was sitting on the back row, by myself, away from everybody, because I don't know these people. And so anyway, so I'm just sitting there waiting for her to come in. If she wanted to sit on the front row, that would have been fine with me, but until she came in, I was just sitting there. And it was really odd to me. I spoke to a woman in a Harley vest and black leather pants, and was asking her about her motorcycle, but I spoke to her first, and she brought her husband over, and then he was really talking to me about motorcycles because, yeah, anyway. But after that interaction, a 10-year-old little girl came to shake my hand, and then only men came over to shake my hand. And I
Wow.
found that absolutely bizarre.
It is bizarre.
I mean, really bizarre.
But it has to do with
This was
women.
weird.
Women are more, well, you should know, Myra, you deal with it. Women have a tendency to be standoffish towards other women who will approach, example, somebody in a Harley outfit.
Oh, they're
It,
Well,
intimidated
I
by
was
that.
in a dress. I even had on makeup.
it
I was in a
doesn't,
dress and I had on makeup and I didn't look like a Harley biker chick.
no, but you talk to somebody and they were friendly towards you. So it intimidates women. Oh, I can't. Yeah. You take
She must,
for
the assumption is she must be one of them.
she must be one of them. So later Pat left.
But these people were part of that congregation and were very well known, as evidenced by them sitting on the front row and being very active during worship service. I'm just saying.
But
See you later, Pat. Have a good night. And hello, Jennifer. Welcome, welcome. Jennifer is prepped for
Yeah.
Eternity Homestead.
yeah, I'm like, I had the letters J.E. written down, and I'm like, who is that? J.E. who?
Did the church seem patriarchal to you, Myra?
No, because the pastor's wife actually is the one that gave the scripture reading and spoke to us, and one of the female song leaders gave other scripture. So no, it didn't. It just, I don't know what it was. I don't know.
Clicky? People clicky?
Well, with a
Well,
non-denominational church, it probably runs different. I don't know.
I don't know. I was an Assembly of God pastor's wife, but you didn't come in my door, male or female, that I didn't get a hug if I
That's
sensed
the
that you would
Pentecostal
allow
way.
it. What, babe?
That's the Pentecostal way.
Well, yeah, and but
It's
I
the
mean,
apostolic way too. So
I have enough savvy to know who wouldn't want a hug, and so I don't offer them one. But I'm still to this day a huge hugger, right, Sissy?
yeah, you and I hug all the time. But you know what? When I anytime I would go back and visit the church because I missed it, but now I'm like so over it. But I just got where I didn't want men hugging me because when I was younger in the church, some of the things those men did when they hugged you was a pretense.
Well, I I'm old as dirt, and I know how to do a side hug and how to, keep the distance. But
I don't want hugs. I don't want people hugging me. Don't hug me.
I love hugs,
Mm-mm.
but I don't. You've heard me say this, Rita, and you're probably like, "Wait, she said she don't like people touching me." I don't like people touching me on an airplane.
I don't want, no,
But
I don't
my
even
sissy
want,
can
no,
come up and hug me. Her husband can come up and hug me. I'm all for that.
no, I don't want Baron touching me. Don't touch me. Because
And that's
it
only because
literally, well, it hurts. I have severe fibromyalgia.
oh, yes.
Yeah, even, I mean, most people don't realize it. That's the reason I don't wear very much clothing. My clothing is huge on me.
Yes.
People don't understand something so simple as taking a shower. That water hurts. You don't even know. Water hurts. And there's nothing nobody can do about it. It is what it is. So for me taking a shower, which I take a shower every couple days, and I think, oh God, oh God, oh God. And that's all I can do.
Yeah.
Because I'm basically paralyzed below the knee. I can't walk. I have no feeling. And so I take a shower and I've got to lean against a wall. And the wall's got to touch me. It is the most brutal thing. And I don't want help. So Baron sits outside in the living room in case I fall. Yes, I've fallen many times. And I just laugh at myself. Well, you want to help me get off the floor? And the dogs are all helping. But a 5-pound dog cannot help you get up. The
My
100,
91-year-old mother is now her skin, if you pull it too hard, it will just
rips.
tear like paper.
yep, mine does that.
And
Mine does
and
that.
so we have to be so careful with her, and you know, I want to just hug her and hold her,
Yeah,
but I know that she's afraid I'm gonna hurt her. So, you know, I'll just sit real close to her and, you know.
yeah, I have to be careful because I go to scratch something and I will rip my skin.
Oh,
Because mine has a lot to do with also, I've lost massive amounts of weight and nobody knows why. And it isn't because of what I eat. I had to change my diet to where now I eat nothing but extreme high protein.
well, I wish you'd quit losing it because I'm finding it over here in Florida.
No, you don't understand. It got to a point I was losing 25 pounds on a week.
Oh, honey.
Massive, massive.
Yeah,
And what
not healthy. Not
it-
healthy.
no. And so the doctor goes, okay, on to high protein stuff. They go, you need to eat fish. I can't. I'm deadly allergic to it.
But I'm so grateful you can sew. Isn't that wonderful that you do have an outlet?
Well, I do more than so.
Well, and other things.
I paint, play with my
Wow.
nails, play with my nails.
Yes, your nails are beautiful, by the way.
I have more nail stuff in here than most beauty salons.
Yeah, y'all just get to simplify me with my nails.
Nothing wrong with your nails, Katie. Nothing. I just happen to like mine long.
Do you even have a nail salon in your town?
Yeah, but I'm not going to go do that, sissy. That's just not me. But I will
Well-
tell you a story though that you'll find interesting about nail salons. When the first time I was going to make a trip to New York to meet Michael and Melanie, and some other people, I just, it was my first trip to New York. I had known them a long time on chat, but I'd never met them in person. And so I asked my friend Dawn. I said, Dawn, would you like to go to New York with me? If you're not busy. She said, sure. So she's looking at me and she says, we need to do something about those nails because, and back then you see one nail messed up here, all of my nails were messed up like this thumbnail is. And because I would just, and because my life was super stressful. And she says, I'm going to take you to the salon. And I'm like, there's no way they could put nails on these nails. She says, you'd be surprised. So they put a set of nails on me, and she had gotten a set of nails. She paid for them, all of that, because she knew I wasn't going to go do it. And I'd go buy plants with that money.
Oh, you're talking about the nail tips.
No, they put fingernails on me. And
well, that's what I call nail tips.
Okay. So anyway, it covered the whole nail bed, put it that way. And so I had those nails on for, I want to say, almost 9 months. Now I went outside and dug in the dirt, did all that thing and never broke off one nail. And she had already lost hers like 2 months after the fact. She says, you still got those nails on? I'm like, yeah. She says, do you see how this is, you can see where my nail was moving the nail out? She says, at some point you need to go get them off since they're not falling off. So I went to the nail salon to get them off. And when they pulled them off, I had nails, real nails, but they were so thin. And so for 7 months, I couldn't chew on my nails because I had fake nails.
You
know that having nails for that long stopped me from biting my nails. And I've gone almost 28 years without chewing them, except for now I got this going on. And I'm not exactly biting it, I'm just messing with it.
Yeah, they're bugging.
It helped me quit biting them. But I'm a girl, but not that kind of girl. Sissy gets that.
So,
We call Sissy the princess. I'm the tomboy that gets outside and does things.
and the thing is, I am not a princess. I do like my nails done because I used to
So
bite
you
them
are
my
a
whole life.
princess.
But I will admit that when I go fishing, if my husband isn't there to bait my hook with the worms, I do bring uh gloves, you know those kind of gloves that are plastic,
Yeah.
I bring gloves to pick up the worm because I don't want the worm poop under my nails.
So you probably wouldn't stick your fingers inside the gills of a fish to hold it up to show it to everybody, right?
Oh yeah, I do that, and I gut him and I cut his head off
Okay.
and I
I didn't know
fillet
that.
him, and I do those things without gloves. I just don't want worm poop on under my nails.
Worm poop thing.
No, I don't want food under my nails either. I don't cook without gloves on because I don't want the food under my nails.
Hey, Cindy, welcome. Hey, Bud Files, welcome. Let me see here. Laura says, Rita, I understand that. I have fibromyalgia as well, and sometimes it's overwhelming. I'm a sundress girl in the summer because I can't handle the feeling of clothing all the time.
Right.
See, I don't talk about my fibro much because the type of it hurts. Sometimes Nikolai come up and do this.
Like, and it hurts.
This hurts just me doing that.
Yes, it hurts.
But I have other kind of pain that overrides this right now.
Right.
But if you've met one person with fibro, you've seen one type of fibro. No, just like lupus, everybody's is different.
Yeah.
Nobody's is the same.
Like I worked the other day, I did 2 city tours, and I felt great during the tours, which I think is a psychological thing I do to myself. I get myself all happy with a smiling face. Right. I keep my butt in gear. I don't act like a 63-year-old woman, put it that way. But after the second tour, and I was upstairs in the office with everybody, and about 30 minutes in, I'm like, I need to get out of here. It was like I wanted to take my butt home. And the reason I wanted to go home is, number one, I had come down. Number two, all the pain that I had ignored earlier in the day was piling exponentially on me. So when I got home, I took ibuprofen, and the dog was laying on the bed with me. I had to kick her out of my bed, strip off the top cover that she lays on because I don't want her on my sheets. Right. Get everything off the bed, get all my clothes off, and go to sleep because I didn't want her touching me. I didn't want anything touching me the other night. It was crazy.
It hurts. Yeah, I have, and another one is like my legs are numb below the knee. How do I walk? I don't know. I just walk. It's like trying to walk when you have a leg that went to sleep.
It's memory.
It's beyond numb. There's no feeling. Like I'm always breaking my toes. I'll look down. I'm like, oh, that's nice. My toe turned black. I know I've broken it again. There's nothing they can do for it. They can't fix a broken toe. And my hands are numb. 90% of the time they're numb. It's a numb feeling. So it just tells me, okay, you got to back off from sewing.
Yep.
Do
you hear the little noise maker over here?
Nope, don't hear a thing.
I hear Nora.
Excuse me a minute. Rita, will you take care of things?
Yep. Oh, party! Katie's gone. Party time. No.
I am so sorry. I don't have a way to see the.
Oh, I can see the chat.
I am so sorry.
Hey,
I'm not a lot of help.
Yeah, I can see the chat. Says
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Everyone is different when it comes to fiber, and oftentimes it's accompanied by another autoimmune disorder that, yes, can complicate it. Yes.
Yep. Very much so.
Yep. Yeah, for me, because my legs are numb, I go to step down and I'm like, oh, there's no floor. I can't go any further because I know if I do, I'm going to fall forward.
Yeah.
So it's.
Well, I had neuropathy and no feeling in my feet while I was going through chemo. But when chemo went away,
Yeah.
then the feeling came back. I was very, very blessed.
Right.
But,
that's-
you know, so I can relate just a little bit.
yeah, see, that's what the surgeries have been for on my spine. They've put 2 spinal cord stimulators in there,
Wow.
and 6 surgeries, because when they take one out, they have to open you up, take it out. It has to heal before they could put another one back in. The one that's currently in there stopped functioning a year ago and was recalled by the company, but the surgeon, it's a long story, and a nurse screwed up something in lab work, and it's a mess. It was recalled. It's not functioning, and the
Right.
leads are wrapping around my spinal cord. There's 3 leads that are completely wrapped
Oh,
around,
no.
and they have to get it out. So it's like, that's what's causing my paralysis,
Mm.
kind of.
So
All
I'm sorry, go ahead.
go ahead and ask.
No, I have a quilty question.
Mhm.
So I'm sewing these red triangles, and I didn't pay attention when I was cutting them. So it's a solid red color.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a batik, but I can't tell if there's a front or a back.
Turn it over.
Oh, it's a solid, isn't it? Is it?
No. There's the front and there's the back,
How do you know?
because it's a different. Look at it again. It's different. One's smooth and one's not.
Well, you know what? I think I'm going to have a lot of differences in this quilt.
And I only know that. It's like, oh yeah, there's the front. It's kind of like
Because I can't figure out which is front and which is back. So
Like,
I've just been turning
know
them every which
anyway.
way.
here's
What?
yeah, one side will be let me pull one of these and I'll show you. That's how I know.
But
Um
it's not going to be a bad thing that they
Oh.
aren't exactly the same, because on this, I don't know if y'all can see, I have one of my green triangles is a different shade of green.
Does it
because
matter?
well, it does to me, but I can't help it, because when I ordered more, I ran out, and when I ordered more, it
No.
came in
But
a Kelly green, so it is what it is.
I guarantee you the only person that's going to notice is you.
The person you're giving it to probably won't even
Isn't gonna
notice it.
notice. See, here's the difference.
Oh,
This-
it's for me. It's for me. It's not for
Right.
anyone else.
See, this fabric looks white on both sides. See it?
Yeah.
Do you see a difference?
No.
There is. This side, you see it? It's got little wobbly little bumpies in it.
Okay. That's the
No.
bad side.
No,
That's
that's the good side. That's the right side. The
Oh,
wrong side. The wrong side is just clear. It's just a white.
Okay.
That's the type of fabric. That red has the same thing. One side's got a different color or different look to it. You can
Oh,
see it on
wow.
the camera. You can see it on a camera.
Well, this one is just for me.
Mhm.
Because I fell in love with the little panel that I bought, and I've had it for years and was afraid to cut it apart because I have a fear of cutting fabric.
Why?
Because if you mess it up and it's something like this that I bought that I can't replace, then I
Okay.
can't replace it.
Okay. If you don't like it, the one corner that's a different green, take it apart right there and replace it with the green that you like.
There is none. We have none. I don't have any.
Oh.
I bought the green years ago, matching it to these little squares and didn't buy enough of it because I'm a very novice sewer and didn't know to buy 3 yards of anything and everything.
So you don't have either green?
Yeah, I have the Kelly green.
Right. So if you're not happy with it, and it is for you, you have a choice of taking it apart and replacing the ones you don't like to where they all match.
I don't have enough of the Kelly green for them all to match.
Match.
And I have done too much work to go back and redo. So no, we're just gonna
Right.
have the bottom be a little poppy.
Right.
And I may do cornerstones when I do my, is that what we call them? Cornerstones, corner squares?
Snowball.
Yeah.
Snowball.
When I do my sashing, the little corner dots.
Cornerstones. Right.
Okay, cornerstones, I may do those in green. I haven't decided yet. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making my blocks right now.
Enjoy the process, Myra.
You can do one in red and one in green.
No, I can't.
Why?
That would be offensive to my eyeballs.
Okay. So here's back to the original. Some people, everything has to match. Does that make sense? There's nothing wrong with everything having to match.
Here is my sashing material.
There's nothing wrong with that. So use as your cornerstones, use a color that matches that yellow or off-white. Or to me, it looks off-white.
It's cream, yeah.
Cream. Use a solid cream that matches that.
Oh, that's an idea.
Because if you use the red or the green, you are going to notice it because it's going to be a different green than the rest of the
I
quilt.
thought if I used the Kelly green on all my cornerstones, it would make the bottom pop and not make it look like it's a mistake.
You can do that too. But like I said, I guarantee you the only one that's ever going to notice it is you. We are our own worst enemy.
No, I showed it to my sister who sews but doesn't quilt.
Right.
And she was like, "Oh yeah, that isn't the same, is it?" And I went, "Thanks, hun. You were supposed to say, oh, it blends right in."
To
But
me, when I
But-
see, I thought you did it on purpose.
oh, aren't you sweet?
I'm serious. It's like, oh, that looks, and my first thing was, oh wow, that looks cool with a different corner, a different color. It looks cool.
Sweet.
Well, but think about it. It looks cool. It looks like you meant to do that.
Well, I meant to put them all in the same place.
No, but where the one is a different green, it looks like it was done on purpose.
Well, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Because of where it sets. It's like,
Yeah.
well, I never thought about just 2 different dye lots of green going in the same block, but it works. I didn't know it was an issue.
Oopsie. It's an oopsie. Anybody else have an oopsie in their life that they want to type about?
As Cindy says, it's a creative choice. And see, Cindy even says, Myra, no quilt is done perfect. Call it creative choice. It looks great. And that red, Denise goes, the right side is richer red in your fabric. See, that's what I said. The fabric on that red, one side is, it's a tiny bit different. The front is a brighter red than the back.
Well, so maybe that'll make, because I haven't paid attention to which sides of reds I've used, maybe that'll make the little nuance in the green, not look like an oopsie, just look like, ooh.
And it was done on purpose. It will actually create I wouldn't call it 3D effect, but it'll create an effect in the quilt. People are going to go, oh, cool. And they're not going to see that oopsie thing. They're not going to see that creative choice in there.
That's a mouthful what Andy said about what she has.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Tell me.
She has fibro,
Yep.
Oh,
I'm assuming that's CU, POTS, vertigo, and migraines, and neuropathy.
Yep.
And she's also a cancer survivor too, Myra.
Yeah.
My
Young.
19-year-old granddaughter has Tourette's and POTS and something else.
I've been around people with Tourette's, and I just like them people, those that have it, I just like, I don't know.
So-
I think it's a blessing in life because they are the strongest people I know. They are positive aspects. It's astronomical, and because they don't see themselves as something wrong, because there's nothing wrong with them.
Well, my granddaughter, she's on meds and it's very, very controlled. And so it's very mild. Okay, her tick
Okay.
is very mild.
It's mild.
But that daughter, that granddaughter is not in the bloodline I'm fixing to tell you about. My sister's husband's nephew,
Mm-hmm.
okay, not our bloodline, my sister's husband's nephew had the worst case of Tourette's they've ever documented, and they made a documentary about him, and he ended up dying very young. He got cancer, and he died leaving 4 little boys.
Which
But
passed Tourette's on.
the last name is Boucher, so if you ever want to Google Tourette's and Boucher,
Yep.
it's a fascinating documentary on his life when he was still living.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating young man. I only met him in person once because they live out in Montana. But and that's my brother-in-law's side of the family, so I don't know them very well, but we do know them. But yeah,
Right.
I watched that documentary after I met Tyler. His name is Tyler Boucher. But man, this young man was just such an inspiration after I watched that documentary. And his parents and his wife, because he had a wife with 4 children and couldn't hold down a regular job because he worked, don't get me wrong, he worked. But like they would sell Christmas trees. They had a farm, but they would sell Christmas trees, and they would sell fireworks at the 4th of July. He helped his dad on the farm, and they did stuff around the church, and but yeah, real special young man.
Yep.
But boy, that's something else. Those of us that are mostly neurotypical, we're just so blessed.
Mm-hmm. I think everybody is blessed. They just don't realize their own. People tend to focus on their own negativities instead of focusing on their positives.
Well, we've certainly been blessed in our life, and I'm grateful.
Right. And then there's Katie that lives in the ice world. Oh, hi, Katie.
Oh, hi.
That she loves and I love for her.
Katie, I hope you know that I am only teasing you. I really.
I have not took offense of anything you said to
And
me.
it's like, I'll say something and she'll just like, what? And I'm like, seriously, come on.
A lot of times it just goes up. Myra will tell you, I do not get humor because my brain is broken from that.
No, I don't get humor.
The only time she gets upset is if you call Greenland Iceland.
I've done that a couple of times.
I'm like, how can you call this Iceland when we're the biggest island in the world?
No.
And Iceland's like this little spit in the middle of the ocean.
I don't think, actually, if you look what I said, It's the icy Greenland area of the world.
I
No,
get
no,
that.
you
too.
didn't,
Yeah,
you
I
did
didn't.
not
I
say
didn't.
Iceland.
I-
You didn't
you didn't
say it.
say
I've
Iceland.
said it.
No, I've
Yeah.
typed that in the channel.
Oh,
The
that's
ice
right.
Greenland of the world. And she never catches it. And I'm like, jeez.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to forgive me when I
I'll
miss things.
type. Or I'll type. So how's the green ice doing?
And I don't even
For a
see that.
wait
Yeah.
to
And it
go.
just goes right over her head. One day she goes, we don't have green ice. And I go, don't you live in Iceland? Well, yeah. So it's green ice. I don't get it. It's like, okay.
One day I am going to Iceland and my husband may never get
You
me
just
back.
said Iceland.
Um,
Ocean
Iceland?
fire.
Yes.
But you
Ocean
did.
fire. One day I'm going to Greenland. I will never go to Iceland.
Right.
We had orders to Reykjavik, by the way.
You know, Iceland is actually beautiful.
Yes. When I went to right before I got out of the Navy, they were going to ship me to Greenland.
Really?
Yes.
Where at? At the airbase?
At the airbase, yes.
Yeah, that is way up north where it's really
And-
cold.
And I said, no.
Yeah, it's cold as
Getting-
Siberia up
I'm
there.
getting out. I don't want to be shipped out of the US. And then when I went to Canada a few times, and then I went to Alaska, I thought, you know what? I wonder how much, because what I do is I compare like Alaska in the wintertime to Greenland in the wintertime.
Well, it depends upon what part of Alaska. I was in southern
Anchorage.
Alaska in Anchorage.
Yes.
So that's very, I think,
Alaska.
very much warmer than Greenland.
I was in Anchorage for 18 days installing installing computers in the KLEF radio station.
Aw. I was there from age 10 to 14
Oh,
on
wow.
the Air Force Base.
Yeah, it was in 85 that I was there.
Channel is too quiet.
And
I'm sorry, y'all. I can't get my phone to sit right.
Oh, you're fine. Don't relax. Relax. Don't do it.
humans. No. I liked Alaska. The only thing I didn't like is it was in December and there's no daylight.
Well, there's a 45-minute
Right.
wisp of a moment.
But after I was there 18 days. After the third day, I didn't know if it was AM or PM.
Aw.
And that radio station put me in a bed and breakfast right on the ocean.
Oh,
and I
nice.
got to see the Aurora Borealis. That was an astronomical experience. However, they were all laughing at me. And I'm like, what is so funny? And they go, you don't see anything? Because they're way down there and I just kept walking. And they go, you don't find anything strange about where you're at? And I'm like, no. They go, look down. It was froze. I was literally standing on the ocean with those big, huge fish.
No, you were walking on the ice.
I was
Wow.
walking on the ice and didn't know it. Had no clue.
You didn't hear it making any sounds?
Oh, no. No.
Because it does talk.
It was making sounds, but I'm thinking, okay, I'm walking on snow. They just
I
thought
never
it was
saw the
funny.
Aurora Borealis in Anchorage.
Yep, it was there.
Back in the 70s, I never saw it. We didn't ever see it there.
They're the coolest and the most
It was
cool,
pink,
but they're
and-
also
right. It was pink and green. It was just the weirdest colors.
I know, I want to see it really bad.
It was like, I don't know, and it looked like somebody was streaking through the air, like lights on their fingers, and it was just there. Like,
That's
what
so
in
cool.
the wor-" It actually scared me when I first seen it, because I'm thinking, well, this is a strange thing for fire to make.
So do you know what the story is from the Greenland's Inuits about the Northern Lights, what they talk about?
I don't know.
We really haven't talked about that one yet. So
Right.
when there's northern lights, it's their ancestors are up there with a walrus skull, batting it around with some kind of tool, and they're playing. They're kind of like playing it's the same as hockey, kind of like, but they're batting around a skull, and
I
that's
see
what
where-
northern lights are. Is they're dancing around, hitting that skull around.
Well, that's what it
That's
looked
awesome.
like. Somebody was just going across the sky with something. Hi, Sandra.
Y'all,
Sandra, welcome.
I love this little thing right here.
I have one of those, but I don't know where it's at right now.
I love this because when I sew these triangles, I sew them, in a line.
Chain stitching, right?
Yeah, that's it. I do these things. I just don't know the fancy words for them. So
Sewing together.
yes, yeah, without cutting my stitches in between. But anyway, I bought this little thing and I wasn't going to because they're not cheap, but I thought, you know what, maybe one day that'll really come in handy. And I love it. It's one of my favorite things in the whole world. And anytime I can chain piece anything, I do, just so I can use this little thing.
I had 3 of those little things. I had one, it disappeared. I'm like, what in the world? Thinking I put it away. Had another one. After the 3rd one disappeared, it's like, no, there's no way. There's no way.
Was the cat stealing them?
No, it wasn't a cat.
Oh, dog.
The dog.
Uh-oh.
My service dog, which is, no, he's not. He was reaching up there, grabbing a hold of it, taking it and putting it under the bed.
That's interesting.
I moved my bed and there's unbelievable. I have monkeys, which have a plastic bottle that go in them and they make
Uh-huh.
noise. He steals all the monkeys. And
Sounds like a
That's
he's,
crazy.
he's a white Shar-Pei that was, when we got him, Baron the dog, and Duna.
And I didn't know the hubby was a
No, that's not his real name. That's just the name he chose on YouTube. And I'm like, you realize that will be your permanent name now.
It's not morning, Mama. It's 5 o'clock at night. Well,
No,
good
it's
evening,
not.
Mom.
It's not. Your clock's wrong.
I'm in Central Time.
Yeah, she's on Central Time, not Eastern.
Everybody's clocks are wrong except mine.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness, Myra, that's funny. No, I'm on a different time.
So when I set things for Eastern Standard Time and she knows she's going to be on Central, she says,
I
"Sissy."
actually have to look it up.
Yeah, she has trouble with it too. So
I got tired of, because Arizona don't change times. So everybody's on a different time. And then for a while, YouTube wasn't giving me correct time. It was telling me something was on at this time. And I'm like, it says starting in 3 hours. No, you didn't. You just sent me it started in 10 minutes. What in the world? Yeah.
it's like I have my Samsung TV set to Eastern Standard. So
Yep.
Nikolai sees it in there and it'll say, "It says you're starting at 6:30." I said, "Honey, that's the TV. I actually have the laptop set to our actual time and not the TV."
Why do you have the TV set to a different time?
Because if I don't put it to United States setting, then I get all this gibberish coming across my screen I can't read.
Oh.
I
Change
still,
it to English.
it is in English. But what I mean is, so here's the deal. I don't mind watching Danish TV if I can have subtext on, but do you know that you cannot set it to English subtext over here on this side of the pond here in Greenland? Because they don't have whatever set so that someone who actually speaks English can set it to English. You can set it to Greenlandic, but not to English.
Hi, Sandra. Denise, all of Arizona doesn't change. We don't change time zones. There's no place in Arizona that does.
Is there
Or
a particular
goodness.
reason why they don't?
Because
Uh,
they've got a brain.
well, the thing of it is what's funny is Arizona has its own time zone. If you look under the time zones, Arizona is listed as a time zone. For whatever reason, I don't know.
Y'all, excuse me. I need to see if I can help Mom with something to eat. I'll be right back.
Okay, it's all right. Go ahead.
I don't know why they don't change. The only thing I can figure is because of especially like Southern Arizona, the weather here is weird. I mean, Northern Arizona gets freezing cold weather. It's bad up there. But down here, like it's day before yesterday, it was 121 degrees outside.
It's freaking hot.
And then I was watching when I went out and I'm like, what is that noise? I'm thinking, oh my God, the wild cats are in the attic. I went and got up and it looked like somebody had opened the floodgates. 5 minutes. The entire
Rain.
Yep.
Right, yeah.
5 minutes, the entire front yard was flooded and the street was underwater.
Wow.
It's
So I
monsoon
take it doesn't rain all that often?
No, only during monsoon.
So is this monsoon season?
Yeah, we'll have monsoon season, and now up from now, it started the middle of May and it'll run clear up through September.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, we're talking like yesterday, that rain was coming down and it was actually knocking the chairs over.
Wow.
When it starts hitting 65, I have big wrought iron tables and chairs. It will actually pick them up. So yeah,
That's crazy.
it gets the
This
wind
is one big pop.
Yeah, I'm always afraid it's going to knock down one of them big pine trees out there, but I'm thinking, no, if it takes down a pine tree that's got a 3-foot butt on it, we're all doomed.
Yeah.
I like that. Those go together perfect.
If the colors are coming, wait till you see what make what I'm using red for the going this way. It's going to be red.
But is there, okay, put the 4 on each side. Do you have 4 of them done?
Oh, you can't see all of them? Oh, hang on a minute.
I see one corner. I'm like, okay, so because you did them in white.
There's this is a design board, but so I
No,
have
no.
yellow on this side and white on this side.
Okay.
I haven't done the corner yet.
What does it look like if you flip the white over?
You mean turn it around?
Turn the white to the inside.
Well, it's not supposed to be that color according to the directions. But yeah, let me turn it around and see.
Do you see what I'm saying? What directions? Does the colors or no?
Well, I'm just looking at the block itself.
Right. But it doesn't really, yeah. I was just curious.
Hang on, I'm turning it around.
And you'll see why I said that here in a second. As soon as you do it, you see what I've said. Now
we have hourglass blocks.
Bingo!
There's hourglasses right here.
Is that right? Or bow ties. Now do you see?
Yep, I see it. All right. Denise says the portion of the Navajo Nation that is within Arizona does not observe DST.
Right, daylight savings time. No, Arizona, none of Arizona does. None of Arizona does. Now, do you see what I'm saying? Why I was saying?
Yep. So
a pattern is there, but when you do something, change what the pattern does, and you see what happens.
Yep, that's actually a great idea. So this part's going to be red and white.
Right.
Yeah.
And you don't have yellow on yellow.
No. What?
Okay. Before you
saying it's not touching the other yellow on the 9 patch. That makes sense.
Right.
It'll look like it's floating.
Right. It'll basically look like the 9 patch is floating. Exactly. Is it exactly what the picture looks like? Yes, because the blocks are still there.
Yeah, I just have the colors turned around, that's all, which is okay.
Yes.
Fine. Here we go with the fun part. That says white, white. Oh, I need to lay this out so I can
Just
see what.
love y'all. I've been sitting here just sewing away. I got 3 sides. I get 2 sides done.
So you're making squares with the snowballs on the corners, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do is the very
No,
cool.
Myra,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
that what you're making
I,
blocks?
I I have block and a block, and then I'm gonna sash them, and I may put cornerstones there, and then I'm gonna have a big 4-inch border
Hmm?
because I had 4 extra little characters, and they're gonna go as cornerstones in the board.
Cornerstones. So
In the
you
board.
sashing it with white or
I'm
red?
sashing it with the cream that has the red stars.
Mhm. Okay. Okay, and you're gonna put cornerstones as red, green, or cream.
Yes.
I think you just
Now do you see? It's nothing has to be what a pattern says.
There is no pattern. I've never used a pattern in any of
Right.
my quilting.
I don't use patterns.
I don't know how to use patterns, so I just do the math, draw it out, and hope for the best.
I don't use patterns, never have. I use a picture of something. Okay, I want to do this. I want to do that. But to physically do the pattern, I don't even own a pattern. Even when I made square dance attire, I didn't have a pattern. I just cut it. I made my dresses, and whoever was going with me as my partner, I made his Western shirts, but I didn't have a physical pattern.
What's everybody working on while you're watching us?
Working on.
It's too bad you can't come to QuiltCon because I think we would have a blast.
Oh, we would. Working on deciding if I really like those 4 different colors. I'm sitting here staring at them. I don't know that what I thought is there I'm gonna like.
Well,
So-
when I was doing this, deciding on what I wanted to do for the center color, I was going to do turquoise with I don't know what color it actually is, but it's like a pink, reddish, purple mixed together. And then I'm like, no, I want to use yellow because it was talking to me
No.
today.
That the only ones I wasn't sure, because see, I like, do I want those 4 different colors? I don't know that I want to go that scrappy.
Yeah.
Um,
Sherry says she's doing English paper piecing.
no sewing through paper.
She might as well have said she's doing Klingon mind war.
You don't do the paper piecing stuff?
Somebody like me doesn't know how.
I don't know how. I don't know really what it is. I don't know.
What do you mean, Katie? You did that paper piecing thing with Sean.
I do FPP, but I've never done EPP at all. I have no
What's
idea.
the difference between EPP and FPP?
All right,
Foundation paper piecing
this is
or
paper piecing, sissy.
What?
Which I'm this is foundation paper piecing. You sew on paper, and then you put it apart, or you do like
freezer paper or whatever.
This is freezer paper.
Using, right.
Things you could do with PP. What she's doing though is you're hand sewing the English way, a certain way, and she would have to get on here and show you what she's talking about. She's sewing hexagon shapes together into a flower is what she's doing.
And you're
And-
doing the same thing. It's just you, instead of using a machine, you're doing it by hand. But you're
Yeah,
doing
it's
the
all
same
handwork.
Mm-hmm.
It's something you could sit in a car or on an airplane and do the whole time you're not driving
No,
or not flying,
No.
whichever.
no. Any type of that stuff to me is it's cool. I don't have a problem doing it. But when I'm done, I'm like, I don't feel satisfied.
That's interesting.
I don't. It
So
doesn't.
you're sewing your fabric onto paper and then what?
You cut it apart after you,
Hold on. I'll show you just a second.
Yeah.
No, I'll Google it. Don't, it's okay. I'll Google it.
I'll show you just a second.
see, paper piecing can make flowers and all kinds of, the FPP can make all kinds of shapes that you couldn't do with standard piecing. Now that triangle paper I showed you, you could do, let me put it this way. I have a quilt top in there that has 480 half square triangles. I did those 480 half square triangles in 4 hours that would have took me 2 days to do by hand. That's paper piecing what she's showing. Hang on,
Beautiful.
let me put,
Oh, it's beautiful.
that's from paper piecing.
Okay, this is paper piecing. This is done in, hi, I can't even find it. In a section that looks like this. Each section has 288 pieces in it.
Yes, Denise, they do.
Yes. That is paper piecing. Whether you hand stitch it or not. It's my version of a double spinning star.
Yep. And man, I could see me doing that in batiks.
I simply had scraps. I picked up a piece, stuck it on there.
Yep.
I care, with the exception, this was also done. My idea was, you know those things that people buy, it's like a picture, find the item.
Yep.
You find there's pictures inside there. There's
That's
shapes,
awesome.
there's pictures, it was done, people look at it and go, but it doesn't look like anything. I said, it's a double, there's a specific star that is, and I made it a double one and it spins. It's my version of the North Star. There is no pattern for it. Well, there is, but I had to draw it on a piece of paper, but I didn't sew through paper to do it.
I want to make Nikolai a mariner star quilt to hang on the wall when he's at sea.
Like this. Oh, where'd he go? Well, I have one sitting here. It's made purple. It's purple. I don't know where it went though.
So Sherry said, this is for Myra. Sherry says, she glues it onto paper and then she sews to each other. Then she takes the paper out as she goes along.
Right.
And I can actually go online and show you, pictures.
Oh, hi, Pam.
Hello, Pam. Welcome, welcome. We're coming along.
Sew it on. Yeah, see, and I always thought it was a waste to sew the paper. I just didn't understand that.
Well, some of us like the paper.
No, these aren't the Moda blocks. These are the other blocks. No, these are the other.
With my sugary dew, the first one I did, they were sheet. In fact, Irena does use freezer paper for her piecing, and did it for the pattern. I had wrote in we got to the I think we were using it on the Delta one too.
Right.
And when I told them I couldn't do the Delta, that I was going to stop, 2 older women said, can you, they gave me their email and says, will you email us and tell us exactly what's going on? So I wrote to them and told them. And one of the women after they walked me through how to do the delta, they also knew that I hadn't done the other row that required piecing that uses freezer paper, and I can't buy freezer paper. And at the time I didn't have a printer either, which was a pain in the you know what. And so they sent me a little care package, and inside the care package was freezer paper with the stuff printed on it for that one row I needed it for. And I ended up doing, and once I walked myself through it after watching her video over and over again to make sure I was doing it right, it worked out fine.
Right. Freezer paper works for pretty much anything. It's not what I think. Hey, well, don't go anywhere, please.
These little corner blocks are going together so far. Wait,
yeah.
Till you start snowballing again.
There it is.
Jess, your block is the block you did for the number 6 is pretty, by the way.
Yeah, no kidding. I like that. But see, here is my, when I made that paper piecing, that is my pattern. There is no pattern.
That's on freezer paper, right?
This is a piece of freezer paper. And this one I have used over and over.
So you fold it back and you sew along the line, Myra.
This
without the needle touching the paper.
See, you yeah, it gets sewed to the back and this gets folded. That is a Mariner Star. That's what that is, a Mariner Star.
Did you design it or did you get it from somewhere?
I seen a picture of it, never could figure out. Oh wow, I started another one. I didn't even realize it. I seen a Mariner Star and I printed a picture of a Mariner Star, but then I just had to make my own because there's no pictures of it. That's what I was looking for. Oh, that's the big one. See,
so Denise says someone came up with a concept they felt would make the process easier with paper. Later, how to make a buck. It works for some, not for others. Another personal choice as born. I think it's wasteful.
Right. That's my thing. To me, it kind of wastes paper. I don't know. I don't know. It's a choice, I guess. And my wall's falling on the wall here. It's a choice.
For difficult blocks, FPP is helpful. Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to show y'all something after we finish this block. That has to do with the cat's cradle block. We're going to have a discussion about that block because I talked to someone who helps me she made me the foundation paper piecing for those half rectangle square or half rectangle blocks. And I'm going to peel mine off and put them on there because then they'll be accurate. Because the way I did it was an epic fail. And I think the FPP will fit me on that one.
I don't know. I don't like using papers for making half square triangles. So I don't.
Better than plastic. It goes back to nature when plastic doesn't.
Right. I don't know.
But yeah, everybody's, it's okay. I don't use Now, I don't use an extraordinary amount of it, but when I need it, I use it.
It goes down to, remember when I asked if Nico could just take literally an entire box of Legos and create something without a pattern?
He's actually working on that right now.
But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Same concept. Can a person create something without a pattern? Yes, you can. But not everybody can.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a process of how we learn. Some people can look at something and recreate it. Others must have the directions or be shown how it's done.
That up there's for me looking at a picture.
Mhm.
Only I didn't think about when I was using bigger half triangles and flying geese that this was going to be bigger than I planned. But I'm going to leave it like that. It's okay.
Right. I mean, what's wrong with it?
Nothing. It's just kind of big.
I've been sitting there going, okay, where's the rest of it? Is that it? Or
Hang on, let me show you the whole thing.
But
Yeah,
are
I'm
you-
done. I'm done. Wait, there we go. No, hang on. Just bear with
no,
me.
I'm like going, okay, is that a wall hanging? Is it a
gonna be a
placemat?
Yeah, it's gonna be a wall hanging. Hang on a minute.
So you haven't finished it.
No, I'm trying to figure out what I want to use for the backing.
Well, it's a wall hanging, put fleece on it, or batting, or
Any fleece.
so you can't get um
I have yardage. I just gotta pick
Co-
one that I like.
uh uh do you look at the back?
What do you mean?
Most people don't look at the back.
Oh, yeah. See, it's like this raspberry kiss. You saw this one, right?
Yeah,
And you saw how I used this for the backing?
right. Nothing wrong with that.
Please, I'm looking through well, here's the deal. Most of my yardage that I have in cotton is 1 yard pieces. I do have something in there
So
that I have a little bit of yardage in there that's 2 or more yards, but it's very little of it. And when I was looking at what I had, none of it was talking to me. None of it. So I'm like stuck.
okay, so if you look how that thing is put together, take whatever fabrics, even if it's a yardage, and piece the back together with sashing.
Yeah.
Like make a cross there. I don't know if it's called cross. A section in the center, a section across, and you have 4 squares.
Yeah, I also thought about using fat quarters. I do have plenty of fat quarters I could piece together
Piece them together.
or making it as a backing. I do have lots of
Right.
that.
Right. Or if you have an old sheet.
Yeah, I would love to order some sheets from the United States. They're much softer than over here.
But it's on the wall. It doesn't need to be soft.
Yeah, I know it is. But anyway, yep, that's all. That's what's holding me up right now, trying to find a backing for it.
How much
But-
bigger is that than, say, a pillowcase?
Hang on, I'll tell you how big it is. Hold on. It's at
Is it-
least it's at least about, I'm thinking, let's see, when I put the border on it, I used there's no connecting strips, for the long sides of it. So it actually took with the fabric for the 2 sides, and then it was with the fabric on the bottom and the top trimmed down.
So it's
So
a little bit bigger
it's
than a
40 about 45 inches long.
Yep.
By 26 or 27 probably.
little bit bigger than a king size pillowcase.
Yeah.
So
And we don't have size pillowcase. We don't have American pillowcases here like you and I are used to. They're little square dinky things this size. They're just like this square.
yeah,
They're European pillowcases.
yeah. I have those. That's what I have. That's what I use. You could always, I don't know. I don't, I just use what I have.
Yeah, you're giving me ideas. I'm trying to find the one that really talks to me is the problem.
Other than you don't see it. You'll never see the back.
Yeah, I know.
Why do you have to put it back on it?
Because it'll have raw edges sticking out everywhere. And you don't want to.
Because what?
It needs to have a back on it.
No.
Why?
Why? Because you have raw edges from the stitching and stuff.
But it
Why would I hang it on the wall like that? It'll wear it out.
Just put a binding on it.
no, the back has all those thingies hanging out. Yes, it would.
Exactly. All the seams would be exposed.
Yeah, they'll be exposed.
Yeah, and you can't do that.
Well,
I
you
just
can do anything you want, sis.
can't do that. That would just be bad.
Yeah.
And who died and made you the quilt police?
No, that would be like putting a flimsy on your bed with no backing, no batting in between. That
Katie,
quilt top would not last very long.
do you have any old towels?
Sorry, I just had to get you going.
Of course you are. You'd be surprised. You know how many towels we own in this house, Rita?
Probably. Oh, it's more than I own. I
Four.
have. Baron
And we
has
use
one.
the same 4 bath towels over and over and over.
Baron has one. I have one. And then I have a towel that you don't touch. It just sits in my bathroom. It is a do not touch it. And it's salmon colored.
Oh,
It has a bath towel, the other towel, and a littler one, and a washcloth. Those are not touched. You don't touch them. You don't use them.
that makes good sense to me.
A lot of people go, why? Because I like them and they're salmon. They are literally salmon color. Hi, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Dennis. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Hey, there's multiple Denises or Denise. Multiple in here. Wow.
Yeah, there's 2 different ones here.
I like multiples. I'm just saying.
The more the merrier.
Oh, yeah. Well, back stable. Otherwise, it might. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't.
I use all kinds of things, and most of the time I use sheets.
Well, I'll get it figured out. I'm probably going to end up using fat quarters.
Back quarters.
Go through my fat quarters, and all of them that are like I wouldn't use them for anything else. It's probably going to go on the back of it.
Oh, Quebec. How cool.
Quebec.
Quebec. Yeah, I've been to Ontario, Canada a couple times. Never did get into Quebec, but it was right there. It's decor.
So these are going to go.
Yep. Jess, they're called no touch towels. No. I don't even touch them. They're just there. I don't know why.
They're decor.
They are. It's just like
He's going to see my house and see no decor in my house.
No, I took a board, stained it, took 6 of the pint mason jars, and put those clamps and screwed them and nailed them to the board, and put a black circle, and it's just on the wall. They're just decorations.
Yeah. You ladies are round tight tonight. Wound tight tonight.
Sherry, come on. When am I not wound?
Yeah,
Think about it.
With us. Let's come get wound up with us.
Come on. Ask Jess.
Yeah, bring it.
Jess, have you ever known me not to be hyper unless I'm sick, and then I just don't log online because I'm sick?
Jess can join us too if she wants to.
I'm not wound. I'm fine.
So, Sherry, in other words, you're saying we're hyper? I'm not hyper. I promise you. I can't. I gotta stop.
I've never been hyper a day in my life. What?
I'm hyper. I know I am.
Passionate. No. Not hyper.
It's like.
I couldn't keep up with you ladies tonight.
I think that's why my animals are the way they are. I made them stay outside. I keep looking over there because I got somebody that's trying to open the door, and I'm not sure if it's the 42-pound cat or the dog.
Well, it could be the cat.
Is it a Maine Coon?
Famous kind of.
No, he's actually not a Maine Coon. My Maine Coon is not that big. He is a big yellow and white cat. He's 42 pounds.
I hope you guys like this block when I get it finished.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see it. I'm like going, because I don't think I'm going to like this, and I'm not. No. I gotta pick a different color. I want it
Especially
to
if I stuck red in it.
It's gonna look good with red.
All right, ladies, I'm gonna finish these blocks tonight.
Oh,
I
cool.
may even trim them, but
Oh,
then
good.
no, no, because
Why?
then I'm left to figure out how to do the sashing and how to cut it. And my AccuQuilt is at my house in Central Florida, and
So you don't know
and
how to do the sashing?
Do you have the
what?
fabric with you?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I've been waving it in front of the thing.
Okay. Okay, so you don't know how to do
Help you?
okay. Cut all you're gonna do is cut strips the same length as your block. And you'll sew like this. So you got a strip. This is a long strip.
I
You're
have
Mm.
two different links.
so yeah, just pretend it's the same. You're gonna sew it to one side, then you'll sew the block to the other side.
But somewhere I gotta cut out and sew the little cornerstones too, right?
Okay,
Oh, you're in the
right.
cornerstone.
But the cornerstone comes sewed when you put the bottom and the top together. Like here, when you say this is a bottom, your cornerstone goes right here.
Did you see what Sherry said? Sherry says, my husband told me to be quiet, that he was listening to you guys earlier. Wow. He says he was laughing and being entertained by the conversations.
I don't even want to know. Like,
Yeah, me.
man, I wish I had. I don't have any. Did I put cornerstones on this thing?
Well,
Being allowed to do
Um,
I brought 3 of my quilt books.
here you go.
Um,
Wait.
Here, let me show you.
All right.
You need to measure when you trim your blocks down, Myra, make sure you measure your blocks so you know how long each sashing is going to be on the two sides.
Yeah. Okay, so this is one of my favorite books that I use if I don't Google.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
I like to
Put it back to the camera so everybody can see. Hold on. Spotlighting. Hold it up more so they can see the whole thing. Yep, there you go. How to make a quilt. 25 easy lessons for beginners.
Yeah, it was published in the first publishing was 1986 and the second one, the 5th printing was 1995. Yeah. I buy my books in thrift stores. And then this one,
Oh, Quilt Complete Idiot's Guide to Quilting.
yeah, this one really does me well. I really, really, really like this one. And let's see, when was it? It first was, let's see. It was first printed in
Hi, Vicky.
Hey, Vicky.
1998, the first printing. And then my third one,
Mm-hmm.
I actually did not buy I actually really paid for this one because I'd heard so much about it and I reviewed it so many times and I couldn't find it in a thrift store. And so this one's first print date was 1997. And then I think it's had at least one update. But anyway,
Right.
I actually ordered this one off Amazon. I don't really like to do that but I wanted it. So
Or like Sherry says, Myra, we can Zoom when you're ready to do the sashing if you want.
oh,
Sherry's got
Yeah.
a lot of patience. She really does.
He can walk you through it pretty easily.
Yeah, I get frustrated because the person can't understand what I'm saying. And so when I do a tutorials to me is hard to do because I'm thinking, okay, what do they not know? Okay, I have to pretend they know nothing.
Yeah.
So it slows
Yeah.
down, and I'm like, an hour and plus to do a 5-minute block. Oh my God.
We're coming
Well,
along.
if I get stuck, I'll phone a friend.
There
Even
is,
if it's transatlantic or
You know I can call you and it doesn't cost me anything like it would you.
yeah.
it doesn't cost me
For
anything to call
hours.
you. It doesn't cost me anything to call you.
Does it?
Uh-uh.
No, most people won't make that international call because the cell service
No.
charges for it.
No, that's not true. I could call you, it wouldn't cost me anything either.
Oh, well, that's cool. I did not
So-
know that.
And
My
anybody can
husband-
call you on Facebook
my
Messenger,
daughter
babe.
can't. Oh, well, Facebook Messenger. I'm talking about regular phone.
Yes, you're using a regular phone, but
That's not what I meant.
you're using no, not Facebook. You use your phone, but you're using the internet.
But I've called you on my cell phone, babe.
Yeah,
Not using
you've used FaceTime, not a regular phone call.
No. I have called you on my 850 cell phone. I have done
you?
that.
Oh, I
Sure
didn't know
I have.
that.
Yeah.
I thought you'd been calling me on FaceTime.
Not always.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't notice that.
Ah,
Sometimes I don't notice when my husband calls me on the regular phone.
Yeah, those are, I don't know, whatever. I don't know what those are.
See, I can call the
My
United
little
States
flowers.
12 hours and not be charged for it.
No, I've gone back and watched Sherry's videos. It's like, who did that video? I need to, and I'll go back. Oh, Sherry did that. Mostly what I watch is because I
Sherry's really good at it.
still go back to hand sewing once in a while when my
I
hands.
love it.
Yeah. And she,
He says,
Yeah.
love those quilt blocks, Sassy.
yeah, I told her thank you. I'm like, Sassy, oh, me.
Oh,
Yeah, Sherry, I can imagine what somebody seeing this. Yeah, I'm hyper. I can't help it. What can I say?
I forgot to change the foot. Oops. That's why that moved.
Yep.
Dang it.
All right, I just did my last block. Now to just
Let's
cut them
see.
all
Let's
apart.
see. Let's see. Let me see.
Well, Here, I have to cut them all apart.
Well,
Oh, let us see
no,
anyway.
no, don't cut them apart. Then they stay. Then you. No, don't cut them apart. No, then you can hold them all up at the same time.
Oh,
I want to see.
well, but I haven't finger pressed any of them, but okay.
Yeah,
hang
that's
on.
fine. That's fine.
All right, so here we go.
No, if you hold them up. Oh, look at those little things. Those are cute.
Hang on.
See, those are cute.
Well, thank you.
Doing a
And
super good
you
job.
cannot see the difference in the greens. You
Yeah.
cannot. You cannot see the difference.
Ponies. I have bunny rabbits, y'all. Look at bunny
I want to
rabbits.
see the bunnies. Oh, wow.
Okay, bunny rabbits. And then we're coming up on our ducks. Here's our ducks.
Sherry said,
look how
why my husband was
cute.
What?
Sherry says, see why my husband was entertained?
Here's my chickens.
Those blocks are cute.
Yes, they're cute.
Here's my Christmas tree.
Yep, with the little wagon.
And my teddy bear with a wagon.
Oh.
And let's see, oh, and then what you haven't seen, hang on, let me get this
See,
up.
then you don't lose them. Then you're all stuck together.
Yep. No way to lose a piece that way.
All right, so here are trimmed down
Oh, wow.
That one.
Oh, wow.
And then
Mhm.
You done good, sissy.
thanks.
Beautiful. Those are beautiful.
You done good.
Thank you, darling. I appreciate that. It means a lot.
You,
Yes.
you know I love you.
I
Those,
love you more.
those are, see, there's nothing
I
wrong
love
with
you
what you
most.
did. Nothing. Those blocks look perfect.
Perfection is of God, my personal faith base.
No,
That's
they look like they're supposed to.
oh, thanks, hon.
That's what I'm
That's
saying. They look perfect. They look like they're supposed to.
thank you. I think I'm going to be proud of it. And I think I'm actually going to quilt this one because I'm just going to be doing in the ditch.
Right.
And I
Well,
think I can
of course.
handle that. This
Yeah,
is my very first quilt I've ever
Right.
made.
So just quilt like
Oh my
in the
God.
center, quilt like in the center, and leave the rest alone.
I've made panel baby quilts,
Hmm.
but I hand embroider around motifs.
Right.
And then I around I make them bigger. I have the panel and then I add sashing to make it bigger, or I add borders, whatever you want to call that. And so I sew there, I quilt there with my machine.
See, you have done quilting. It's not like it's your first time.
Well,
Vicky Bush says she loves it. So cute. Um,
Mhm.
thank
but
you.
Cindy says very nicely done. Denise says
Mhm.
cute blocks, Myra. And Sherry says you're doing a great job, Myra.
Right.
Y'all are so sweet.
And Sherry says we love y'all.
I love y'all so much.
Yeah, those are cute. Yeah. That's
I think it's going to be fun. And I think, you know, people that come to my house at Christmas will want to lay under it, and that'll make me happy.
yes.
I'm
So
gonna have to Shanghai it
Like-
when I come to your house.
you're going to what?
I'm gonna have to snag it when I'm at your house.
Right. I will check your suitcase, sissy.
Yeah. You'd be like going, what block? What are you talking about? I didn't see no block.
Nope.
You know, I'm not above checking your suitcase, girlfriend.
I know. You better watch
Ooh.
what I find.
Too funny.
I know.
Here.
We had fun this last time we were at her house. My husband made his homemade mashed potatoes. What did I make that you love? And I cooked something that she enjoyed. We had fun cooking.
You baked something, and you baked some, I don't know if it was chicken or if it was pork chops. I don't remember, but it was delicious. Anything anybody wants to cook for me, I'm going to appreciate. I hate to cook.
It must have been the cream of chicken, baked chicken.
I don't remember, but it was delicious.
Nikolai's like, I'm gonna make them my mashed potatoes. I'm like, go for it. Because you make good mashed potatoes.
No, my children tease me about my mashed potatoes because they're like glue when I try to do them, you know, with the boiled potatoes and all that. And I can burn water.
I know one doggone thing. The next trip's we're going to make fried okra, one way or the other. I didn't get a chance to do it the last time I was there. And what, because I am wanting some. Go find me a vegetable market and buy fresh okra and make fresh fried okra. Mm-mm-mm.
Do you have okra in your market?
No. If I had okra in our market, I'd be eating it.
So is there any way I could send you already breaded fried okra frozen?
No, unfortunately not.
Because it's a food. The only way you could probably do it is if you dehydrate it.
That sounds gross.
Yeah, really.
But yeah, because you can't send, I don't know. I used to send food boxes and I'd put dry ice inside the box.
Sure that, well, yeah, I thought about bringing home some fresh okra and with me the next go around, but I don't know what had happened while it was in my suitcase.
Right. There'd be no way other than with dry ice to keep it cold.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that if the cargo hold gets, I don't know if they heat the cargo hold or not, but
No.
it depends on, like, if I came back while it's still wintertime, it might frostbite the
He
okra and then ruin
froze.
the thing.
Hey, Nico.
Hey, honey.
Nico, we was just talking about you. Just
Was your ears burning?
kidding.
Just shake down.
Hey, where's the shark at? And the frog is gone too.
Oh, I got in a fight with the yeah, I accidentally knocked it apart and I have to wait till Nikolai comes home to help me put it back together.
I'm sorry, it does. It looks like a frog with eyeballs.
It's a flower though.
Yeah, I know, but that's what it looks like. It looks like a frog, a red and white frog.
And the whale is in the bedroom. I could always put it back on there.
That's funny. That's funny.
Nikolai was wondering if you missed the whale being on it or not.
Yeah, so I'm like going, and I'm like sticking my face up to the screen. I'm like going, okay, what is it on the wall? And I'm like, and Baron came in. He goes, "What are you looking at sideways?" And I'm trying to see around the corner, and he just looks at me, and I'm like, "Duh, I can't see around the corner."
If I could figure out how to mount a Lego plate in here somewhere and then put flowers on it, I would do that. Or quilt blocks. Any quilt blocks?
Oh, he's been spying on us.
Oh, he wait. Oh, so he's been hearing our crazy conversation. He says, I waited about 3 minutes. Hi to all.
Too funny, too funny.
Busted.
So, sweetheart, Nico, I can't. I don't have my, what is that called? My computer with me. So
Yeah, so
I only can do Zoom. I can't look at what's being printed. So.
Yep.
Well, he says hi to all is what he said.
Yeah, that's all
After he said peek down. All right. First he said peekaboo.
To shake down.
I want my own personal high.
Mm-hmm. I know you. Well, you can always send it on Messenger. Hi.
Oh.
Okay, I need my blade back here. We're getting close enough. We're getting closer to getting ready for this block to get put together.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can put all of the pieces together.
I'm excited to see it.
I think it's going to look good once I get it all ready to go.
Of course it is. You're doing it.
So far, I'm not getting in a fight with anything.
Why not? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I must be sick. Because normally I'm already in a fight with it by now.
Too funny. Too funny. Okay, now I have to ignore what Katie's doing because it's her fault.
Sorry. It's always my fault. Didn't you know that?
I know nothing. Oh, there they are. I have to decide if this is going to.
How was your shift, honey? I hope y'all caught some more.
No, I don't think I like that.
Over 200 tons of shrimp and here. Oh, nice. You finally get the
Good
over
for
the
you, babe.
Awesome. That's less than 2 weeks. That's doing good.
Wow.
We kept hearing about the last the other crew kept saying they were having bad fishing where they were at. And I'm like, oh gosh, that means it could possibly be the same for them. But right now they're doing good, so I'm not gonna complain. Maybe Mother of the Sea's not angry right now.
Of course she is. Oh, I just wondered. They have a new product out because I have that 19-year-old cat. And it was getting to the point I was going to have to put him down.
Oh,
He wasn't doing good. There's a new product that got put out. And the reason I thought of Katie is like, since when did we get stuff imported in from Greenland?
What have you got that was imported from Greenland?
It's got duck in it.
Oh,
I'm like, what the heck did this come from?
you know that the company he works for, they
Mhm.
are shipping some shrimps to the United States. I just
Well,
don't know where.
This says no preservatives, no byproducts. It has got duck, shrimp, whole shrimp. I can't remember. I don't have the can, but there's nothing in it. And a big old warning saying, do not save leftovers because there's no preservatives. But it says product of Greenland. And I'm like, where did this come from?
Must have come from one of the factories up north.
I don't know.
That's cool.
And I didn't even think about it till it was like, I got to go get some more. And I threw the can away.
Uh-oh.
So it was in the store all by itself on a specific display.
Wow.
Blue something or diamond blue or
Blue. Darn it. I know the name of this one. Honey, what's the
blue
name of the
diamonds,
word blue in it?
blue diamonds. And I'm like, when did this come from Greenland?
Is it blue diamond?
Yeah. I'm like, when did we start getting food from Greenland?
I know that they the company that Nikolai works for, they've been over in the United States negotiating import export stuff.
Right. So I'm like going, is Trump actually doing, I'm not a political person, but I'm
No,
like,
this happened while from the previous administration.
Oh, now that could be. And it's finally
I don't think you're going to get. I don't think much of the politicians are going to work with Trump right now. Not as long as he keeps making the threats he keeps making.
I don't know. I tend to stay out of it, but I was just like, a product from Greenland? I never seen such a thing.
So I don't know if you know this or not, and you guys, I don't feel that this is a political thing. This is just a thing that's gone on for decades. Most of Europe does not buy American beef or pork or chickens.
No.
They don't import any of it.
No.
Now, having said that, a few months ago, back in December of last year, beef was sent here to Greenland, and some of it was down here in this town.
Really?
I bought some ribeye. I bought a whole ribeye roast is what I bought. But let me tell you what, the price for it, for any of the beef they had in there, was so bad that I'm like, I don't know how they're going to sell it for what they were selling it for, because when they imported it in, it wasn't us that tariffed it, it was them that tariffed it.
Right.
So us, the consumer, was
have to pay for that. Yes. Yep. I think a roast here, just a small little roast, is like $35.
Ouch.
I was like, fine.
It was bad.
I'm gonna become a vegetarian. I can't, I am not paying $35.
Vegetables are just as bad. With prices.
No, because I don't buy vegetables. So
we eat. My husband's eaten more vegetables since we've been married than he has his whole life.
So why don't you grow them in your house?
Because I need lighting for that. You forget that I only have we spent from like November to March, to March, there's not enough light in this house to grow anything. And I can't buy grow lights. When I mean I can't buy things, I am not telling a lie.
Okay.
There-
You have a light bulb in your house, right?
These regular what this is not enough wattage for growing plants.
Yes, it is.
Not
Can you
40
get,
watts.
no. Can you get tinfoil?
Yeah.
Or those silver things, the silver, they're usually made out of silver. People put them in their windows to keep the heat and the cold off. That's a reflective thing.
Yeah.
Any type of insulation that's got that silver reflective. Anything that reflective. The reason I said tinfoil does work the best. You put that light
Yeah. I have a limited
under,
oil.
right, put the light under the tinfoil. That tinfoil will reflect heat back to the plant.
Yeah, but you still need a certain amount of light itself in the right colors. And these light bulbs that we have are only 40 watts or less.
Mine are,
There's no such thing as 100-watt bulbs here.
my light bulbs aren't even, I think they're 15 watt.
Yeah, I complain about the lights all the time because it's
I
not enough.
only say that because that's what I have in my living room.
I've grown tomatoes here in the living room during the summer months, but I just don't have enough space or window space, put it that way.
But then
'Cause-
again, I don't use soil. You have to remember, I don't use
Oh,
soil.
I'm not, I need to do mine in soil. I don't do hydroponics at all.
In my living room is a big, what is there? There's a small 29 gallon and then there's a 150 gallon aquarium in there. But then I have the ponds outside.
Yeah.
I'm not spending hundreds of dollars growing aquaponics. There's no reason to. That's how I know that tinfoil does work.
I know someone in Nuke has set up it has I'm not sure what he's calling it,
Mhm.
but he's got windows on one side and windows on the other side, and it looks
Mhm.
like a long hallway.
Right.
And he set up hydroponics
Yes.
in this area. The problem is if he set up hydroponics in this house, we run the risk of creating mold in our house.
Okay. Now the difference,
which
there's
is a dominant issue in all of Greenland.
okay. Now there is a difference. Hydroponics and aquaponics are two different things.
Okay.
Hydroponics is done with chemicals. Aquaponics is done with fish.
Hmm.
That's the difference. Hydroponics, you're putting chemicals inside that water.
You're buying something that's got fish in it.
No.
You're buying a solution that has the fish stuff put into it.
No.
Well, then how are you?
It is fish. I have koi and goldfish.
Aquarium fish?
I have regular
You
aquarium
can
fish.
buy aquarium fish or aquariums here.
You got.
There's only like 2 or 3 people I know of that even have an aquarium, and I'm not exactly sure how they even got that here, but they don't have fish in it.
You can't go fishing?
Well, you can go fishing, but all you're going to catch is wild fish.
Okay. All you're after is the fish. It doesn't matter what they are. Even little minnows will work. Crawdads work. Shrimp work. All you're doing is creating water. The fish, seafood, put stuff in the water. The plants absorb it and return the water back to something the fish can live with. It's an ecosphere is what it creates. It's an ecosphere.
Interesting. You have to show me your setup.
It's muddy, or I would. Yeah, it's just it pumps into the ponds through the grow beds and back out into the pond.
Okay.
It creates an ecosphere.
And Sherry's right. I do need a greenhouse, but yeah.
Could you actually do a greenhouse there?
There's a couple people that have greenhouses that they're testing right now, and so far it's going good. Plus my boss bought I'll have to see if I can find the picture of it, but it looks like an igloo, only it's made of clear. It's not actually glass. It looks like plexiglass, and they're
Mhm.
testing it. They're testing it to see if it can hold up to the Arctic wind. And
I'm like,
and
well,
so when me and Nikolai saw it back in, I don't remember what month it was, but I sent a message to Bitsy because she was in the United States. I said, I thought you should see this because we took a picture of the wind had moved it like 10 inches across the deck because I guess they didn't have it fastened down right.
oh, they
And
didn't
she
have
said,
it anchored.
yeah, they didn't have it anchored. And
Hmm.
um, she wrote back, she says, yep, we are aware. So when the house itself is holding up, and I told her, I said, you know, I would really love to have one of them in my yard because it would make a great greenhouse because it's nothing but glass. And it has a bit in the top of it.
Right. Hmm. Yeah, it would work in the summertime.
And it'd be worthless during the winter months unless it could figure out a way of heating it and have light 24/7 in it.
Right.
The
Yeah.
right kind of lights.
Like I said, I don't use the colored lights. I have them. I don't use them. I have them. There's a big light bar that's got
Yep.
blue and violet, I believe. It's an actual plant light, but I don't use it.
We're doing good on time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting closer to getting this block ready.
Are you sure about that?
I don't want to stop it till this block is together. I hope y'all will stick around.
Oh, too funny. Oh, you little thing.
Are you stopping, Myra?
Well, I'm at a point where I need to go iron and then I can come back and cut.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna run iron very quickly and then I'll come back and cut. You know, trim my blocks up.
Okay.
So then I'll know, what my sashing is. So, yeah, I'm,
I like
I'm,
how I like that you made the way you
Mhm.
made it a little bit bigger so you could trim down properly, like you were doing your other trim, and that really was a good job the way you done it like that.
well, I need the extra, you know, I'm gonna trim this to 1/4 of an inch here. Well, from this point right here, I will cut 1/4 of an inch all the way around. And so that's how I'm doing it. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it, but that's how I'm
What?
doing it. And it seems to be working out. So I'm not going to worry with.
Well,
Just talking.
if it's working, then that's
Yeah.
fine. That's all it needs. As long as it's working like you want
So
it.
y'all excuse me, I'm going to run iron these 15 blocks and then I'll be right back. Okay.
No excuses. It's
You'll
not
be
not excuse.
She's
All
gonna
right. Let me
keep.
take that okay with a question mark away. I am going. I will return.
I think you met your match.
Did you ever um maybe you didn't, because I don't think I gave you my other email address. I got a nickname when I was about 15, 16 years old. What do you think that nickname was?
You said sassy, I thought.
Yeah, Sassy.
Because that email that I send the same stuff to
Is
is
the first part of it, yes.
yeah.
The second part, if you actually go to it, that's my website.
Oh, I didn't realize you had a website. Wow.
I've had my own domain for years.
I seem to recall we've had this discussion about domains though.
Yes.
Because didn't we talk about me in GeoCities at some point or something?
Yes. And I
I
said,
thought,
why? Why would you want to do that?
because back then that's what I wanted to do. I was learning
Mm-hmm.
because I knew absolute. Whoa, let's don't nick the darn ruler.
I need to
Back
update
then, I
mine.
knew nothing about computers or internet or anything else.
Well, I need to update mine one
She
of these
wants to know. Yes, she does. And I don't think I have her in the bot. I am a naughty girl. Hang on, let me go find her website.
Oh, good night, Judy.
Sweet dreams, Judy. And hey, Teresa Louise.
She is
Hang
not.
on, let me go find
I would just.
this channel. Welcome to my Greenland.
No,
Oh,
Teresa, you don't give up. I know better. I've seen your horse. I
guys,
don't, I would have given up doing that horse a long time ago.
Crystal. What's the second word in your channel name? So I don't have to go look it up.
Oh, you're
Wait.
kidding. I don't
Crystal, Crystal something Rita.
I don't know. I don't
Oh, Crystal Dragon Rita. That's
Crystal
what it's called.
Dragon something Crystal Dragon. I don't remember the
found
name.
Crystal Dragon Rita House of Creations.
Yeah.
Why? What the heck? No, I'm looking and
It's
wondering why I don't show subscribed when I know I subscribed.
if you don't
It says it wasn't. Now I resubscribed, by the way.
hey, YouTube on their last update, anybody that didn't view videos or shorts every so often was unsubscribed.
Well, that's just dumb.
And to me, that is baloney. And the only reason I discovered it is because, and that one ticked me off, it unsubscribed me from you. And I went, I don't think
Oh,
so.
wow.
I don't think so.
That's hilarious.
Because there's some channels I do pay for. And I'm like, you're not going to do that.
My channel.
Yeah, I'm a member, a paid member.
And they unsubscribed you? Oh my God.
Unsubscribed me. I was ticked.
That's so
and I
cool.
said, Well, I said, tell me why you did it. I says, I watch Katie every day.
Yep.
Well, what occurred was during the time of their thingy, you weren't doing videos. You were just doing re-records of videos. Or some
before I start doing lives. Yeah,
right. And I'm like, and they said, what you need to do is you go to the same, go watch like 2 minutes of a video. Doesn't matter which one, as long as it's recent, within a couple days. And they won't do that. And I said, don't do that again.
Yeah, because that's rude.
No. I mean, they did it to like 15. It's like, seriously, now I got to remember who I was prescribed to. Are you kidding me?
That's crazy. I didn't even know I'd been unsubscribed from you, so I have no idea how long it's been like that.
A couple months.
Well,
it tells me when they pull them off.
It does?
Yeah, YouTube, it'll say YouTube has unsubscribed this person.
I've never seen that message before.
But I go, look, it's just like you can go view who all your subscribers are. You know that, right?
Yeah, you can do that. And I have a lot of subscribers, so it'd take me a while to go through all of them.
Oh, bye, Denise.
Hey, Denise, have a nice night.
That's the one that lives in Quebec.
Hey, Julia, how are you? That was kind of a rude question to ask.
Huh?
Yeah, look at the chat. Actually, that's a very rude question to ask.
Gotta go.
Look after
Teresa, I would just give up. You need a little greenhouse. I don't see anything.
Keep going all the way to the bottom.
Supper time, bye all.
Now look underneath that.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Oh, you can't see what was. If you come in here to ask that question, you can turn around and leave.
Well, Julia, what happened is I had a telemarketer come to my door and I bit him in the behind. Does that answer your rude question? And to answer your question, because you're rude, I've had 6 surgeries on my mouth to repair my jaw. But yeah, the last telemarketer, last rude person came to my door, I bit him.
That was rude.
I
Thank you.
don't mind people asking. I don't mind telling.
Yeah, but it's still a rude
But
question.
that was rude.
It's none of her business.
I mean, I don't care. Anybody want to ask? And I've said it on one of my videos. I don't have teeth because they have I don't
Sherry
have
put her in timeout.
right.
Thank you, Sherry.
They have they have I have no jaw right here. No jaw bone. It doesn't exist. That was years ago. And then the same dental surgeon. And also in answer, yes, I have teeth in the bathroom, but I can't get them in. So yeah, I bit the telemarketer and my teeth fell out, so I just keep them in the bathroom.
Yeah. I didn't want to explain about mine because then
no.
we have to go into all the dirty details
No.
of why mine's the way it is.
And when they did the surgery on my mouth, they took and split my jaw bones, both top and bottom, took all my teeth and had to take the bone because normally when your teeth come in, they just go up and down. My teeth were growing inside my jaw bones. They call it something, and I don't know. And so they had to take the jaw, and now on the roof of my mouth is another part of that that's about 3 inches long and wide. They have to remove that off the top of my roof of my mouth before, and because
Sherry
I
says
have
you don't have to explain anything.
no, I just thought I don't need to explain it to nobody, but I seen that comment and that's why I thought, yeah, the last rude person, I bit him.
And really, I don't know who she was talking to. I don't know if she's talking to you or talking to me.
I don't know, but it doesn't matter. And Katie's is a rude person came to see her and her dog bit him and then she bit him and then the shark bit him and then the frog. Me, I don't care.
It was hilarious when he came in here with that fork and bit me on my ear. I'm like, really?
I laughed so hard, mostly because if you would have seen, because you jumped.
Yeah, it was like,
And I was sitting on my chair sideways, you jumped, and it scared me, and I about fell on the floor. Like,
my husband's the comedian through and through, let me tell you. And I'm about to play thread bobbin or thread chicken here in a minute. Not bobbin chicken, but thread. Ooh, it's getting low. You
yes,
missed all the action, Myra.
it is. It's painful, Sherry. Yes. That's why I haven't had it done yet. I have to wait 5 years for this to heal before they'll take that thing off the roof of my mouth.
Yep. My problem is I need to be knocked out to even touch my face.
See, they can't knock me out. I have malignant hypothermia. I can't be knocked out. I have to be put into a hospital setting. They can't knock me out. I have to do it with everything awake.
I would be screwed if I couldn't be knocked out and you can't touch my face.
I can't.
That would be a freaking problem.
No, they have to put things on my eyes so I can't see. And and kind of numb my skin. And I just tell them, I don't care what you do, just don't hurt me. Because I can't be asleep. They can't put me on.
Nikolai has spent a lot of time working with me on my face.
Yep.
And I don't flinch when he touches my face, but everybody else I do. Well,
yeah, somebody coming
a stranger.
Yeah.
No, don't touch me.
You know, like I got one Maine Coon I have. He has a thing of wanting to touch my face. And no, it hurts. Don't touch my face. Nope.
I have this reflex, and I have no control over it. Me and
Right.
Myra was talking about this. Where
Right.
if you come by and you're playing around, you're just having a good time, and you come by and just do this like on the back of my head or something.
Yep.
There's like this black curtain that comes across. It's the only way I can describe it.
Yep.
It's like I'm in a dark area for a few seconds, and when I come to, my retaliation happened, and I'm totally don't know I did it.
Yep. 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 I have what they
Very
call, they call that blackout anger, but it's blackout. And I've hit Baron several times. He goes, "Oh my God, I forget." And I'm like, "What did you do?" He goes, "You just punched me." And I said, "Don't touch me. Don't touch me like that without me knowing it, because it scares me."
I didn't know I had it until or I didn't know it was there until a kid did it to me when
Yeah, that has to do with PTSD. That's what causes it.
when I talked to the doctor about it. She's like, "Yeah, that's from all the what you've been through." And
Well, mine is childhood trauma and then going through the
it
military.
was childhood trauma. It was my dad caused it.
Yeah, mine was going through the Navy when I did my term in the Navy. And people go, "You didn't even serve during the
Not get over
war."
you being in the Navy.
Yeah.
How many years did you serve?
Just the normal 4 or 5, whatever it is. The
4.
normal one term. That was enough for me.
My daughter served on the George Washington for 4 years.
Yeah, see, when I went in, I went right out of high school. Literally.
She was almost right out of hospital. She
Yep.
did it. She got in the Navy about, Myra, wasn't it like half a year after her dad died or something? Right after graduation, actually. She'd only been out of high school maybe 2 or 3 months. And she came home this is what she came home and she says to me. She says, "Mom, we got to talk." I'm like, "Okay."
Mm.
She said, "I want to get in the military." And first she said the Army. And I said, "Why?" And
No,
she says, "Well, I want to do something in the military." I said, "But why did you choose the Army? They're just going to send your behind over to Afghanistan is what they'll do."
mhm.
I said, "Get in the Navy or something." And so she says, "Will you go with me to the recruiter so I can figure it out?" And I said, "Sure." So we went to the recruiters and we talked to all of them. And when she came back, she says, "Well, which one do you want me to choose?" I said, "I know I said I didn't want to get in the Army. I would prefer if you got in the Navy, but it's still your decision. You're 18 years old. You have to make that decision." And so she says, "Well, I'm going to think on it." And about 2 or 3 weeks later, she comes back and she says, "Mom, I'm going in the Navy."
When was this?
2000,
Okay.
she was already stationed in Japan in 2009
Yep.
because that's when the earthquake happened. So it would have been, he died in 2006. She graduated in 2007, so it was
Yeah.
2007.
Yeah, see, when I went in, graduated, I have February of 81, I signed up and shipped to boot camp, graduated in May of 81, and then shipped to boot camp September. When I was in the Navy, women were not allowed to be on board ships.
Yeah.
Not be on
You know
board
what
a ship.
department? She was an engineer.
Yeah, women couldn't do that. You could be stationed on base, and I did my boot camp in Orlando, Florida. Oh, it's hot there. And
I
then
think that's funny because I did not know there was a boot camp down there.
yeah. Yep. Orlando, Florida. It's where they also train, and that's funny because the Air Force and the Navy boot camp is the same. They're trained together, and then they split
Yeah.
apart. And then I was stationed in Millington, Tennessee,
Oh, wow.
and I got to see Graceland before they turned it into a museum.
That's cool.
Yep.
I've never seen it.
It was different. I don't want to see it now because it's a museum, but I went to see Graceland, and I went to see, what was that vampire movie?
I need to do open seams, looks like, because I only did,
And
right.
went to Space Mountain
That's in Disney.
World.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Florida.
You know that my dad was one of the contractors that helped build Disney World, And
Oh,
before
wow.
anyone else got to see Disney World, all the families got to go see Disney World, I think,
Yep.
2 days before the grand opening.
Yep.
So we all got first dibs on everything that was in the park at the time.
Yep. I've been to both Disneyland and Disney World.
Now it's got so
Before,
pricey.
before the commercialism of now Steamboat Willie's gone. None of that stuff is
Wants
there.
to know if you can do happy gas.
No. Malignant hypothermia, I cannot do gas. It will affect it.
Oh,
Nope. Malignant
Sister-
hypothermia is a nasty, there's certain anesthesia. No, I can't take any anesthesia, and laughing gas is a form of anesthesia.
oh, I've never experienced laughing gas.
They I don't know why they call it laughing gas, because it's usually ether or and you're just smelling it and you just get high off of it.
It could be they didn't use it with me because of my asthma.
Right. And I only know because when they discovered I had malignant hypothermia was with my first daughter. I woke up and I go, why am I in an operating room? Oh, because you almost died. That's when they discovered it.
Holly.
And I'm like, what do you mean? They go, you have malignant hypothermia. And that was a new disease back then. It was just discovered in like 1960s. A lot of women died and didn't know they had it.
Vicky wants to know, do you remember your company name,
Yes.
Sassy? I was in company KO68.
Yes. Yes. Oh, no, I do not. No, I do not remember the company name. No, I do not.
Kristen graduated from her PIR was in Chicago.
I got out in, let's see, it was 5 years. I got out for the last year and a half, you serve in the reserves. And then I went back to college in 85, 86, 87. I don't remember. But no, I don't remember the company name. No. Right. Yep. They that same with me. They couldn't guarantee the career field. They couldn't. And I ended up, when I was stationed in Millington, get this one. I'm not a religious person. I was stationed on the base, and my duty was to chauffeur the chaplains around from the different religions and to set up the different church thingies. And I'm like, I'm doing what? First thing I had to do was go down to the carpool and get one of the captain's vehicles. I knew how to drive. I had never driven a stick before. I had to learn how to drive a captain's car with a stick in it before I picked him up.
Wow. Denise says the United States Air Force recruiter couldn't guarantee the career. Oh, you
Yep.
already read that.
Yep.
Vicky says you either laugh or cry or
Nope.
just act weird on gas.
Me, it makes me, my heart stops.
That's a scary thing.
Yep. Yeah. Malignant hypothermia is scary. My heart starts beating really fast and then it just stops. That's it. It just stops. It's kind of creepy.
Vicky says we were there in April of 82.
Wow.
2 years after I graduated high school.
Yep. 81. I was done with boot camp. I went September to December and then off, and then went to Millington, Tennessee, where I was stationed. God, it seems like forever ago.
Yep. I had my first child in 1987.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
I didn't get married until 1985. December the 13th, 1985, actually. And then I had her in February of 1987.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
So the Orlando boot camp, Navy boot camp hospital later became the VA hospital.
Really?
Yes,
I don't-
and then when they built the new one at Lake Nona, they just put clinics in. They just put clinics in the hospital, but they sold or leased the nursing home that was the VA nursing home to state VA.
Wow.
So now it's state, not federal, and
I mean,
there's
it's
a
hard to
difference.
say if they do. It was in Millington, where I went.
That's Tennessee,
Yeah.
right?
Millington, Tennessee is where I was stationed, but then I went to boot camp in Orlando. But I
Right.
don't remember the name of the base there. I can see it in my brain.
Well, it was McCoy Air Force Base. McCord McCoy or McCord?
McCord. Because they lost my luggage. I remember that. Got
Well,
to the base and I had no uniform.
the Air Force Base closed, and that is now what was the Air Force Base airstrip is now McCoy International McCoy International Airport, MCO.
So it's not a military base anymore.
There is no
No.
military base there. There's a Navy exchange
Oh, wow.
and a Navy commissary that's very small.
Well,
And
the
the reason
commissary when that were there, but they were on where the base was. When I graduated boot camp, we got to see the space thing take off from Kennedy. You can see
Yeah.
it right there. Yeah, you can see it taking off right there.
yeah,
And
you can see
I
it all
saw the
over
night launch
Orlando.
while I was in Orlando.
Wow.
That's easy.
The night launch was the coolest thing ever.
No, this
Yeah,
was
those are
daytime.
fun.
This was daytime. So I wonder if that means I'm
I was
getting
in a
old.
hotel when they did the night launch
So
in
maybe
Kissimmee, Florida. Kissimmee.
Hopal is watching from. Oh no. Is he okay, Shirley?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, there's something.
Excuse
Yeah,
me, Mom's hollering.
Hi, Shirley. How's your husband doing?
did he go back? Did he go? I thought he was home.
Well, she sent me a message saying that they were having to go to the hospital. That
Oh,
um I think that was last night. She told me, I believe.
oh wow.
Early this morning, one I don't remember which.
Oh
But she
wow.
said she didn't think she was going to make it to my live because she had to take her husband to the hospital.
Multiple Mullen. Oh no, Shirley, I'm sorry. Oh, ouch.
It's worse than I thought.
Oh no, I am so
I'm
sorry.
sorry, sweetie.
I hope he gets okay. I mean, oh my gosh.
Cynthia says I could hear part of your conversation about laughing gas.
Yes.
I refused it because I couldn't stand the smell of it.
Yes, laughing gas. Not only I can't take it, but it makes me uh it gives me an upset stomach and I'll leave it at that. And then you can taste it. people say, no, you can't. It's like, yeah, you can taste it. It has a
I need
taste.
to get someone who could taste dye that was put in my veins.
Yes.
And 5 minutes later, I told them, I said, I need a garbage can. And they're like,
Yes.
why? I'm about to throw up if you don't give me one, and I'm going to do it right
Yes.
on top of you. And they're
Yeah.
like, seriously? I said,
Yeah.
hurry up. I'm going to throw up.
Yep.
And they're like, they had never had anyone do that before.
Yeah, see, that's what happens with me. I'm severely allergic to codeine, morphine, any derivatives. And within just a few seconds, because they tested me, give me the garbage can. What do you mean? I said, I told you not to give me that stuff. It doesn't work. And it goes.
I guess they'd never heard of dye making you sick, I guess.
Yep. Yep.
Once it passed, I was okay, and they got on with the MRI. But they were I think they were either doing an MRI or a CAT scan. I can't remember which.
Yeah. And see, that's what sucks about me is because this thing in my back, I can't have x-rays, MRIs. I can't have anything like that. Because because of radio, anything that uses microwave could fry that battery.
Well, didn't you say the battery's not even working right now?
None of it's working, but it still could fry it. The battery is actually coming out of my skin.
Ooh.
Yeah, it sits out. That's why sometimes I'm shifting, because if anything gets on that battery, yeah, you can feel it. It sticks out. That's why they had to take the last one out, because it actually came out.
I have a feeling that I just sewed something on wrong.
Oh no!
Wait a minute. I need to look at this block that I just sewed, because this went together different than these are.
Uh-oh.
What did I do?
Oh. You did it backwards, huh? It's a
You see what I
you
did?
can sew the two together to split them apart, or it's a new block.
I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't.
Hey, who did that? Somebody said it's a creative design. Somebody said that?
Yeah, well, it's not staying like that because I'm making arrows, remember?
It's a creative design arrow.
I'm like, oh, let's make flying geese. Not.
Blanket. Hey. Huh?
Hey, Steph, what's up? Sherry wants to know, is that
Implant. It's my spinal cord stimulator. It has a battery. The battery is inside my side next to my rib cage. And because it's failing, it runs up and down on my rib cage. It's not supposed to, but it came loose. And it will ride up and down on my rib cage. It moves. That's why nobody really notices. I don't move my left side much. Because if I move that battery and I can feel it and it starts pulling that wire.
well, how do you manage not to get in a fight with it when you're in bed?
I don't
I mean,
know.
you don't move around in your sleep?
No. And I sleep on my left side.
I sleep on mostly my right side, but sometimes my left. It
I
depends
don't
on
know.
how I'm in.
And the reason I know I don't move, because of those four-legged furry things, I get in bed, I go on my left side, and I put a thing right there. I have a 42-pound cat he has to put his body against mine. The old cat lays above my head, and I'm like, are you guys seriously? I'm going to start sneezing. They don't care. And then the dogs all get in bed. And I'm like, okay, so you guys give me 6 inches while you steal the rest of the California King bed. Okay, I get it.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
let's make sure I don't make that mistake again.
It's a creative design.
Oh my God. That was why it was being weird. I'm like, wait a minute. What's wrong with this picture?
My battery is in my... Oh, Cynthia, so you have a stimulator too? Oh, that's weird. I didn't know that. Yeah, mine sits like right here because I told him I didn't want it, and it wasn't supposed to be on my where your pants come. Well, it wasn't. Now it slides up and down. All docks fill 90%. Oh no. Wonder what they do for that. Multiple.
Do you know what? Well, with kidney
What
failure,
is that?
it's a type of cancer.
It's not loose. What has happened is the leads, I have 5 leads and they're not going straight.
I know what pharmaplasmapheresis is.
What is that?
It's when you go give blood at the blood bank,
Mm-hmm.
you can also give what is known as pheresis. And what they
Right.
do is they hook you up to this machine and they separate your plasma from your red blood cells. They put the red blood cells back in and they take the plasma and it's used for cancer patients and other or even
Like for those
in
that
my
can't
case they were
take
using
blood.
it. Yeah, for my case, because my blood was free of something that most adults have in theirs, they
Right.
were sending mine to the NICU.
It's bone marrow. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh,
Okay, read it out loud because I can't see what's,
oh, I'm sorry.
help me out here. Help a girl out.
I don't,
And
okay.
Shirley from Alaska had to take her husband to the hospital
Yep.
because they're not good. And then she just wrote, in about 30 minutes, we'll go for plasma pheresis that will remove the bad proteins in his blood. They hope it will give his kidneys a chance to recover. He had biopsies done yesterday, and she said up above that he has where's what mulch. Wait, where is it? She
Yeah,
said
I'm
what
like
he had.
going, forgot about Myra. I'm sorry. I'm sitting there reading it, going, and Myra's going, what are you talking about?
Oh, so he has multiple myeloma, and his kidneys are in failure mode.
Oh, Shirley, I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. I pinned these little snowbally things to one of these things that I've been looking at for almost 2 hours.
Have you gotten any further with it?
I pinned them there and I'm looking at it. It's like, I want, and you need to give it to me, an honest opinion. I don't want to sew this together without an honest opinion.
All right.
I just did it to one.
Everybody can
Remember,
see.
mine are 4 different colors. This is, I just pinned it. Does that look stupid? Whoops. Does that look
No.
stupid?
It matches what's in the block itself.
I don't care about matching.
Which part of it do you not like?
I don't know. That's why I've not sewed it together. I don't know.
The red is pretty bright, but get everybody else's opinion.
Yeah, I need opinion.
I would want to see the what's going around the other sides of it.
Hold on. Let me pull these off. See, I'm not using the same colors. See, here's
Cynthia says it's bone marrow cancer.
Here's
I don't like those reds. The reds are too bright for the red.
It is because I've sat here and I've stared and I'm like, that's not working. It's
no,
not
the red's too
standing out pretty bright.
It's
for
not
my eyes, but that doesn't mean it's not working.
I'm
Hey,
sitting
John,
looking.
I have something to show John.
Now, the original one that I was going to put there is
John wants to know, is it the top is blue and the bottom is red? Looks unbalanced a bit, but then does deepen on going with the next block.
now. Let me pin this on here. See, I don't want to get these sewed on here and find out I don't want
them. A bit bright.
Okay.
I think all her blocks are standalone blocks. So if your 4 triangles don't, if they look discordant with the center, it's not going to matter what's around them because
Correct.
everything's different.
Correct.
But that red is a discordant color to me. But that's
too
just
bright.
me.
It's too
I'm the one that sewed the one triangle with the wrong shade of green. So, who am I to talk?
It's too bright. That's why I sat here and keep looking. I'm like going, I don't like it.
Jody.
And generally, ow, I stabbed myself. Sorry. Generally, I don't look at something like that. I don't care. Well, sometimes I do. Now, this was my original color.
That looks better, actually.
See? That was my original.
Yeah, that looks better. That's more doable.
And yet I still don't like it.
Which one do you not like about it?
I don't like this.
You don't like the center part of it.
Nope.
Do you have a yellow instead of the white?
Yep. What kind of yellow? Take your pick. Hold on. Let me get up without falling on my behind.
Ah, sorry. Because I'm not standing, my dadgum ruler moved.
Jody says, Sassy, those are pretty flowers.
Oh, the ones back there? Yeah, those are cool. Oh, okay, legs. I know you're there.
And then Cynthia says, my mom's doctor told us that you can live a long time with it, but you will be on and off chemo the rest of your life. She went through radiation and then 3 rounds of chemo. Each round was 3 weeks.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, John says the center part looks like one of those rainbow bright boards with the pegs that light up in colors.
Right.
Actually, it does look like that.
Uh-huh.
Now that he mentioned it.
Which is why I love it.
Hold on. I'm not going to cut this. Let me see if I can get this pinned on.
It would remind me of that.
Yeah, it does. Let's see. Got to go this way. I'm going to pin this so I can see at least one.
All right. Let's get these other 2 run through here.
Oh my God. Who suggested yellow?
Myra did.
Oh my God. Look at that. I think Myra just hit the nail on the head.
Well, I'd like to look, but I can't see.
Yeah, you gotta show it to us, Rita.
There's what
the yellow. That yellow does look better.
Yep. And the yellow would go with the green.
Oh, that makes it pop. I like that.
It would go with, see, here's the other blocks. It would go with this one.
Yeah, it would. Look at there. You'd be carrying on the color.
And the other one, which this one's my favorite, is this one.
Yep. There you go. I think you found your color.
Beautiful. Perfect. And yellow is the only one I never thought of. You don't know how many 2.5-inch little squares I cut. It's like, it ain't working. It ain't working. Never thought it was the red.
Okay. Allie says the center part looks like, yeah, I already read that one. Then Cynthia says if you get it in remission, you can be off chemo until it starts showing up for lab work. Oh. Then it's 3 rounds a week off between each round. All right. Oh. Now I have something I want to show to John because there was this discussion about there was this discussion the other day about antique irons. Hang on.
Did you find yours?
I did.
You have a wood burning stove one? Oh, you do. That's a wood burning stove one.
No, it's not because it has an electric thing on it.
Yeah. Oh, it's an electric.
But it's still ancient.
I have.
At the bottom of it. This is great for flattening blocks. Because it's heavy. But this is wood and it has some kind of thermostat thing right here. And I actually have the plate that it sits on. There's a plate that it sits on. and I have the cord. I just don't. I put the plate away so it wouldn't get lost. It's in a container.
That would
But there you
smash,
go, John.
that would smash troll heads. Oh,
Yeah, it's heavy. The first electric. Is it a sinker?
is it really?
I don't know. We need to.
Turn it. It would be over by the electrical cord, the name.
It was made in Germany. I see that.
No, by the electrical cord, there should be a name there.
Nope, I don't see a name.
Oh. Or is that a replica?
It doesn't matter. It's still antique.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is,
You know, the name of it could be on the plate that it sits on. And since I have the plates in storage in a container, it would take me a while to figure out which container it's in. But
no,
but
it isn't either. I
top of
stated.
it says it's
Oh,
a M181,
as a
and then it says
GE.
made in Germany, and then on the left side it has 7 EP,
Oh,
and then it has 220 volt, 456 something, and then it has a letter D on it. So there you have it.
not
One
a
inch.
GE. There's a company name that starts with a B. I don't remember that. Brompy or something.
John
This is-
says it could be a GE.
I
He says no, it isn't either.
could be
Probably a Braun.
Braun. That's what I was. Yeah, I couldn't remember
They
Braun.
make irons
Not
that far
from
back?
Germany. I mean,
Oh.
it could be a Braun from Germany, but it couldn't be G
It
from
says
Germany.
right here, made in Germany.
Right. Hi, Sean.
Right,
Hey,
I
Sean.
get you.
Wow.
I wanted you to see it, and it's got a wood handle on it. The paint looks like it's rubbing off, and underneath here
Beautiful.
it's flaky,
Wow.
but it's heavy enough to put on blocks to flatten them. That's what I've been using it for.
So,
I have the parts all put into a plastic container in a cold room, Sherry. So I know where the parts are at. I have to figure out which container it's in.
so they don't get separated or lost, right? The
Yeah.
handle looks like somebody tried to repair it.
Or they painted it because underneath
cracked.
right here under here,
It's
the paint
cracked, huh?
off of it. The paint is coming off of it.
Yeah, it's got a crack.
Yeah. But it doesn't look like they like replaced it or anything. It just is wearing out. So I keep it on a shelf in the cold or in the craft room. And the other day we were talking about irons, and I'm like, I need to go find it. And I did. I finally found it.
That is a cool looking piece.
Yep. And it's in really great shape other than the handle.
No, you should you know what would look good on there? Finding somebody that can make you a bone handle.
Yeah. That would look cool.
Mm-hmm. And not because you're
I'm
gonna use it, just because.
Yeah, I'm assuming it still works. I mean, I haven't plugged it in to see if it does. But I'm sure that it does because here's an interesting story about this iron. When I got married to Nikolai and I moved here, between the time we got married and the time between January and August, his cousin and his girlfriend and baby moved out of this house. So they took just about everything that was in this house that wasn't Nikolai's pretty much. Well, everything that was in the rest of the house they took. They just didn't take anything out of his bedroom. So when I got here, Nikolai was buying stuff for the kitchen because he didn't have anything. And when I was putting my stuff away, I came across this and I asked Nikolai about it. And he says, I don't know. He didn't know where it come from. So I put it in the closet, in the cold room for the longest time until I started sewing. And then I dragged it out because I'm like, I'm going to put this in the sewing room, why not? And so we had been married about 10 years, and I run into Sim somewhere, and Sim says, did you remember seeing an iron in that house, an antique iron? I'm like, yeah. Well, we would like to have it back. And I looked at him, I'm like, I'm not giving it back to you. I said,
Wow.
you had opportunity to get it when you first moved out and you didn't. It's been
Right.
sitting in my house for 10 years. No.
That's rude.
I'm like, you're not getting it back. Because he left a bunch of stuff in the basement too, a bicycle and some other stuff. And when me and Nikolai cleaned out the basement, we took all that stuff to the road. Because it's what Nikolai pointed out. We're not the storage unit.
Right.
They had long enough to get their stuff, and when they didn't get it, he had to go out to where they had moved to because they had took some of his videos out of the house when they moved out. He had to go round those up too. I guess he didn't. I guess he didn't think he would miss stuff like that. I don't know.
A lot of people don't think that people would miss stuff like that.
Yeah. But Nikolai's like me. We know what every video we have in this house. I know everything I have in my kitchen, which is funny. John says, and 220-volt Euro system, not 110. Yeah, it says 220 on it.
Yeah.
And he says, very good cold press. Yep. That's what I do is use it to flatten seams, especially thick ones. Uh-oh. Geez, now they aren't doing the procedure till 5:30.
Oh,
oh no, this is too much.
oh
And then
God.
John says, my friend is going through chemo for multi-cancers. Wow. Cancer's becoming a big deal these days, man. Junk people eat. John says he's getting better now. So your husband didn't peek in today, or did he?
Who?
Let's see, what is
No,
today?
because he was on. It was hilarious last night on William's
I
channel.
was doing something and he goes,
Didn't you see him?
I was doing something, I had to go in there, and I come back and he's sitting in the chair, and I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I wanted to see if they would notice.
He says, Rita grew a beard. That was his comment. I'm like, wait, what?
No, he's funny. I've asked him, do you want to do a live? He goes, no, he doesn't understand what the live is. He doesn't understand. He thinks he's just talking to people on the computer. He doesn't understand billions of people can see it. He doesn't get it.
Does he have any hobbies?
No. No.
No.
When he was 3, he had a tumor in his brain, and they had to take it out, and it poked a hole through the center of his brain. So he's not, you have to explain to him, why do I need to put the bowl in the sink in the hot water?
Oh, gotcha.
He doesn't understand logic. Why do I need to open the door before going through it?
Because you can't walk through the door unless it's open. Unless you want to crash into it anyway. Yeah.
He hits the door. Oh, I forgot to open it. And I don't say anything to him.
Yeah.
But and so he's still got a pipe in his head. He's got a metal rod through his head. So I have to, he'll say something to people and he doesn't realize what he said is rude.
Oh, so he doesn't have a filter either.
He doesn't have a filter like I call her my sister anyway. She it's her brother's ex-wife. Her brother died. And they were still married, so it's not really his ex-wife. They were married. Well, she's kind of large, and she was talking about getting into an exercise program, and he says, Well, a lot of people run when they're fat.
I'm sorry.
So Lynn and I both wanted to crawl under the table. And she said, yeah, maybe I'll look into running. He says, yeah, people run when they're fat, can lose weight. Still to this day, he doesn't understand what he said that was wrong. He doesn't understand. And so concepts of, why does the cat think it needs to eat? I'm like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? He doesn't understand. Well, it just ate yesterday.
Oh boy. Yeah.
The
I agree.
humor he had went right to the center of his brain.
Yeah.
And I don't know that there's a name they call what he has. And so he doesn't, it's not mentally challenged, but sometimes it goes beyond that. What do you need to put a Band-Aid? Can't, because I'm bleeding. I need a Band-Aid. Why?
Okay, Shirley. We'll be sending good thoughts your way.
Yeah, surely. Yeah. Oh, that's just awful.
Yeah.
Was that last night, Alabama?
Was that last night? What? I don't know what you
Huh?
mean.
Rita grew beard.
Oh,
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I
yeah,
grew
that
a
was
beard.
last night. Yep.
Yes, I grew a beard.
It was pretty funny when he said it. It's like, okay.
What is as funny is I just
Doing something and I hear what he says, and I'm like, and I look up, I'm like, oh, he's there.
well, that's not as bad as someone saying, "Oh, do you have a hubby?" I said, "Yes." I didn't know that.
I honestly didn't know you had one because I'd never seen him, Rita,
I
until you
talk
showed
about
me.
it all the time. My hubby's upstairs.
Yeah, I'd never seen him.
Yeah, his hobby is, what does he do? He plays some kind of a game. Like, it's not like Zelda, but it's like a game like that.
Is it Mario World? Or Mario, I mean?
No, this is it. Like the little thing moves on the screen and moves rocks and
That sounds like Donkey Kong.
no, no, I don't play it. The thing moves rocks to move other rocks and
Hmm.
uh I can't remember. That's what he does. That's his hobby.
This iron is bloody hot.
They're not supposed to be.
This one, sometimes I think it's hotter than it's supposed to.
Oh, I know. I had to replace mine. I got to get a new one. I went to turn the iron off, and even after 2 hours of plugged in, the thing wasn't cooling off. I'm like, oh, that's dangerous. Oh my gosh. Oh, Myra had such a good
Have you
idea.
noticed he hasn't beeped tonight?
Huh?
It hasn't done any beeping tonight.
No.
That's strange.
Oh, that's not cool.
Yeah. I wonder why it hasn't been beeping tonight.
Oh, maybe you ought to turn it off, then turn it back on, see if it changes it.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
that's
I just realized I don't think I've heard it beeping today.
yeah, because what they beep was when it shuts down.
Normally y'all are like, what is that sound?
Oh, that's right. Now I know I'm like, Allie, what is he talking about? Alabama. Now I remember that one night he was saying that people call him Alabama.
Why?
I don't know. Allie, he's people call him Alabama.
Maybe because they can't say his
Can't
big
pronounce
one.
his name, so they call him Alabama.
That's why I asked him what his full name was, because that's a
That
mouthful.
looks perfect. Yes. That looks perfect.
So it's coming together the way you want it now.
Now, up
Oh.
against
We might finish our block together then.
up against the yellow. Look at
Love
that.
it. Love it.
Ba-da-ba-ba. It looks good. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, let's make sure I get this block laying the
I'm
way it's
proud
supposed
for you. That's awesome.
No, I've been sitting here looking. It's like, I don't like that red. There's something wrong. I don't like something in there. And when, even though I do Scrappy, if something doesn't look right, I won't sew it together. Because I don't like taking things apart.
Look, y'all, it's about to become a thing of beauty. Maybe.
Uh-oh,
Oh, I know what I did.
it works.
Uh-oh. Yeah, what did I do?
And why am I making this block? I don't know, because I liked it. I wasn't so keen on the other blocks, but this one I liked.
Oh, right. Hmm.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's see what happens when I pin all this stuff together. John says it works, Sassy.
Yep. Also, you made your arrow red.
Yep.
Mhm. Yep.
Gonna look interesting, I bet.
And that tells me
Why did she
mine
go
is
all
not going to be
hot
red.
and bothered?
Yes, I like that yellow. Now, I have to go.
I was going through my reds and I'm like, and this red I picked, I didn't think I was going to have enough of it. Turned out it did because I pulled another, I found another yard that was not the same print of the batik, but the color
Right.
was very close to each other.
Right.
Because the other reds I had was a little too, either too light or too muted.
Yeah, red is a funny color. It's not like red will go usually with anything, but sometimes if it's the wrong red, it doesn't look right.
Yep. And I was
Whereas
trying to find.
black and white pretty much goes with anything.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yep. Definitely not making a beeping noise.
My arrows are going to be purple. Wait a minute. Purple arrows. Oh, thanks, Sherry. I don't know if they're roses. I just call them little flowers. I don't know really what they are.
John says, I don't agree, Sassy. I think he thinks reds are difficult to match up.
Yeah, they're hard to match. Because I thought this was red. It's not, it's orange. It's actually orange. It looks red till you put it up against something. Until you put it up against something that's orange and it turns orange. See? It's not red. It's orange.
Maybe it's red with yellow undertones.
I'll be doggone. It's got little yellow polka dots on it. Look! Look at that. And it's see-through. It's got little yellow polka dots in it.
Wow.
It's pretty.
And it's see, I never thought about that. It's got little. Okay, it's Myra's fault. She's cursing my fabric.
No, 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 no. I only pray blessings, never curses. Because what goes around comes around, sister.
You got that right. So I need.
I have seen it.
Yeah, that karma. You tell people, you know, karma's going to get you. It will get you. Bad.
Well, I don't really think of it as karma necessarily.
It's
What you reap, you sow. If not you, then generations behind you.
right. Was Myra's fault. See, Allie even says so.
I'm
Oh my God, Myra.
minding my own business,
I've sat and stared at
cutting my heart out.
no, I cut these out like a week ago, and I just sat and looked was like, I don't like something here.
I
Myra,
already knew you didn't like it.
no, I didn't like it, so I wouldn't sew it together. It's like
Oh,
there's
you just needed me, honey. That's all. You just needed me.
of all the colors, and I never thought about adding yellow.
You just needed a little push from someone else.
It's like, what do you mean yellow? Well, I could try. Duh.
Well, you were looking at it for too long.
Yeah, and that's why I was just. It's like, okay, I'm gonna sit here and stare at it, but the
All right,
color's not coming.
you've heard of nose blind for a teenager's bedroom?
Right?
Well, you went colorblind, but not like colorblind, but you
Right.
went like nose blind. Yeah.
Well, mine issue is because I am legally blind. Sometimes what I see there isn't there.
Sure.
And it's like, no, it is rare that when I pick colors out, they don't work. Even something that's scrappy has to work together. It has to work together. And I can't believe red doesn't work in there. That is a trip.
I'm done.
You see,
All of my blocks are done.
all
All of
I
my
seen
blocks,
was the top.
all of my blocks are trimmed.
But I thought they were fine. I didn't know they needed trimmed.
Oh yeah, they had to be trimmed, sweetheart. They had to be trimmed.
Mhm.
So now what has to happen?
Oh, hi, Tammy and Brenda. And yeah, second guess the color choices. Yeah, I've usually I don't do that. And I was second guessing it because it just didn't look right.
So you guys can see what this is going to look like. Look, there's the first arrow.
See, turning the white in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's get the other three made.
Mm-hmm. See, if you'd have done the yellow, it makes it come together. Stick yellow to yellow.
That was a good idea or a good suggestion, Rita. Very good suggestion.
All right, now I have a question, sewing question. My blocks have trimmed out to just about 8 1/8 square,
Mm-hmm.
give or take an eighth.
Right.
So how fat should my sashing be?
1.5 inches.
And how did you come to that?
Okay. How I come to that is anything between 8 and 8.5. I always make it 1.5 inches.
Now, is that an 1.5 inch cut so that it's going to be
Cut.
an inch?
Yes, cut. That is cutting it 1.5 inches. If you want it so that you're 1.5 inches, you're going to cut a 2-inch strip.
But you're telling me you think it would look good at an inch.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't want the sashing to be the predominant. I don't have any of mine in here. You want the blocks to show, not the sashing, right?
Right.
Okay. If you go any wider than 1 inch, people are going to see the sashing, not the blocks, because their focus is going to be on that sashing. So if you do sashing cut size 1.5 inches, and then it goes down to an inch. That's just a, you ever seen like a shadow box where okay, that's a shadow box. It's just a little piece in between each piece.
Mhm.
1 inch at a 1/4 inch wide, right? 1.25 inches, right? Like Ali says, it's like, wouldn't the sashing be 1 inch and 1/4 inch wide, 1.25 inches?
Well, if you start out with 1.5 and she's going to put
Right.
block sashing, it's actually technically going to be 1 inch.
Right. So you got a
Finished.
1/4 inch, right? So you need to do it 1.5 inches sashing because you're going to lose a 1/4 inch on each side.
Right.
So, Sissy, when you
Yes,
do the
Betty.
sashes, you plan on putting cornerstone blocks in through the long part of it? You got to make sure that those cornerstone blocks are 1.5 also
Yes.
squared.
Your cornerstones will be the exact same as whatever the sashing size is.
Mhm.
And everybody's saying it looks great. Thank you all.
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Brenda Foley.
1.25 inches. Well, no, it would have to be 1.5 inches because you lose a 1/4 inch on each side. Right?
Yes.
If you're putting sashes between 2 blocks, you end up with
1.5, 1.5, you lose a 1/4, that makes it 1 inch. Yes. Oh my gosh. Now my brain's gonna, I had to think.
This is going to be a big block.
Oh, look at I don't know. Did you
I
make
looked at I looked at the setting, and they put that big block smack dab in the middle of that quilt top.
Yes. No. Did you do any of the blocks that Callie and Company has been doing?
No, you talking about Corey Yoder? The so long she's doing that you and Jess are doing?
Jess isn't doing that one.
Oh, I thought she was.
Maybe she is. I don't know. She didn't do the last one.
She was.
Maybe she is. They're big. Those blocks are huge. They're like 14.
Yeah.
1/2 inch turns to an
I
inch.
think my channel so long blocks are big enough without taking on another big block one.
Come on.
Those blocks for the channel so long, they're
Mhm.
16 3/4 or 16.5, one of them. Something like, yeah.
What are you? They are 17.5. I know that for a fact.
Don says, yes, 1.5 turns to 1 inch after the 2 seams from the blocks to block, except the outer block. Yeah.
Mhm.
Are you planning on putting a sashing on the outside of the whole quilt top? Or are
I
you
thought
going to
she
put a
said she
border?
would. Well,
Yes. Yes, I'm putting a border on because I have 4 of those little blocks left over and I don't have anything to do with them. So yes, I'm putting, all right, so let me show you something that I just did. I have one of my pieces. I haven't cut my, all right. So let me turn this around. Oh, hang on. Let me get that one out from under there because that's
That's going to
messy.
look good, sissy.
So what do you think with the green? Of course, that isn't the Kelly green, and I think I need to do the Kelly green.
I think either green will be fine. Really.
do you have a little red one? Oh no, that would be too much red.
Yeah,
just
because my
checking.
big border is going to be red.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, what? Yeah, that.
I
That-
don't want it solid. I think I want
Mhm.
the, hang on. I can't
Yep,
see.
lost ya.
Okay, I think I want, but I think I'll do the Kelly green to bring the Kelly green in.
Correct.
Because this one is that one, but I think
Right.
I'll put the Kelly green. Let me see if I have Kelly green right here with me real close.
But
Yeah, I do.
did you notice on every one of those blocks you said the one was different? You put it in the exact same place on each block.
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
So it looks like it was planned that way.
Well, it was. Oh, I see what you mean.
Mhm.
No, it was only planned in that,
No,
it
but
was-
because it's repeated, it looks like it was planned. Mm.
with a different,
With the different one in the same spot on each block.
okay, so here's the Kelly green. Whoops, where did we go?
Yeah,
Hang on.
Oh.
sissy.
She ran away.
He
All right.
disappeared.
Where did I go?
I didn't know.
I don't know. Hang on, I'll figure it out. Maybe. 4.
Imaka.
Um,
Okay.
all right,
must
I'm
have-
back.
There you go. Now we can see you.
No. Whoops.
Oh, shoot fire. Hang on, y'all.
You use the other green. No, the other one.
Hang on.
Hmm.
Oh,
Okay. Do you have enough? Okay, like on the bottom, use that same green. On the top, use the other green. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, but no offense, darling, but if
No.
you're gonna, the next block is gonna have this green up here.
No. The Kelly green one,
Yeah, that's that
Put it-
one.
put it down. Put it down there on the bottom.
Okay, but
And
for the next block that's gonna go here, then it's not gonna be Kelly
Oh,
green,
it's not gonna work.
right?
Oh,
Sorry, I mean, I knew what I meant.
um, or you just put them all in a bag, close your eyes and pick one.
No, I can't do that. Or you mean
there's-
pick
I
one?
can't see
Oh,
Myra, just the
Yes.
name. That's weird.
What's wrong with that green to your right?
this?
Yeah, what is that? Oh,
That's my
Ah.
cutting mat.
okay. No. The back side without stars on it.
Oh, that's my Kelly green.
But use it without the stars. There you go. No, that doesn't work. That looks funny.
Well, it doesn't because we've got solid red here.
Okay, and it's sitting next to what are those stars?
Yeah, these guys are stars.
Yeah, there's an idea. Hmm.
So we could go solid green, but I really like the Kelly green better than the
Yeah, the Kelly green
green.
looks better. The Kelly green looks better.
So I don't, with the blue green, you can see the stars through it.
Right.
If you really look hard, I don't know if you can,
It's see-through. You can see through it.
but I can see the stars. But the Kelly green seems to be, the stars don't come through.
Right. You're not gonna have stars behind it.
John
there's
says he
stars.
thinks green matches the Kelly green.
Oh, if you flip it over, right.
It is the Kelly green, John.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just flipped it over.
Yep.
Uh, I'm
Oh,
here. I know what I'm doing. I'm getting punch buggy crazy. But I think I like the solid with the solid
yes.
because we'll have the stars here and the stars here. So I think I like that.
Yep. It breaks it up just like the red breaks up the two. Then you got that cornerstone that breaks up the red from the border or the sashing.
Or let me ask, because I'm going to have big red borders, should I keep with the star motif?
I like it better with the stars.
Because the star will be like that. Well,
Right.
hang on, let me move my book so that you guys could see what this will look like.
Yep. Yep. I don't know. See, now it's too much. Okay. Where do you want the focus to be? The center. If you
Yeah.
flip that and your cornerstones is the stars up, your focus then is on anything that's got a star. Whereas turning it over so it's solid, then your focus is on the center of those blocks and not the
And
stars.
and you guys do know my border, my sashing will come to the point here.
Right.
Okay. All right. This is
yeah.
just, I'm just laying this on top of folded fabric.
Right.
Okay.
But
All right. So
yes.
John, I agree. I like the
Yes.
Kelly green. I agree with everybody. I like it without the stars.
Yep.
And so now let me talk this. Do you guys mind talking this through with me?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right. So now let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut 1.5 strips of my Kelly green and of my sashing material.
Right.
I'm going to, I want to sew a long strip on one of these. I don't know how to explain what I want to do. I don't want to have to sew little bitty squares. Am I just going to have to sew little bitty squares?
You have to sew those little squares to, yeah, you don't have a choice. That's a cornerstone.
Oh, yeah,
You're,
I guess.
you're not sewing them to the, no.
Now, wait a minute. Let me ask you. Wait a minute.
That
Listen
is,
to this. Hang on.
okay.
Listen to this. I've got, before I cut my 1.5 inch strips for sashing, could I not sew green to the end, and then I would have green already on the end?
Okay. Didn't you say you weren't putting that all the way around the outside? Are
I'm
you
not
going
putting
to
that.
border
Could you be a little more descriptive?
that?
Okay. The sashing is going to go around all 36 of my squares.
Okay, right there. You don't put it on the outside. The outside block doesn't get that sashing. The outside block gets a solid sashing.
No, my outside block is getting this sashing because my border is this red.
Yes, but not as an individual piece. Let me.
I want the red, I want this red sash
Yes.
next to my red border.
Right. But this is what you're going to do. You're going to have a sashing piece here. and one on the
Okay,
other
wait a minute. You
side.
got to be descriptive because I'm not seeing here. Hang on, wait a
Okay.
minute. Maybe okay, what are you showing me? I'm back with you.
Okay, here, I'm gonna pull this down here. Okay, you have your block.
Yeah,
Okay. You're gonna sew a short sashing on the right, a short sashing on the left.
yes.
When you have, I don't know if you're going 4 blocks across, 5 blocks across, whatever it is. This block, sashing. Next block, and then you'll go across. This piece here that connects them together is the only one that will have the cornerstones. Or did I really confuse you? White sashing around the outside like a border, right?
I'm actually, all my sashings are going to be the
Okay.
8 inches plus the half inch.
Okay.
So all my sashes are going to be that.
You know what? I'll do it this way.
All 4 sides of my sashing are going to be the same length because I'm putting a cornerstone.
Okay. You have
What does that say, replete?
sashing and sashing.
Sis, that's beautiful, those arrows.
Thank you.
Okay, so you have your block and pretend that that's connected together.
Right?
The blocks that go on the top, they will not have, it'll be one long sashing, not individual ones.
No, it won't because I'm going to have cornerstones.
Right? The one,
Okay, wait a minute. Let me show you the window. Let me show you the window so you can understand what I'm calling a cornerstone. Hang on. My mother has an 80s, a beautiful 80s, but nonetheless an 80s. All right. Do you see the fake sashing on
yeah,
the window pane?
right.
They're all going to have that.
Okay.
Everywhere it joins is going to have the green cornerstone. And this is going to be the cream and red star sashing.
Right. But the only place when you look at a quilt, the only place generally how it's done, instead of going around every single block that way, it's not necessary.
I think we have wait, can I interject here for a minute?
Yes. You understand, Katie, what I'm trying to
Sissy.
tell her?
Hang on a minute. Sissy, when you do the outside sashing all around the outside of the blocks, I mean, after you've sewn everything on the inside, everything, and it's ready for that outside sashing, are you planning on putting cornerstones at each intersection around the outer edge? Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Or are you just going to do one solid sashing on the outside and then put the border on?
I don't know. I'll have to wait till I get there.
Hang on a minute. I'll be right back because I think we have, just hang on.
So what I'm hearing you say is you propose that the cornerstones only go on the interior.
No, you can put
Squares.
them on the end. You can put them on the ends too. But the joining sashing where you got, say you've got 4 blocks and the next row has 4 blocks. Your joining sashing is the only ones that will physically have those cornerstones on it. It's not, the cornerstones are not being sewed to the block versus they're actually being sewed to sashing.
Right, I know they're never sewn to the red block. They're sewn to sashing. I know.
But they only go through the center. They're not sewed to the sides.
Is
Does
what
that make
you're
sense?
wanting to do, Sissy?
Yes, love.
Okay, that's one straight line across.
What is?
The sashing doesn't go around the block. It's only on two sides. That makes sense?
All right, Katie, let's pretend that the blocks that have your cornerstones,
Yeah.
let's pretend those are solid colors, okay? Because the white sashing in each individual little block is throwing me a bit. So let's pretend those are solid color blocks. Okay? So you have all red colored blocks with all white sashing with all blue cornerstones.
Yeah, so what I did was I put a sashing, I used short sashing in between each block. And then when I
Okay.
got ready to put the cornerstone, I sewed, and I'll start at one end of here.
Mhm.
Now ignore this right here because this is all a separate piece. This one strip on the
All right.
outside, I
That's
went
right.
sashing, cornerstone, and by the time you get to the length of your quilt, it's one long strip.
Right. It's not done around each individual block, but only to connect them together.
Well,
Once
I
you,
see what you're saying. You're saying do rows and
right.
then put sashing with the cornerstones. Sew it there. I got it. That's
Between each row instead of opposed to putting a corner sash on each individual physical block. I mean, you can, it just would take more time.
no, I understand what you're saying
I was just trying to see if I was misunderstanding
Right.
which, yeah, that's all.
So yeah, right.
And Sissy, wait a minute. On the outside,
But hang on, my sashings will be the same size on all four sides because each is going to have a cornerstone. Each corner is going to have a cornerstone.
Yeah.
Technically,
You're going to the same place.
Yes, technically, but you're not physically sewing a sashing all the way around to each.
No, physically, I'm going to sew on the right side. I'm going to sew on the left side a whole row, all six of them. And then I'm going to have this piece already sewn to this piece, to the next one, to the next cornerstone. And then I'm going to sew one long line. Yeah, I got that.
Right.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry, Kathy. I didn't mean to hijack. So please, let's go.
You're not hijacking anything.
No, I'm like,
Y'all are so kind
no,
to
what
me.
I thought is, oh my God, I've been doing this wrong the whole time. Oh no.
No, I think we just had a bit of a communication something.
Well, it's the difference between a new sewer that doesn't, a new quilter that doesn't use her terminology correctly. So, and that's me. That's me.
That's
So
why I went and got the quilt because I thought maybe that might help everybody.
Yeah, that's why I was
I
like,
own that.
where is mine with the cornerstones? Oh, I know where mine's at, and I ain't going in
Now,
there.
see, on that same quilt top, I did another sashing that's going around the entire outside of the quilt, and at each junction there is another cornerstone. You want to see? Hang on.
But didn't you also say you were putting a secondary border on there?
What, on this one or her?
You.
Who is you? Me or her?
Myra. Myra, didn't you
Yeah,
say
she said she's putting a border on.
a border on?
I am putting the sashing around all 36 blocks with cornerstones, and then and then I am putting a red border on, and at the four cornerstones of the entire quilt, there will be the little squares. These guys. There will be just these guys. What, baby?
This right here is the very outer edge of the quilt top.
All
And you
right,
see,
hang on. Okay, what?
see, this is the very outer edge of the quilt top. I put a stashing down here so I could stop all the color. And each junction also has a cornerstone. And it goes all the way around the quilt. I have two sides I haven't finished. But yeah, you can even do that and then put your border on if you want to do it like that.
That's exactly what I'm saying I'm gonna do.
So
Okay.
you're putting a double border. That's what I call a double border.
This is a sashing, not a border.
Well, anything to me, anything on the outside is a border.
Well, yeah, true.
That's me. So it's a double border.
Okay. It's a 1-inch border, it's a 1-inch outside border, and then a 4-inch outside border. I'm just saying.
I hate borders.
Yes, it will be cute.
It's gonna look
thank you.
beautiful.
It's
Do you know what you're doing for the backing yet?
No.
Come on, what's wrong with you?
I'm glad I'm not the only one that doesn't know that.
You got it all figured out, and it's not done yet. I'm sitting here waiting, going, where's it done? It's not done?
No.
I bet you she'll have it done next go around. Well, not tomorrow, but
No, she really won't, because she's got to cut, and I'm gonna have to work up to cutting. I gotta play with my rulers. I gotta make sure I have my ruler.
can you
If
show
I
us what
didn't bring my ruler, I'm screwed.
you don't know?
Because I have a ruler with the cuts in it.
John says some people just do tops.
They do. I couldn't handle it. Just to do a top and not finish it, I would go nuts. I am nuts.
I just have unfinished tops because I need backing and I don't have enough.
Well,
And
John, I don't usually quilt mine. Well, I've never gotten to the point yet because this is my first real quilt top. My baby blankets, I machine quilt my own self, but it's not really quilting because I'm hand embroidering around patterns, and then I'm quilting the outside border. So, I'm stitching in the ditch for the outside border. So it's not really what I would call.
You don't make a sandwich out of it.
Yeah, I do. I have batting. Yeah,
So that is quilting.
Okay. All right. Well, but I make table runners. I made table runners for my family. I make card holders. Yeah. So I like to make gifts, but this one is just for me.
That is quilting, though.
Okay.
So how is that? You're just doing quilting on a larger scale.
Okay.
Well, am I wrong? I don't know.
No, you're right. You're right. But it's very hard for me to say that I really truly quilt. But yes, I guess I do.
You showed
is quilting.
You showed like Allie says. Like Allie says, don't sell yourself short. That is quilting.
Okay. Y'all, my grandmother, my dad's mama, she used to hand piece and sew and hand quilt her quilts. And then my dad and my mom in their 60s or 70s started quilting tops, and daddy got a Tin Lizzie long arm, and he started quilting with the by using the long arm, but by walking it back and forth with the panelets or whatever those things are called. And then my dad bought a computer to go on the Tin Lizzie and let the computer do the quilting.
Is that an actual name, Tin Lizzie, as in?
Yes, that is the name of the long arm. That's the
Oh, I never even heard of that one.
Yeah, it's called a Tin Lizzie. But when daddy died, I inherited his Janome, but mother sold the Tin Lizzie because I didn't have any room for it and didn't say I wanted it. And well, I probably would have needed to buy it from her because it was so darn expensive. But anyway, I inherited the Janome, and but there are a lot of long armors down here in North and Central Florida don't charge an arm and a leg. I don't think. So I have some that I will probably send out.
Well,
Because I would never do free motion quilting, and I'm not confident enough to do anything more than just straight line quilting. So I would send out if I wanted, a pattern that would dissolve into the background, but whatever.
well,
John,
you can actually just, yeah, because what you're doing, like Allie says, that is free motion quilting, what you're doing. That is still
well,
motion quilting.
stitch in the ditch or straight line, I don't think of as free motion, but I guess you're right. I think of free motion as when people are doing those pretty swirls and butterflies or whatever. So, Allie and John, what kind of, do you sandwich yours and do the actual putting it together end of it?
Because I do. I don't send my quilting out. I do it.
Yeah, here's this is I don't know if you were here when I finished this. This is finished straight line quilting. My raspberry kisses.
I love that.
Well,
Yeah.
you can I'm sitting on it. This is done with a regular machine, and I changed the stitching on it. That's all I did.
Now, on one of my
That's it.
on one of my baby quilts, I used my Janome. My Janome has fancy stitches,
Right.
and I used a fancy stitch around the outside in a contrast thread color, and it looks so cute.
I have one. That's what I was looking for. One of them I put metallic thread on my machine.
Wow.
Metallic. And I'm like, I don't have a quilting. I don't have a long arm. I just have my normal everyday one machine, Allie. An old Singer. It's not really old. It's only a couple years.
Has Allie said what she does for her quilting?
Allie is John.
Just John.
Sorry.
But he
What about
does.
John? This
Allie.
is Lillian, named after my grandmother.
That's a featherweight.
It is.
There was a whole big discussion about naming yeah.
About what?
Naming inanimate objects or giving inanimate objects names.
Yes.
There was a discussion going on last night about, was it last night or the last time before?
There was always discussion. I am not naming a machine.
Oh, that's my Lillian.
No.
Yes.
I don't name my machines.
Now, my daddy's, my inherited Janome is just the Janome, but my featherweight to honor my grandmother, who died when I was 10, that's my Lillian for sure.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, up until other than when my dad in the upholstery shop, he had those big, huge industrial machines. The ones that will go.
John says that he sandwiches and then sometimes will make a pattern or in the ditch, as you say, Myra. And then he says, Rita, I put Gutermint gold and silver metallic for my last quilting on pure black. Wasn't a quilt, but quilted, yes.
Yes.
Wow, I bet that was gorgeous.
Yep.
Sounds like thread painting to me.
Yep. Pretty much. That's what it is.
Yeah. Looks like we caught up on the. I'm slowly getting this block.
See, Myra, you do quilting.
Okay.
You just don't think of it. You that's a beautiful thing you did. It's pretty.
Thank you.
Okay,
Pretty.
so I'll put it to you this way. Who gave you the idea to do it?
My brain.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that. Nobody forced you to do it. Oh, I think this would look good. That is creativity, and you should be proud of that. They look beautiful.
Oh, thanks, honey.
They really do.
Well, I have Quilted Twins quilt shop within 15 minutes of my house in Central Florida. And, you know, you go in there and you see what all those women do, and that's like, oh my good gosh, professionalism to the max. And it's so beautiful. And so, you know, I mean, this is my relaxation and my retirement time.
Um,
So this is one of the things I made for my family for
let me see.
Christmas.
Did you get all of those done now?
Oh, cool. It's cards on something. I didn't see the rest.
Okay, what it
How
is,
did you stick them on there?
hang
She's
on,
about,
it's
hang on.
so
I
no, I haven't
haven't-
put them together because I've been working on this instead.
Are those real playing cards or is it material that's playing cards?
No, it's material.
Oh,
Hang on just one second.
She's going to show you what she did.
And
You done,
I
how many
gave
did you make?
I gave my I gave each member of the family unit a card holder for Christmas.
We can't see you.
a
All right,
card?
hang on.
You said a card holder?
Yep, that's what it is.
Okay, so
Oh, cool.
I gave each family member one of
Oh,
these.
you guys play cards a lot then.
Not necessarily.
Oh,
Well, kind of maybe, I don't know. But anyway, I gave each family member a card holder, and then I gave each family unit a card game called Five Crowns.
oh,
Yeah, that was what I
cool.
did for
Oh,
Christmas this
so it
year.
was a part of a game that you gave them. Kind of.
Well, I gave them the card game, and then I
Yeah.
also gave them card holders.
But that's what I mean. You gave them a game. And then that's cool. See, that's quilting, nothing that's sewing, that's cool.
Well, it's fabric craft is what
Right,
I call it. I
right,
love fabric craft.
right.
And then I made 37 travel pillowcases and bought travel pillows
Oh
for all my immediate
wow.
family one Christmas. And I made them each individual. Like, I have a grandson that loves Rubik cubes, and Walmart had a fat quarter Rubik cube fabric, if you can imagine that. And
Oh,
yeah, it was so
cool.
cool. Yeah, yeah. So that was fun. Yeah, 36 or 37 of those suckers I did. But yeah, I
So
know
you
what I'm doing this year.
they were mushy like? Or you made
Travel
art?
pillows.
Oh,
Travel
you okay, you made out the travel pillows out of
I bought the pillows off of Amazon by I bought
right.
12 or 24 at a time. Yeah. And then in bulk, I bought the pillows, and the pillows are like 12 by 16, I think, 12 inches by 16 inches.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they are. And then I made fold over pillowcases for them that um, one side would be the Rubik's Cube fabric, and
Right.
then the two pieces on the back that overlap would be like solid green.
Mm,
And then I stuck the pillow in, and there you go.
that's see, those are cool. Those
Yeah,
are cool.
that's fun. I like doing that, but sometimes I bite off more than I want to chew. So
No, that's not possible.
yeah, doesn't everybody?
No, not me, not never. That's why I sit here looking at squares all day long.
Sure you don't.
Well, that's why I sit here looking at squares all day long. Like, I don't like this, and I don't know what's wrong with it.
You are funny.
I don't know why I keep losing me.
I don't know.
I don't know. Is your camera, do you need to, you got a power source on it? Maybe you need to
Hold
plug
on.
it in.
Oh, I took it off when I went in the other room to get the cards. There we go. Now we do.
Sometimes it uses a lot of energy. This is going to be an interesting block.
Cool.
How far along are you with yours, Rita?
Well, after I came up with this ingenious thing of using yellow.
You're cutting for having to cut?
Oh, no. No. Mm-mm. My yellow's already cut.
Oh,
Wow, that's cool.
No, I'm one of these kinds of people that scraps. I cut them into all different sizes. And so I already have them in 2.5 inch. The yellow I have. Like, I don't want to have to cut. No, don't have to cut. No, I already had them. I just got to sew these really quick.
oh, this is gonna be so cool.
I'm being lazy. I'm not marking them.
Oh, Katie, I'm loving it.
We're getting there. As soon as I finish pressing it, I can start sewing the rows together.
Yep. What rows together? What are you talking about?
You know what rows.
Yep, I know nothing.
Sure.
I know nothing. I claim nothing. And I better not have missed that corner. I'm going to be picked off. Oh. Nope, I didn't. Cool. I hate
This is
hammers.
definitely a very big block.
I don't know that I would say it's a big one.
I don't think I saw a finished side for this.
I don't like how, huh? You dirty rotten booger.
Uh-oh. That doesn't sound promising.
No, it didn't. I don't like, this is the only thing I hate about snowball blocks. If to me they're not as perfect as possible, I will take them apart. Oh, Katie, you got monetized?
Me?
Yeah, Allie says he thinks you got monetized.
That's too funny. I've been monetized for a little while.
I thought so.
Yesterday was my, I meant to bring
Oh,
this
your
up.
anniversary.
Yesterday was my 2-year anniversary.
That's what it was. That's cool.
So I'm going to do a 12-hour live on the 19th. All right, here's the top half.
Hey, are you insane?
Now let's sew this together.
Okay, material. Katie's insane. Don't tell her.
Thank you, John.
She's
Yeah, I
gonna.
was going to bring it up. There was a couple things I was going to bring up, and that was one of them.
Don't tell
Oh,
anybody.
before I forget, because some of y'all came in after I said something about it. For those that don't know, Fat Quarter Shop is running a 50% off of all their patriotic fabric. And when I looked earlier today, they had lots of different pretty stuff. So go on over there. And no, I don't have an affiliate link. I'm just letting you know I got an email telling me about it. So I went and looked, and sure enough,
Fabric shop?
Fat Quarter Shop has all their patriotic 50% off.
Oh. Let me go see if I can find a link for you. Hold on.
Sherry says, I decided to take my small scraps and separate them by color because the containers were over. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I have 2 future plans for lives. Number one, I'm going to take my portable ironing board apart and recut.
You talking about the flash sale?
No.
Hmm.
Hang on. Let me give you the link in the channel because
that's what I was gonna do the link, but the other one's gone.
It shouldn't be. It's good until the 7th. Yep, it's still here.
I'll be doggone. Well, there's another
Hang on,
one
I'm
that says
gonna start in the channel.
they have another one going on. It's the 24-hour flash sale. Everything is.
Yeah, they do that. That's a regular. Is it really that long?
I told you. Yep. That's why I was trying to find it because it won't post. I was trying to find it to do a shrunken one of it. Stop, discount. Yeah,
Hey,
won't
what?
let me discount on,
Wait a minute. Yeah, it's not that's
a tiny URL. There it is. Star
you
Spangled
found.
Patriot Quilt Panels and by discount, yeesh. The other
Hang on a
one,
minute. Let me see if I can find the right link. Hold on,
Patriot Quilt Panels.
because they have everything on sale.
Oh, well, that's not a, doesn't show a discount on it anymore though.
What are you doing, computer? Oh, here we go. Let me go back to the main page.
At the Fat Quarter, 10% off. Yep,
Patriotic.
by the yard, but I don't see how that's $37 for the, yeah,
Oh,
it's, I was looking for it earlier and it's not there.
that's very strange.
Isn't it?
So it only works if you take it from your email account?
Yep. Because it's a link to,
Yeah, because it says the deal ends Monday, July the 7th. You get 50% off of all patriotic themed pre-cuts, yardage, notions, and more.
but
Now,
that's
why
not,
we did a regular link, I don't know.
That's-
You guys, what I'll do is I'll share it on my yeah, some people
But
don't have
it's-
Facebook.
right, it's not to the public though, it's only for memberships.
I don't have a membership.
You do if you signed up for the newsletter.
Yeah, I did.
That's why. Yeah, it's only for only people that have the newsletter. You have
John
to
is
sign
asking
up.
about maple leaf fabrics.
Any Canadian Patriot stuff. I bet you Laura Lee would.
I sure wish I could fly my flag tomorrow, but not happening.
Find your what?
Fly my flag tomorrow.
Oh, oh, oh.
But I'm not going to, because I'm not going to make any free tomorrow. Normally they wouldn't say anything because I am actually allowed to fly my flag. But with everything going on, it's
I mean, I'm in the US and I am not even flying
a
the
good
US
idea if I don't do anything, you know what I mean?
I won't fly the US flag.
I never flew when I lived at home, but living over here, you know, and the flag actually, I didn't buy it, Nikolai did. He already had it here before I moved here. Where he picked it up, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just not flying it. I don't want to create friction where there is none.
Yep.
And you know, I think that's with any country.
Oh, that's why I'm not flying mine, because I don't want to create any trouble.
Right. I don't want to create friction where there is none.
Normally wouldn't have been a big deal, but right now it would be.
Yeah, I don't want. I just stay in my own little corner of the little town.
Did I lose Myra?
Yeah.
No, I'm here.
She's there, kind of.
I think I found my backing. Hang on.
That's what
Okay.
she went looking for her backing.
You got quiet on us, so I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, Myra's like super quiet. Either that or I'm super noisy. One of the two.
I know one thing, I have a boatload
Direct
of
marketing. Right. Yeah, it is direct marketing, Allie. Yep. That's what it is.
She mentioned it on her last video too.
Yeah.
I think that's where it was, because that's why I went to check my email for it.
Yeah. Because when I went in there, I'm like going, okay, let me go through the one way, and it says sign up for the newsletter. I'm like, surely not. clicked on my email and went right in there. It's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. So I only give it to people that sign up for the newsletter. It's like, no.
Oh, you know what you can do? Y'all can go sign up for the newsletter, go spend money, and then unsubscribe yourself.
But they're still going to.
There's always a way around everything.
There is, but I found out doing that, it doesn't technically unsubscribe you. You still get their stuff.
I've been unsubscribing to a few things lately because I got a notice from Yahoo, and Yahoo is about to change how much we're allowed to have in our email accounts.
Oh, it's been that way.
I'm way over the limit.
Oh,
So I'm going to be cleaning up email for a while because I have like 28,000 pieces of email.
Yeah, it's called hit the button, select all, and delete.
No, can't do that. I got to go through there and round up all of my business stuff. My stuff where yeah.
Why do you have
Okay, I
my
found-
PayPal stuff. I don't want my PayPal disappearing because I keep my receipts for that.
Save to a Yahoo account? You have your business stuff saved to a Yahoo account.
I used to, which I forgot that other one might be. I haven't been in the other one in a long time because I set it up to dump into this one. But I have 2 PayPal accounts and I have 2 Yahoo accounts. And I have them because I live internationally and we have to sign up for a different style of PayPal. Still PayPal, but it's different.
I see.
And how we do the United States one. Unfortunately.
Okay, sis.
Yeah.
I just sent you through Messenger pictures of 108 backing that I think would look really cute on the back of this quilt. Is there any way you can pull it up?
Hang on a minute. I'm getting there.
I don't know if you can. With just being on one.
Just give me a minute. I'm doing it now.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
All right.
And you don't even have to do it now. I mean today, whatever.
Now
do it right now. Get up. Get it.
Well, I'm trying to share the screen here. Y'all give me a hot minute.
Oh, too funny.
Okay, here's the first one. Can you see it? No, yes, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, this is the first one. And here's the other one.
That's the same.
It looks the same to me too.
That's the same. See, it's the same. Just a different spot. There's nothing different about it. That's the same.
Well, that's the only 2 I see in the chat screen.
Oh, yeah, that's the same. It's just a different spot in the material.
Yep. Sissy, you might need to send me another one, maybe.
Yeah, that lady's in the, it's just a different, see, yeah, it's the same. It's not different ones.
Yeah, it's the same fabric. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I see what she's saying. You need to do it with the one with the cars. One has a car and one just has a lady walking.
No,
okay.
It's the same fabric.
Oh, but it's too, oh, you were just showing. Yeah, that would look fine.
It'll look good to me, I would think.
Good grief, Denise. How could, oh my God.
Well, you know, I've got all these guys that look kind of retro, you know, kind of, I don't know.
It's retro. Yeah, that would look fine. That would look fine.
I don't know. Oh, you don't need my leg, sorry.
That would look fine.
Show us some legs.
Goober.
Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Hi, Andy. Andy's here. We're not talking about legs.
No, we haven't been drinking, y'all.
I'm sure about that.
But
No,
that's
no,
not a bad idea, actually. It's
no,
getting
it's
late.
not.
Now we really know what Myra's been doing.
There are times that I do, but not when I'm sewing.
Hey, AC Florida, how are you?
Yeah.
And who else walked in here? I didn't see walk in here.
Andy,
Denise says I have 74,900.
I'm only 5
I
subs
see. I
away.
don't feel so bad then.
Oh,
Oh my God.
wow. Andy, that is amazing. Cool. Go subscribe to Andy's. He's only 5 subs away from 6K.
Wow, congratulations.
That's cool.
I wish I could. I was hoping to hit my milestone for July the 2nd, but nope, it didn't happen. I wanted to hit the 5K on July the 2nd. Nope. Congratulations, AC Florida.
Wow.
This block is coming together. We got one more side and then I can press it and show it to you guys.
Mm.
And you are gonna just have to wait, little miss.
No, I'm not.
Talking about the four-legged one that's giving me a hard time down here on the floor.
Are you seeing things again?
No. She's fixing to start talking. You didn't hear that little.
No, you don't know what talking is.
No, you ain't heard her yet.
Aha.
What?
No. My dogs talk. That's talking. They're nuts. No, she's like, give me my dinner now.
She's been fed. She wants to OUT now.
Yeah.
You know, to do her. I can't say the word because really
Extracurricular activities.
Her
I took her-
bio break.
you take
She
her for a walk
needs her
today.
bio
Needs
break.
her washroom break.
Well, I'll babysit then and I'll take her out.
So I tell my dogs, you need to go to the washroom, and they go.
Watch this. She'll really get crazy. Do you need to go shoo shoo? Need to go shoo shoo? Huh? Need to go shoo shoo? All right, let's go. I'll be right back, guys.
Yep. Oh, she left again. Party time. God damn. You know what? Screw it. I'm tired.
Don't burn the house down.
Oh, who's got the party supplies? Woohoo! Oh. Hurry, we gotta hurry. Right, Katie's gone. You get, yeah, no kidding, Allie. I got abandoned on the floor here. Good grief. Okay, I'm gonna pin this and see what it actually looks like after it's sewed on here.
Ooh, you know what?
Everybody abandons me. I feel abandoned.
Hey, I found 108 wide backing. That is a larger version of my sash. It's the same cream, it's the same stars.
That would work. I mean, if you want your backing the same, nothing wrong with that.
That would be kind of cool.
Yep. Now that's what it looks like with yellow.
Hang on, let me see. Hang on.
Now, ooh, where are you? There.
I love it.
Yep, that red just wasn't working. And that's really weird. I sat and stared at it for like 3 hours. Well, and then for the past 2 days, I've been looking at it. It's like, this is not working. And then it will be up against that.
I love it.
Yep. No, back. Well, actually, I can do it this way. Up.
Whichever. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yep, it'll work. But I just like Scrappy. I like Scrappy stuff. I always have. That's why all my blocks are. Well, I don't know if you've seen like the what was it? Callie and Company. Yep. This is one of their monthly blocks.
Oh,
I think this is, I'd have to look. This is, I think this one's the one from May. The only thing that changes is this centerpiece. Every single, it's a log cabin, and the only thing that changes is the centerpiece.
hey sis, Quilted Twins has 108 of the cream with larger red stars that
Yep.
would almost match my sashing.
Oh, cool. Is that what you're going to go with?
I don't know. I don't know.
Um,
I think I'm going to get the top finished, and then I'm going to take it with me to Quilted Twins or to A&E over in Pensacola.
Sounds like a plan.
Mm.
You might find something in person. I don't know. Since Quilted Twins has so much fabric and stuff.
Yeah.
Quite a
Well,
collection.
they're the one that has the stars.
Okay. They have one heck of a boutique section.
Hey, that works.
But I saw a shop in Florida that had even more than they had.
Which one was that, love?
It was the one that I don't know if you were with us when we went to that. Do you remember the place where we went to that was on private property and they had a room full of CAFE and a room full of tool paint? Do you remember that?
KAFFE, is that what you're?
I don't remember what the name of it was, but they have ranch land and everything else on there too.
Yes.
Yeah, they have an entire long room that was nothing but boutiques. It was more than what Quilted Twins had.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah. I just never seen so much Cape Facet and Tulip Pink in one room before. Every darn line she ever come out with was in that room, I think.
I think that's funny. I'm sorry, but I think that's funny.
Yeah, and that place called Black Cat, no, Black Dog, it's right there in
Yeah,
right inside
not Clearwater, Claremont.
Claremont. Yeah.
Yeah, we go by it every time we go to Disney.
She had her Tulip Pink marked off 40% because she couldn't sell her Tulip Pink. So she marked it all down and it was going like hotcakes then. And it was because the Florida Shop Hop was going on. And she's like, "Can I talk you into buying some?" I'm like, no. I was behaving myself.
But it sure was fun to pet the dog.
Yep. There was some really nice, there was this one shop in Jacksonville. I didn't even know it was when you're going from Lake City to Jacksonville, that that first Jacksonville exit, you can't think of the highway that it runs through there. There was one right off the interstate there. I didn't even know it was there.
Highway 1?
I think so.
Yeah.
It was a nice little shop. We're almost here. We're about to sew this bad boy. I'm sure using a lot of pins. Ouch, and I keep bumping myself. I don't think my dog did her business. She might have did one of them, but not the other one. She's like, "Oh, it's raining outside. I don't want to get wet." Or something spooked her one. She's funny. She'll go get in the lake. Doesn't mind getting wet there. You can get her to come take a shower with you so you can bathe her. But don't let it rain. Oh no. She's going to melt. Where did Rita go? All right. Now we're ready for
I'm
sewing.
here. Just hold on.
Okay. All right. Let's sew this side. Okay. When do you got to go back to your mom's, Myra?
I'm at Mama's.
Oh, you are. Duh. How's Bill doing after his surgery?
Well, he was doing well, but when he went back to work, he's got 3 screens that he has to pivot his head back and forth. So he said yesterday his neck was kind of hurting him. I told him to, put some hot compresses on it and maybe that would help. I don't know if he did or not.
Why couldn't he take time off after the surgery?
He took Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. He was off.
Stop, Nora.
He's a man.
Invincible. Okay. Let's get this pressed and then I'll show you the block. Just making sure these, yep, they're matching. Just a second, y'all. Y'all need to be talking. Okay. We're almost there. I don't think I've ever made a block this big that's going to be part of a quilt. I've made many quilts this size, but this is the first time making a block that's going to go into another part of a quilt. It's bigger than my design board. All right. Well, maybe not. Ta-da! What do y'all think? Let me know in the chat.
I love it.
Oh, thank you.
Can you center it, please?
It is centered.
Um,
Oh, you mean with the camera?
yeah. Or lay it down on the thing and highlight it.
It's not going to fit under the camera, Myra.
Oh, okay, babe.
Too
All right,
big.
so just hold it up.
This
I
is
love it.
Let's see, this design board is 18 by 18, and so is this block.
I love it.
Thank you. I really wanted to put something right in the middle of each one of these. Thank you, everyone. That is a big block. Okay, now I'm going to, well, yeah, I'm gonna set this right here for a minute. I want to talk about this other block. That we had 2 weeks ago, the cat's cradle. Let me see. Yeah, it's this block. Okay, I'm gonna move this out of the way because we're gonna talk about this other block. So most of you saw me do this block 2 weeks ago. And these half triangles were supposed to go from corner to corner of that square. But as you can see, that's not what happened. The square is over the top when it should be point to point. So I talked to someone, and my plan of attack is I'm going to do paper piecing to fix that problem. And it should lay corner to corner on that center block like it's supposed to. So I'm gonna take this apart and test run this theory by using the paper piecing. So I'll do it and then I'll let you know how it goes. And if it works out good, then it's fixed the problem that's wrong with the block. Okay. I was waiting to see if Rita was going to come back. All right, while we're waiting on Rita, I wanted to show you guys something.
Would you turn on? Okay.
I don't know if you even remember me making this.
Nope.
I just need to quilt it. Nora, what are you doing? So this is backing. And I did this on the back side of it. And I think this is going to end up getting quilted soon.
Oh, that's the back?
This is the back.
That looks like a piece of candy.
Now I'll show you the front. But it has a quilt label on it, as you can see. So it's ready for quilting.
Oh, yeah, it looks like a big piece of candy.
Yeah. Okay. This is the front.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
I love it.
It's a big pincushion.
Yep.
It's a big. Oh, you didn't put no thingies on it.
Any wood?
Are you gonna put a star on it?
No.
Oh, it looks pretty. I was just curious.
The pattern didn't call for a star.
No,
I
like
love it.
an
I love it just as it is.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's cool looking.
I think a star would have detracted from the design.
Oh yeah, I guess it would, huh? Unless it was faint, like
Yeah.
Embroidered, a faint star. But it's pretty.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Well, that's beautiful.
That's pretty. Wow. So you're just gonna sew the two together and turn it inside out?
No, I'm going to put batting in it.
No, that's what I mean. So
I'm going
batting and then
to make a sandwich, and then I'm going to straight line quilt it. I haven't decided. I probably will do it as a diagonal in 2 different directions.
oh, so you're gonna put a binding instead of sewing it inside out and then sewing it back? You
I don't know
understand
what
I
you mean
mean?
by
Instead of putting a binding all the way around the outside, you sew it right sides together, sew it, leave a hole, and then just turn it inside out and then top stitch it.
Yeah, I probably will bind it. because I don't mind binding it.
Oh,
I don't like borders, but I like doing binding, go bigger.
cool.
But I need to go in there and I think I have, yeah, I actually have two totes of Christmas stuff, and I
Uh-huh.
just got to decide what color I want the binding to be on the outside of it. I'll probably find I might just either use a red or I'll use a silver maybe, because I think I have some silver. Something.
I think
Or
red would pop with the backing.
Wouldn't
yeah,
red make it too much?
I don't know. I'm going to
Think so.
compare different ones. I'll get my box out. We'll see what works best. It's either that or I can do I have fabric in the hang on, I'll go get a couple and I'll show you something.
Right. Right, Denise. That's what I was. It's like Allie says, put some little present under the tree. Like,
Sometimes less is more.
oh. I don't know how to do less.
What did Denise say?
Oh, I'm sorry. It says Denise. Would Allie said quilt could quilt a star and then presents under the tree, and then Denise said would look nice with or without a star, bird, angel, etc.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Oh, come on. What's wrong with you?
I don't know how to do any of that.
Chop chop.
I could use something like this. Oh, the camera doesn't like it.
Scrappy binding. I agree. Sherry, yeah. Are you wanting to focus on the binding or on the quilt?
I was just saying I could do this too if I wanted to, but I thought I had some I might have some candy cane fabrics that I could use as a binding.
Or do a scrappy binding. It's different colors all sewed together. No.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Stop right there. What is that purple?
It has stars on it. It's planetary stuff.
Is it enough to do the binding?
It's a yard.
Oh, it's not enough.
No, it's a yard. It's enough.
Okay, put that up against that put it to where you can just barely see it. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I knew it. Hang on. Be patient.
Nope, it don't, does it?
No.
Nope. I thought it would.
I'll have to get my totes of Christmas stuff.
Ribbon candy looking, right?
I almost think I have some candy cane in my box of Christmas stuff.
I have some Christmas fabric that would be perfect for it, but it's here.
I have Christmas fabric. I just need to go get the totes, and that requires a
Do
little
you have
more.
anything like with red berries on it and green leaves?
Or like little reefs?
I don't think candy canes are going to work.
No, because they're two reefs, like reefs or what are those, holly berries?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Holly berries, red berries with green leaves.
No, what's that thing you hang up and you walk?
That's a wreath.
No, it's a sprig, and if you kiss somebody, if you walk
mistletoe.
Mistletoe. Shows how
we have that in trees in Florida.
Shows how often I use that.
You shoot it out of the trees in Florida with your shotgun. I'm just saying.
And how many are up in the tree?
Mistletoe grows as a parasite on trees.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, seriously, Google it.
I really thought that mistletoe was like leaf. Leaf?
No, it's really? Yeah, Google it. I'm serious. It's a it's a parasitic plant that birds go from tree to tree. That's why it's way up high in the tree. And it's a darker green than any of the leaves, so you can see the bunches of them.
I didn't. I didn't.
Yeah, my country papa taught me all about it.
Wow. But yeah,
He
people
used,
use it.
he used to shoot it down and sell it to people in town.
No, but what I'm saying, yeah, people use it. It's a parasite, but people use it.
Well, I'm using the word parasite because I don't know the correct horticulture term for its growing on another
It
on
preys
on a tree.
Oh, it's like a sucker.
it preys upon weakened trees
It's a sucker.
and is parasitic.
Well, thank you. I thought that was the right word,
Oh.
but I don't know. I just know
Wow.
how to find it, how to spot it, how to get it out of there.
No, I did not know that. Didn't know that.
Ooh, keep pulling through, sis.
This is not Christmas fabric.
Oh, it looked.
Why not? That would be perfect. That red.
This is all red. This is all my
No,
red, white, and blue stuff.
the red. The red.
Freaking-
No. Pick up the
You talk about this?
Yes.
What is that? What are the stars' colors?
What do you mean?
What are the colors of the stars on that red fabric?
Looks like yellow.
White?
White. That's yeah, that would work good as binding.
That might look really awesome.
Yellow.
Or even that one underneath it that your hand was
Yes.
just on.
You mean this blue polka dot?
No, I mean the
No,
red.
maroon, the darker maroon color.
That.
Yeah.
I think that's that maroon.
Yeah, this is all this red, white, and blue. This is one of my boxes of red. I thought I had the Christmas stuff out.
That maroon would look good.
Okay.
Take both of those over there and look at them.
Yep.
Either of those, I think. But go look and see what you think.
I think the red versus the maroon would look, I don't know, that maroon would look good too. That red would look good.
Hang on a second. I'm going to try to do this both at the same time.
Hmm?
Yeah, we need to see as much of the tree as we can. I
Well,
know
that's not going to happen. I can't hold the fabric up and hold up the whole tree. Just saying. Because this is pretty big.
it's very big.
Mm.
Can you put it on your design wall?
I don't have a design wall.
What
Yeah,
happened to it?
It won't fit on that. That's
No.
too small.
Is that thing, can you poke pins in that wall?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, sweetie, just fold it in half. Fold it.
Yeah, fold it so you see only one side of the tree.
Well, that's how I have it folded.
Okay, now all you have to do is hold that fabric behind it. There you go.
Perfect.
Now just hold it behind it. Up against your body with the
Wait a
red,
minute.
and then hold that panel next to it.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put.
You got it. You know what you're doing. Good
There
job.
you go.
Can you get closer to the camera?
No.
Oh,
That's my laptop.
the darker maroon.
Hang on a minute. Let me try something else.
Yeah, the darker one.
I have both.
Either will work.
Well,
Both?
the other one almost looks like a or it turns like an orange color.
Well, I don't think we can tell from here.
This is the burgundy.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see it.
Yeah, it's the burgundy is
The
it.
burgundy is too far up, honey.
The
Pull
small
it down.
camera.
Either are going to work, whichever you choose. Either are going to work, I think.
Mm. Yeah. Hmm.
I forget we're on Zoom, and so I'm sitting here with my mouth open.
Yeah, I'm like going, I can't see.
That's a pretty piece of fabric right there, baby.
The darker one, I don't know. That's just me, my
Pretty
opinion.
dark.
The darkest one blends nice with the darker colors in the tree and edging.
Okay, and here's the brighter red. This
And
is not orange. And it doesn't have yellow in it either. The camera might be portraying it that way,
it
but it's white.
it's turning it like an orangish color.
Well, I think either would work beautifully, and it would look gorgeous with either. I like them both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, it's the
It
camera doing that, Rita.
it depends on what you want the focus to be, the tree or the binding.
I've always used a different color for binding.
No. Do you want the eye to first look
She's
at
saying the brightness. She's saying the brightness, the brighter color is going to draw your eye to the frame of the binding, and the more subdued maroonish is going to frame it, but let the tree stand out.
right? So it depends.
I don't know that I agree with that, but she does have a point.
Yeah, because I probably would have used a darker binding anyway.
Well, I think the darker is lovely. You cannot go wrong with the darker.
With either one. For that matter, you could do the red on top and bottom and do the darker on the sides.
No.
That's
No,
not-
that wouldn't work either because you're still accomplishing the focus is on the bright.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
not only that, you can't. There's no way I could do that because of the way I do the binding.
Huh?
You can't. There's no way that this would end up on the top and the bottom.
Because of how you do the binding.
Yeah,
Don't
the
you
the binding gets sewn all together in one big long strip. Then
yeah.
it's pressed and folded, and then you sew it on. So you're not starting. I don't start at a corner. I start somewhere in the middle of the quilt.
Yeah.
Edge. So there's no way you would have that lined up on the top and the bottom by mixing the two.
Only if you did it in pieces instead of one continuous line. But ladies, it's 8:40. I haven't had supper, and I'm going to need to go.
Okay. Thank you, Sissy, for coming.
I love y'all, everybody online. I'm sorry I wasn't typing, but I hope you have a wonderful week. Please be safe on the 4th, and remember the animals and the veterans that you might scare. So be particular in how you use your 4th of July fireworks. Also remember that sparklers are over 300 degrees. So when you put them in the hands of a 2-year-old, might not be the best idea. Though we've all done it in my family. But anyway, y'all just have a safe, happy 4th, and God bless America. And each of you, from my faith base, not pushing it on you, just meaning it from the bottom of my heart. Love you.
Love you, Sissy. See you later. Have a good 4th of July.
You too, babe. Bye.
Bye. Okay. All right. Let's talk about tomorrow night, and then I think I'm going to end the live.
Well, I'm trying to find the leave button. You know how. Golly gee.
Okay, so tomorrow evening, I will be working on my granddaughter's Tula Pink quilt. We're going to work on some more paper piecing, so that's the plan for tomorrow. And then Saturday, I have every intentions of working on my magnolia because I located the missing pieces. And where they were at, I was like, okay, I remember taking them in there now. So I have them located so I can cut my more fabric because I need a few more pieces to finish that row. We'll get that done, and then I'll have 1, 2, 3 small quilts to quilt. I just got to get backing for 2 of them. I got to go through my stuff to see if I can locate what I want to use for backing.
How come you don't finish one first before you start another one?
Because I finished the top and get on to the next one.
Oh.
These bigger ones I can't quilt. They're too big. I'll just send them off somewhere. I have like 16.
Oh.
I have 16 bigger ones. That one you saw me showing, this one is about I think it's 108 by 108, something like that.
Those are what, twin?
No, queen size.
And you can't quilt those.
No, I'm not quilting it. No way.
Oh.
I do not have the space here to do it. And it would just stress me out. It wouldn't be fun.
Really?
No, because I
don't
space.
know. I quilt
I have no space. When I mean I'm tight, I'm tight.
Your room's bigger than mine.
This room's not as big as you think it is.
This room is small.
Are you in a bedroom?
No, to be honest, I don't know what this room is. The big bedroom is right there.
Old I'd be working in is probably about 6 by 6.
Oh, this one's not even that big.
Yeah, so and my desk I don't have enough. I would have to take the monitor and everything and get off the front of all of this out to quilt.
Oh.
Yeah, everything I have up there that runs the video, everything would have to get moved.
Most of my quilts are the big California King, and I quilt them myself.
Yeah, I'm not to that point yet, Rita. Maybe someday. Right now, I'm not to that point yet.
Yeah, it's I don't know why I did that. It's like I'm nuts. I felt like after I was done, I had wrestled a big old grizzly bear.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get good at the smaller ones and having patience with myself, because one of the problems I'm experiencing is the back moving.
Right.
Even though I basted it, it still ends up moving. I don't know if you've seen this or not, Rita, but it's cute.
I've seen it. It's cool looking. I like that. See, that is 100% Scrappy. It's cool looking.
I had a good time making this.
You know what it reminds me of? The ocean floor.
Yeah, it's very colorful.
No, the little pieces like coral reef looking. I mean, that may not be what it is, but that's what it reminds me of. An ocean floor. Little jellyfishes, and that's what it reminds me of.
But I still got to put I have the binding, or not binding, the sashing on 2 sides, but I still got to put the sashing on the 2 raw sides here. I haven't done that yet.
Oh.
And then, yeah, I still got to do this side and the other side that's opposite it. And then it's ready for, I've thought about putting a border around it, but I don't know.
Right.
Because the border would look good on it too.
Yes, it would.
But I got this idea from Tiffany. She made one like this. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta go and make one. And I did some additional things to it she didn't do to hers.
Right.
But the concept is all her.
Right.
Because she just
wrong with that.
She does the most coolest things with scraps.
Yes, she does. She does.
Okay. So that's the plan. And then Saturday, like I said, I'll be working on Magnolia, so y'all come and join me. Don't forget, you're going to start seeing me advertise for July the 19th. I will be starting my 12-hour live at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. and I will stop it at 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you are a YouTube creator, you'll find my email over on my about page. Please email me, because if you want to, all the creators can hop on the Zoom, talk about their channel for a few minutes, because that's what I want you to do. And then if you want to stay longer, you can, but you're welcome to advertise your channel during my live. I have no problem with doing that. And I sound, yeah, my husband's bothering me about this minute for some weird reason.
I don't have a channel.
Yes, you do.
She's ignoring.
Oh, yes, you do.
Nope.
Don't sit there and say that. All
My
right.
my fur babies have a channel. I don't.
Let me see. Cynthia says we have a dog like that too. Even meds don't help much.
No.
Denise says your blocks are usually very pleasing and keep trusting yourself. You put out good product, in my opinion. Thank you, Denise. I really appreciate that. Laura Sup says both the darker burgundy seem to blend better with the tree, in her opinion. Darker blends more. See, I was going to use a darker color. I just needed to get my Christmas stuff out.
Right.
Because I have a tote like this that you just saw. I have 2 totes of this, which is all red, white, and blue stuff. But I actually have a tote full of Christmas fabric too. And some, I think, I might be wrong, but I also think I have a dark green in that bucket.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how come all of a sudden people are doing Christmas quilts.
It's July.
So what
We're
is that?
Because I'm going to be doing Christmas in July. I'm going to be doing several things this month. Everybody does it well, not everybody. It's a thing. And this will be my first year even thinking about doing it, unless I change my mind.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of the bigger quilt companies will be talking about sew-alongs, where they're making Christmas quilts in July, so that when Christmas rolls around in December, you already have one made. And that's what part of it's about, because you're 6 months away from Christmas. And I'm going to sneeze.
Oh.
Excuse me. That's why my chest is tight. I'm about to have an allergy attack, I think.
Trust me, I know. You had a cat that walked in here, and I know.
I still feel like I can't breathe.
See, you can hear my voice now. I got a cat that walked in here. My big cat.
Yeah, my asthma's flaring up, and it's maybe because I walked outside and it's raining. Too much humidity. I don't know. Something triggered it. Could be that damn ironing board.
Ironing board?
My portable one.
I thought you got rid of that.
No, I'm going to take it apart on a live, but I've got to go to Stark to get longer staples.
No, what I'm saying is I thought you was going to put it so it wasn't bothering you.
I don't have anything else to iron on.
Oh.
I have a big ironing board, and there's no space for that thing in here. And it needs a new cover. So anyway, I'm limited on stuff.
I'm infinite.
Denise says, I really like the prints you have. She says, I really like the prints you have bordering the tree. If you had a lot of those left over, I would incorporate those into the backing. The backing's already been done. That's what I was showing you earlier.
The border is what she was doing.
Talking about the border. I was just concerned about bulk for binding. Oh, border.
Yeah, the border. Yeah, the leftover scraps is the border.
Yeah, I don't think I have any more of that left over though. I think I used for that. I think I pretty much used everything I had for that one. But I also made a bunch of little, I have a few mini ones that are just the top, but not the rest of it. I've made because I was going to sell them at a Christmas bazaar. And I probably should finish those so I can sell them. Rita, it gives people time to get the quilt together and finished in time. Yeah, for the holiday. A lot of people like to make new quilts that they use for Christmas time. And I've never done it because I've always, by the time I hear about it, it's already over with and I'm behind. It's just like in September, the jelly roll race. By the time I knew about it, I had already missed out on doing it.
Right, it was over with.
It was over with. So
Mhm.
I still haven't learned the dates of all this stuff yet. International Jelly Roll Day, and then there's a some other thing too.
Yep.
All
Too
right,
too many things at one time.
mm-hmm. The channel so long is probably going to go until I'm thinking maybe September. We're going to start talking about when we're going to start wrapping that up. But I think I have enough blocks now that I'm going to try to figure out how to take this small design board and turn it sideways where it's horizontal and lay the blocks across it so you guys can see it. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to display it where everybody can see it because this
But
space is too small.
I thought you had little boards that you made.
I have small boards. I don't
Yeah.
have a big one.
Okay. Why can't you put a bunch of small ones together?
I don't have enough of those. I only have like 5. That's all I have.
Hmm.
And those are like this big one that you saw me using. I have 2 of these.
Yeah.
I have 2 itty bitty ones.
No. If you have 2 of those, put 2 of those on the wall.
Where?
Up there.
There's nowhere up here to put it.
No. Okay, you have that one with the triangles on the wall right
I
there.
would have to take all the pictures off the wall.
No. Those triangles right there. That picture. The red and black triangles.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, you said you were going to turn it sideways. Well, put those other things up there. In other words, put your design wall up there, but use those little ones you have and turn it sideways.
But how will you keep them from falling down?
If nothing else, tape them up there.
Yeah, because I can't tape anything to this wall because of my mandala.
No. That wall right there where you have the orange and black triangle, tape it to the wall.
This
You're
is
going
not.
to tape it.
Hang on.
Yeah. See, you're just going to tape it.
This is part of the wall where the mandala's at. Oh, you can't even see because I just blocked the way. Hang on.
Don't see. Okay.
Hang on. I got a better idea. Let's just use this camera. This is very, very short wall, see?
Right.
And it's low.
Well, no, I can't see it, but that's beside the point.
You can't see it?
Nope. Now I can.
Hang on.
I just got to see the back of your head.
Oh, you can't see the other cameras, what you're saying.
No, I can see it, but let me, oh, freaking A. Okay. I just had to increase. Okay, go to the right.
That's as far as it goes.
Okay, you had that thing hanging up there.
I had it catty corner. So part of it was the one side of it was against that.
Okay.
The other side's against my. See, this is a curtain or shade to keep the sun out of this side of the house. And everything on the other side of that is all windows. So there's no way to hang up anything in there.
Okay, right as you're sitting down, where you had that triangle thing hanging, you took it down and moved it.
Yeah, it's right there.
I don't know where it's at.
Can you see where I'm pointing at where there's pictures on the wall?
Okay.
That's where it was sitting at. I had it sitting up on top of the sofa, catty cornered.
Oh,
One of
okay.
it touching the blind, and the other was touching the wall. And
Okay.
that's all the space there is.
Now, this might sound stupid. Do you have anything you can put a hook in the ceiling with?
I have some ceiling mounted brackets that I can hang up there. I just was waiting for Nikolai to come home, and you could put a curtain rod on it. That's about as good as it's gonna get.
Okay, this thing here.
Yeah.
It's hung on the ceiling with a hook. And I put a shoelace, put a hole through that board and put a shoelace and hooked it into the ceiling. It's on a cup. I don't know if you could see it. Hold
Hang
on. I don't know if you could, let me move my camera. I don't know if you could see it.
Yeah, you're hanging something.
Hold on. No, can you see it? See above the middle? See above
Mhm.
the middle blue one? There's a
Yep.
hook. That's
Are
what
you just have one hook?
Mhm.
Hmm.
That's it.
How wide is that board?
It's a full-size board.
Yeah, this one's only about 2.5 feet wide.
Yeah, I can do the same. I can do the same thing with my other ones.
But
Yeah,
it's not actually a board, it's one side of a TV box.
it doesn't matter. I poked a hole in it and put a shoestring in it. And it's this foam board. It's this foam board. That's all it is.
Yeah, I wish I could get
foam
some
board.
foam board, but they
Mhm.
don't sell foam board.
Or cardboard works. Cardboard does work.
Now this one that you see that I have a little mini walk on, that's just a TV box. One
Yeah,
side of a TV box. The other one fell apart. And
it
this
works.
one's on its way out too.
Yeah, it works. I have a curtain hanging from the ceiling. Right. See, you could do the same thing. Like,
How tall is your ceiling?
well, I'm only 4'8" or 4'8".
Well,
So
how tall is your husband?
6'2".
And can he touch the ceiling?
Oh yeah, he just goes.
See, I'm 5'6" and I can touch the ceiling.
Right.
That's how low our ceilings are.
I can touch, but I have to stretch. The
I'll
ceiling,
figure out something.
the ceilings are, but you could do it by, trying to think. The ceilings, like, I don't know if you could put like a thumbtack up there. You're talking just putting something. It doesn't have to hold a lot of weight. If you have a flannel sheet, like Becky says, a flannel sheet would work, or a piece of flannel. Just hung it.
I actually have flannel. I don't have
Flannel. Or I use fleece. And when you're not using it, you can roll it back up.
Yeah, I don't have any fleece, and I can't buy fleece either.
Mine's a fleece blanket. It's just a little fleece blanket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no such thing here. It's weird the things we don't have here.
Right.
And Greenlanders don't notice it because they've always not had it.
They've not had it. So you have other things.
Yeah.
But
so when I moved here, I realized just how spoiled us Americans really are.
Well, but flannel does the same thing.
Yeah, someone sent me flannel from the United States.
Yeah, it does the same thing. Flannel works just as well. I just prefer fleece.
I didn't know you could use fleece actually, because this purple that you see this quilt sitting on. Can you hang on? I need to move this tote because this is freaking me out. There's too many things in here now.
Too many, yeah. Yeah, no kidding. That happens to me all the time.
This is flannel, but I've gone and had to take that roller thing.
Yeah.
And noticed over time this flannel's getting thinner and thinner.
What are you using on it? Just a sticky roller with tape?
One of those sticky rollers that you get lint off of that you buy at the store.
I don't have any problems with it.
Yeah, it's slowly, of course this might be thin flannel to begin with, I don't know. But everything sticks to it.
But this is fleece, but flannel does the same thing.
I like the color of your fleece.
Yeah, that's fleece. I like the puppy ones better. Little puppy paw prints.
Okay. So did you like the block?
Yes, I like it.
It looks like it's about 18 inches. I'll measure it and
6, 8 and 8 is
or it
16.
might be a little bit over it because this board is 18 by 18 apparently.
Oh, yeah, like Lori says, do you have a wool blanket?
No.
Oh, anything that will stick. Trying to think. Wool blanket, that you could get a hold of.
Thank you, Cynthia.
I'm going to post a picture on Facebook. Oh, cool, Becky.
Let me go over there and wait for you to do it.
Yep. That's pretty. Yeah, I like that block. You know what's funny is that block you did is 100% scrappy.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't
It
that
was,
funny?
yep. It
I
was
seen that. I'm like going, I'm watching everybody's going towards the scrappy and they're not realizing what they've done.
well, that was my intent. Someone
No.
asked me if I had ordered. I need to fix that seam line though.
Yeah.
There's a seam line that needs fixing.
I
But
know,
someone
that's what I said. I'm like, oh my God, my seam's not. So I'm like, and I can't handle it. I can't when it's not right on certain things. No. But I can't talk and so at the same time I mess it up.
Yeah, it's off by a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, but the beauty of it is I need to.
Mhm.
There we go. Now you can't see my face. That was a bit. Anyway, what was I saying?
Yep. There are a lot of people doing those blocks, Moda blocks. Some of them
Oh,
I like, some of them, yeah, some of them I like. I mean, the different blocks she's doing. There's some of them I like in what the block looks like. Some of them I don't. If I
yeah,
don't
some of
like,
them I'm not gonna love either, but they're part of the whole, you know.
I'm not going to do them. I don't like the block itself. I don't like what the block looks like. I made like one of them. I made like 5 different versions, including one almost identical. And I don't.
Laura says I thought sure they'd have wool blankets. You know what they have? And I cannot sleep under one. I sleep under the lightest of blankets, and there's times when I don't even do that. I get
Oh,
hot and I sleep with the window open. Um, but they sell I'll think of the name of it in a minute because you put a cover over it and you take the cover off to wash it, and the other part of it is in this
yeah,
fabric with duck down in it.
but it should be sticky like.
No, is this? Have you ever seen one of those? It's not a comforter. It's not a blanket. It's something that has duck down duvet. There we go. Cynthia.
Duvet, yeah, duvet.
It's a duvet, and I cannot sleep under them. He bought me one and had it here when I got here. And about 5 minutes, I was like, nope, can't sleep under that. Mm-mm, not happening. Too heavy, number one. And number two, it was burning me out of the bed. And I've never slept under duvets anyway. I think it has either down in it or it has duck. I'm thinking it has duck in it because it's heavy. Oh, let me go do that real quick, Becky, so that we can look at the pictures. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, Greenland Quilter. Ending post.
I found out why the roof is leaking.
It's sad when you have to, Rita. Ooh, look at what I like your puppy paw. Oh my God, Rita, you're gonna like her design board.
Puppy paw.
Hmm?
Oh, my puppy paw down there.
Hang on. Got to refresh the screen and then I'll share the screen. Darn it. Come on.
Yeah,
Give me-
my one
give me-
design board is made out of puppy paws.
It does have puppy paws on it. Oh my gosh.
Hmm. This one has.
I see what she means about the curtain rod. So I ordered some clips that'll go on a curtain rod, but that stuff is still sitting in New York because we're building a big box. And hang on, I'm gonna share the screen so everybody can see what we're talking about. Where did
You
my Zoom
can't
go?
get shower curtain rod clips.
No, I went looking. I don't even know how we have clips for ours, but it came with the kit when we renovated our house and they put in the new shower curtain and everything. That kit that they hung from the ceiling came with all that stuff. And so I've been up to use 5 times now in the last 6 months and still nothing. I don't know what the deal is. We're short of everything.
And you get a make it make yourself some
Now I could make loops to put but I would need to put some kind of edging around the design fabric where you could put loop to hang over the curtain rod.
that's all you'd have a curtain. No, you wouldn't. Why would you have to put anything over the sides?
Because because it'll stretch it if it doesn't have something to keep it straight. Looks to me like she's got some kind of something around her edging. Looks like binding.
It's either binding or tape.
Let me look. Let me get closer. I can't see the chat, so
Yeah,
Becky, can
it's,
you tell us what you used along the edge of it?
duvet cover. I had to have one when we got. Oh, that's all it doesn't. She didn't say. Becky, what did you use on the sides? I posted pictures. I put binding on there for stability.
Yeah, see, it would need to. Yeah, you would need to do that.
Oh, yeah. Laura says, Katie, you could you sew buttonholes to hang it on?
Yeah, my sewing machine does that.
Yeah, you sew buttonholes
never
and hang it through the rod.
Yeah, put a little binding on there for stability.
Yes.
That she put a little bind. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I would have to put something all the way around it for stability.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would just stretch the flannel and it wouldn't hang right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're talking about. I'm like, what are you talking about stretching it? But yeah. Okay. Now I see what you're talking about. Yes.
Hey, Becky, I love your pothos. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I miss having pothos.
Pothos?
It's
My
called
thoughts are-
pothos.
Huh?
Pothos.
P-H-
That one she's got is a good one.
Oh, pothos.
Pothos. Pothos. Scandinapsis. See if I can think of the species name of it. Scandinapis. Oh, I have to look that one up, I guess. It's been a while.
Mine's outside.
Well, where you live, I can see why.
What do you mean?
It's warm where you're at. They would do good outside. She says, I have 30 plants in my house. Did you know that Scandinapsis ranks #1 as one of the best house plants for cleaning gases out of the house?
And you got to be careful if you have cats.
Oh, well, I don't have cats, so I don't have to worry about it.
And dogs.
Because it's not dangerous to cats anyway.
Yeah, they are. They're toxic. They are toxic to pets.
Cynthia says we have a battle of the dialects going on. I don't know. Y'all say it different in the western part of it.
It's
but in college we're taught pothos.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
but it's neither here nor there because
but yeah, they're toxic to pets, especially cats.
I think those were poisonous to plant or animal.
It's toxic.
Because I wouldn't recommend it to be around kids and dogs. Hang on a second.
Uh-huh.
I know these are.
They're toxic. If they eat them, the leaves are toxic. Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, they're toxic.
cat poisoning. Let me see if it's poisonous to dogs, though.
Dogs not as bad, but that can make them sick. But they're toxic. It's like giving them an avocado. They're toxic.
I've never had a dog even mess with my stuff. Yeah, I never.
Oh. Yeah, you didn't know they were toxic? Yeah, they're toxic.
Never had that problem because my
Right.
no, because
Kind
I've
of
had them
like,
around my dogs my whole life,
um,
so they've never
it's kind of like
ingested them.
a rhubarb. Rhubarb? The rhubarb, the leaf is toxic,
Mhm.
but the stalk is not. Rhubarb
That's
leaves are
interesting.
toxic. Yeah.
See, Becky says her catch doesn't bother her
Yep.
plant.
Yep.
It's like there's a big deal about cycads,
Cats.
the
Oh,
queen
yeah.
sago and the king sago and all that family about being poisonous to animals. The
Yep.
thing is, dogs are not going to go out of their way to go even munch on those because they are spined on the inner circle of the fronds. They have spines on them and they hurt. And I have never heard of anyone's dog ingesting them. Ever. Yours did?
My
Wow.
dogs go out there and eat that big thorn cactus out there. And they come in and they got the thorns sticking on their face.
That's too funny.
And I have the 3 different varieties of aloe. What the
Aloe
heck?
vera?
Aloe. Oh, I know what that noise is. Aloe vera. And one of them is the big one with big, the thorns are like 2.5 inches long, and the
Mhm.
bloody dogs will eat them. And then they come in the house and they got like lips up, and I'm like, seriously? And I gotta pull them out. No,
Oh,
my
that's
dog will eat the cactus.
crazy.
No, no, that green, it's actually called whatever, pathos, whatever. You can put it in aquariums and it cleans the thing, but the fish will eat it and it doesn't affect the fish.
Hmm.
You just throw it in water and it will grow in water without soil.
Yep, that's because they used uptake of oxygen different when you're just leaving them in water.
But the fish.
That's why when I came home, before I left and went to the States this last year, I had a bunch of plants in there. And I came home, and as soon as I seen my 12-year-old Hoya, I knew it was dead. And I said, you know what? You overwatered my Hoya. She says, it looks green. It's not dead.
Oh
I said,
no.
dead. How can you tell? I said, because of the color of it.
The
And I
color.
drove over there and I showed her because I told her not to water it but once in 6 weeks because believe it or not, Hoyas can go many weeks without water. And I said, put your hand up underneath the hanging basket. Now lift it up. And she's like, golly, it's heavy. I said, yeah, it's full of water.
Oh no.
Plant.
Black mold.
No, it wasn't molded. It was just standing in water and it suffocated. And all of my pothos was gone. All of my Hoyas were gone.
That's weird because pothos can stand in water.
Not inside a house with lower light. It's all about all of that. The lower the light, the less you water. I've been doing this my whole life. I know this.
I don't know.
Now you're growing yours in water, so there is a difference. Mine's in soil that can't breathe.
My pothos outside is in soil. My pothos in the house is in soil. No, it's in soil. Both of them are in soil.
Outside's different than inside.
Pothos, it's not even supposed to be outside at 130 degrees. It's not supposed to survive.
I'm surprised by that because that's a tropical plant.
They're not they're typically called a house plant.
In Florida, down in South Florida, they're outside, and they
Right.
I saw some when we were doing the shop hop. There was the golden post, and it was growing up the side of
The
the tree.
golden ones are huge.
It
Yeah,
was
those are-
magnificent. I got some great pictures
Yeah.
of it.
They
The guy
have-
said that I asked the man how long that they lived there, and he said they bought the house and it was landscaped like that, and those pothos were growing up by the tree.
Yep.
And I remember when we lived in South Florida, they were everywhere growing like that. But up in North Florida, you can't. You know,
Right.
you put them in hanging baskets, and every winter they got to come in a greenhouse or either in your house. 'Cause
Right.
it gets cold in Lake City.
Right. Well, like I said, it wasn't supposed to survive. It's like, if you survive, I want to see if you do. And it started growing.
Well, that's cool. That's awesome.
It got that big from one sprig. I left one in there to see. And 3 months it did that. No, it's in soil. That's when it's in soil.
How often do you water your ones inside?
It gets fed out of the fish tank every other day.
Do you have a lot of light in your house?
No. This room has more light than the other room does. There's no light in the other room. Nope. It just
Hey,
sits
Jess,
there.
did you see the block?
Or just see. My cats don't. Oh no, my cats eat. No. I didn't get my office packed. Oh no.
A serious packing up of the house, and I'm already a day behind. Are you
Oh.
moving?
Yeah, she's moving to, can't remember where.
Oh, I didn't know she was moving.
Yeah, that's what she said, I think yesterday.
Yeah, I probably missed what it
Oh my
was.
God, my internet is still on. What a concept.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
like,
I hope everything goes smoothly with your
oh, cool. Oh, you are so noisy.
She says, I just finished a video and I'm uploading now. Oh, I
Yeah.
was asking if you saw my block.
Oh, Virginia, that's right. Yeah, Virginia, that's right.
Lots of people wanting to move to Virginia, I've noticed.
Wonder why.
It's a good state to live in.
No, they get cold there.
No, it's other things that makes it good about it.
Right.
It was one of the top 5 states that I was looking for my son to move to. We ended up choosing Georgia. Georgia's the best fit because it gets him close enough to Florida. He can go see his sister if he wants to.
Humid in Georgia. Oh,
Yeah, he's living in Carrollton, so it's a good
Oh.
place for now. Yeah, I don't want him living back in Florida.
And sub for her. I'm going to. Oh,
Jess's neighbor?
yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
Jeff lives in North Carolina.
substitute teach, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew she was in North Carolina.
Uh-huh. I need
So,
you.
I wish I'd have thought of it earlier. I was gonna mention if there was anyone that likes doing road trips that would like to do a road trip from California to North Carolina to go to QuiltCon.
Does it require being able to see to drive?
Of course it does. I need a driver, not someone that's gonna sit and do nothing.
I'll drive you.
See, driving by myself it'll take longer, but if I have someone I can switch off where I can take a nap and they can drive, that would work better. Because then we could get across the states within 3 days.
Well, I guess that would depend on how fast you want to get there.
I want to get there. I want to do Quilt Road to California, then get all my stuff out of my daughter's house in California and take it with me, which means a road trip. and then drive to North Carolina for QuiltCon.
So in other words, I'm not going to drive.
Well, that's what you said. You were blind.
I
So
am
yeah. Yeah, I need a driver that'll drive with me. Because I would have to stop and spend the night in 2 different places. Cynthia says, not me. I was supposed to be in Colorado this summer, not Virginia. Wow. Thomas did, believe it or not, Thomas did it in, and the only reason it took him 3 days is because I set him up to, I told him that little boy, my grandson, did not need to sit in that car seat that many hours. So I planned out a plan of attack where they spent the night, and that meant only 8 hours in the car instead of the whole damn day. Because that's not fair to be. That's not fair to be locked up in a car seat that many hours.
Don't you know somebody that could meet you on that end and go from point A to here?
I'm going to fly to California.
Well, yeah, I understand that. So
I was going to rent a car and drive across the country.
Katie is.
It's not that bad. It's just 3 days. What's the big deal?
That's what I'm saying. It seems like they're.
If you're driving, but if you drive with someone where you stop long enough to gas, when you get down to half a tank, gas up, eat, go to the bathroom, hit the road again.
Because you're
whoever's riding, whoever the other driver is, they can take a nap and you switch off and.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You're not stopping. You're driving straight through.
Driving. Yeah. We'd probably end up sleeping one night, but you could do it, one night, but yeah.
That's hard on the body though.
I remember when we drove to Chicago. Oh my God. We went from Lake City to Chicago in 18 hours.
If you want me to function, I drove when I was living in Arizona. I went from Arizona to Baltimore, Maryland in 18 hours.
Yeah, I told the kids, I'm like, I had multiple drivers and I had a van, so it was okay. But oh my God.
It's me, 18 hours.
Oh. And we only stopped every time the van hit half a tank.
Yep.
And we did stop once to eat in a restaurant. We got out of the van and ate. And that rest of it was kept on going. We switched drivers, and that's what we did all the way up there, switch drivers.
I didn't switch. I drove it straight through.
There was 3 of us that switched drivers. No, I can't sit behind the wheel 18 hours. No, not with my back.
You disqualified me. How'd you get disqualified?
Why, Cynthia?
I'm like, how did that disqualify? Huh?
It takes me driving 3 days from Oklahoma to Virginia. If you want me to be functional each day. No, you wouldn't be driving the whole time. We would be switching off.
You disqualified me.
How did I disqualify you?
I don't get that one.
My husband and I have done many cross-country trips. We used to go from Arizona to Iowa every summer.
Right.
It was about a 30-hour driving time. I'm not sure if I could do that again. Yeah, exactly. That's why I want a co-driver.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think I could do it anymore. No.
I mean, I don't even know. I might not be able to handle it, but there's one way to find out. We'll see.
Uh-oh.
Hey, honey. Hi, I'm still live.
She's being bad.
No, if you give me a minute, I'll go ahead and end the live, or you can call me back in 10 minutes and I'll end the live. How about that? Call me back in 10 minutes. No, it's okay, honey. Talk to you in a few minutes. No, it's okay. No worries. I love you. Bye. Sitting in the car too many hours in a day.
Yep.
I don't know. I need to see exactly, because Thomas did it in 3. Like I said, I had him strategic. So the first place he stopped off was We had we had California, Nevada, New Mexico.
Hmm.
Then what's the state next to that?
I don't know.
Oklahoma, I think. And I think, yeah, because he stopped in Oklahoma. After he passed through Albuquerque, that was New Mexico.
That's
Yeah, I
Mexico.
think he spent the night in Oklahoma. I don't remember exactly where. Then they drove from Oklahoma to where Tennessee and Georgia hit borders each other. And they spent the night there. And then they went from there to where they had to go to in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
To work his stuff out because he had to go through Alabama to where he was going.
Right.
Because he was going to the because he lives on the west side of Atlanta, like midways of the state. So he's about 4 hours from North Florida.
So why are you doing the road to California?
Because I want to see my grandkids.
Oh, so it's not just because you're not going just to
Not
see
just
them.
about it's not just about going
Oh,
to quilt show. I talked to my youngest daughter and I said, "Hey, you want to do Road to California with me?" And she asked questions. She's like, "Sure, I'm up for that." And then when I'm done, I'm going to go spend maybe 2 weeks in Hanford and then make the road trip.
so how come she can't drive?
She lives in California.
Okay, so you're flying from wherever to California, right? And she can pick you up from there.
I will probably take I don't know. I don't know if I want her to pick me up from San Francisco. I might take a train or rent a car. One of the two. Because I'll probably end up flying into San Francisco
mhm.
and then either take a train down to Ontario or just take it to Hanford and then we drive down to Ontario because Ontario is 3 hours from where she lives. We haven't got the logistics of that part planned out yet. And we're going to rent an Airbnb and be there for the 3 days. We might end up staying, I don't know, longer. And then I'm going to go back to her house with her and spend a couple weeks there and then hit the road to go to North Carolina. And the reason I don't want to fly is because I want to take stuff back with me. I want to get all my stuff out of her house. All of it.
So but don't you have to fly to get back?
You mean back home to Greenland?
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'll do is I'll take all my stuff to the East Coast, put some of it, or at least some of it at a friend's house, and the rest of it I'm gonna put in. Some of it's ready to be mailed, and it'll be cheaper if I wait till I get to the East Coast with it, so I can mail it. Because I have 3 big boxes that need mailing, and it'll be cheaper if I do it from the East Coast.
Are you kidding?
No,
What?
I'm not.
Wow.
I am not kidding about the price of it.
Well, I know it's expensive. I just didn't realize it was based on state.
California is expensive, period.
But you would think that the post office is a post office.
It's not. It matters where you ship stuff from. So just look at it this way. I live in Greenland.
Mhm.
It goes to the west coast of the United States. It has to travel all the way probably to Chicago, and then from Chicago to Denmark and to Greenland. That all adds up money-wise.
You have to pay for those, Laura, now. You have to pay to have
Hey,
them.
by the way, well, I ship.
Yeah.
I usually ship 25 pounds at a time because
Yeah.
it's cheaper. But I can tell you that a 5-pound package costs $85
Yes.
to Greenland
They
from California.
They changed a bunch of stuff, and now flying is expensive because it used to be like flying. Example, you got 2 bags for free. That's no longer. You have to pay for your bags. You know that, right?
No, because that would be extra luggage or extra weight on an airplane. No, that would really be pricey.
Yep. Yeah, they don't give you free. They don't give you free bags.
I mean, I already have a suitcase and a carry-on that I always travel with, and I'll have another suitcase besides the suitcase I came with to go back home with because I'll have stuff in that.
Right.
So it's
Now,
less expensive if I just rent a car put gas in a car, and travel across the United States with all my stuff with me. It's better than flying. And to be frank, flying domestically in the United States sucks. It's like riding in a sardine can. I'm not exaggerating, to go from one part of the United States to the other one, as the versus I could do. Now I am finding out that I may still have to go through Denmark to come to the United States, because the flights that are going back and forth between Nuuk and Newark are only going to go from June to September.
Right.
That just takes me completely out.
Right.
That means I still got to take my butt to Denmark and then to the United States.
Right.
And if I'm going to go to California first, that more than likely, if I can get me a straight long haul flight that goes from Copenhagen to San Francisco, that would save extra money by doing the long haul. But we're talking about 11 hours in the air because of all the time differences. If I flew to the United States, if I flew to the East Coast, it would be 9 hours.
You're saving 2 hours.
Yeah, you're just saving 2 hours. Yep, exactly.
And
if
Cynthia,
I was to the U.S. between June and September, it would only be a 4-hour flight because I would be straight shooting it from Greenland to the United States.
Right. Yeah, Cynthia, as far as I know, as of 2 weeks ago, all the airlines, especially Southwest, has changed it. You have to pay for all your bags now. You don't get.
Well, now that depends on what kind of ticket you buy. This is how I do it. I fly what they call business economy, I think is what it's called.
Right.
Like the second position,
Right.
you have first class, and then you got me. And
Right.
you get 50 pounds.
Right.
You can have up to 50 pounds of checked in baggage, and you can also have 2 carry-ons.
Right. But you're paying for it.
You're paying for that by that little
Yes.
bit. But it has its pluses because
Yes.
you get better food, you get more leg room. I'm
Right.
not squished up by someone who doesn't know how to keep their.
Right. Because before it was everybody got 2 free bags. And now that's been shut off. And I can't blame the airlines. I can't.
I got so spoiled by flying with Norwegian Air.
Right.
Oh my God. Flying with
Yep.
them was a dream. I'm
Right.
not exaggerating, because I could get a round trip ticket for less than $500.
Right.
And I could space out when I was going to fly back home. So I would generally stay 3 months in the United States and fly back.
Mhm.
I flew what they call business class, which was behind first class. I would never fly first class because it's just stupid.
Yeah. Oh.
The staff and the food and the airplane, you couldn't hear the jet. It was like I'm not kidding. It was so nice, and it had lighting in it where it was a dim light, so everything they could do to make you comfortable, especially with people like like me who suffer from certain things. It was a real joy, and then the pandemic wiped them out.
Hi, Nanita.
Hey, Nanita, and you know what? I'm talking too long. See, now Cynthia, she says we have an airline credit card and one bag is free with the flight.
Yep.
Yes, I've been flying with Delta Air because I've had no choice. Since Norwegian Air is no longer in the picture. And sometimes they use a couple of secondary airlines, and one of them's okay, the other one isn't.
Wow. It's either that or try to grow feathers. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Did you get him?
I got him. Unless he changes his name.
He is. He's got 2 more in here.
Let me see here.
Little trolls. Let me see. Hold on. Where'd they go? It's like I got better things to do, dude.
Some of these people crack me up with like I'm like, that is sexual harassment. And I guess they don't
is.
realize that's what they're doing.
It is.
Because it is in the biggest kind. Would they walk up to you, up to your face, and say, I want to feel your boobs?
Oh, that's that goofy that's always bugging Deb and them.
And just added his name to my list of blocked people that, and it's probably the same person.
Yeah, it is. And I'll tell you here in a second how many more. They usually come with
I feel sorry for Izzy Pop because she has that name, Izzy
Yeah.
Pop. And do you know how many blocked names with the first part of her name is sitting in my channel right now that's blocked?
Oh yeah, that's Gizzit.
Every time I see her in someone's channel and you hit that @ sign so you can say hello, I can't because I have that front half of her name blocked. At least I can see her though, thank goodness.
Right. Now
American
you won't be
credit
able
card.
to come in there.
You know, I should think about getting a Delta Air credit card, but I only have one credit card, and I think that's more than enough. I
Right.
just really don't see the point of having another one because I have it through my bank in Florida.
Right. Yeah,
All right.
that's idiot. That's
Hey,
that
you wanna
idiot
come
that
tomorrow
bugs.
night? Okay, I'll send. I know I sent you 3 emails. Yeah. If you have any trouble with the next one, let me know. Just say, hey, I need a new. Yeah.
It should, I would, because I go through and I check it. Oh, she's not there. She's not there.
Yeah, you can come about 10 minutes early if you want. Or
Okay, I'm like going, I don't know when she wants me there. She didn't say.
I didn't. Sorry. So it's at 4:30
You're
Eastern.
noisy.
So if you want to come 15 minutes early, you're welcome
Okay.
to. And I'm just going to be sewing on the Tula Pink stuff tomorrow. So we're not doing a tutorial tomorrow night. That's next week. So it'll just be chilling.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, I hate to do this, but my husband's going to call me back and he's going to be like, I thought you said you were getting off the internet. Anyway, love you guys. Please keep an eye peel out to I'll keep reminding you about my celebration for my 2 years. If you're a channel creator, please come hang out. If you're not and you want to sew on, I know a lot of people don't want to get on Zoom, but if you're brave, you can come and sew on my Zoom during the live.
I'm not brave.
You're not brave, right?
Nope. I'm not brave. I can't. No, nobody can see me. No.
No, let's hide.
Let's hide. Come
Anyway,
here, Romeo. Hide.
hanging with me. And you guys, we were not arguing. Just
No.
so you know. We're just talking.
I thought about this like, do they really think we're arguing? No.
I hope not, because we weren't. We're just having a matter of a difference of opinion. And that's
What-
okay, right?
What did you call it?
Pothos.
Poso.
The O sound is a long sound on both the
Oh,
O's.
Poso.
Pothos.
I give up.
That is okay. It must be just dialect like they were
The
talking.
poisonous flower.
The poisonous pinion basket plant.
Yeah, you didn't know those were poisonous?
No, because I've never had to worry about it. My animals have never tried to graze on them. Even this one, when you know they were in there, she didn't mess with them.
Oh no, my cats. Oh no, no.
That's funny. You know, when she goes outside, she knows what she can eat, which is amusing. Laura says yes.
Well,
All right.
yeah.
Love you guys. Thank you for coming. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And take care of yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Bye, guys.
And y'all, see you on the next live. Have a great night. Remember, live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with all that? You make something beautiful. Bye, everybody. Let me shut this down. Come on. Really, Nora?